Welcome to the West. Western Australia is a remote frontier that sits on the edge of the earth. This Indian Ocean coast lies downwind from over 6,000 miles of uninterrupted open ocean swell. The rugged geography of the Margaret River region produces some of the most dynamic surf breaks on the planet.
Oh my gosh, have a look at that turn there. There's not many people on the planet can do that.
Clean bottom turn with the Dolphins.
A trip to the West is more than surfing. It's about making a connection with nature. The Wadandi are the traditional owners of this budja. These saltwater people teach us to live in harmony with the land and ocean. The Margaret River Pro is a powerful event themed in the spirit of Western Australia.
West is best. Look what we're enjoying today.
The West is clean, pure, raw, and the magic of this destination will leave you believing West is best.
It is a beautiful morning, and you can hear the sound of wax aggressively being rubbed on the deck of a Timmy Peterson surfboard. Italo Ferreira fired up for finals day. Sammy Pupo dealing with one of the all-time greats, a three-time world champ, Gabriel Medina, out on dark. And the 31-year-old veterans trying to upset this youthful movement. Lakey, Peterson featuring in the first semifinal of the morning, and George Pittar trying to make it all the way to the final, trying to achieve his first win. Sawyer in that same position, looking for glory today here in Western Australia. Through a lot of onshore days, wind has turned around. It's nice and offshore, clean and rippable here on finals day, here on this Sunday morning. Thanks for watching Pro Surfing. What a day we have in front of us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Starling. Well, 2 events in a row, you guys. We made it to the last day of the waiting period. This might be a tradition for 2026, Flick, and it looks really fun out there to crown some champions.
Oh, I hope it's not the tradition. No, honestly, we had this carrot dangling at the end of the waiting period, and look, well, it's eventuated. We're here at the end, but what we've been graced with this morning is beautiful offshore conditions. It's been a while since we've seen that here in the West, and yeah, it's just that classic, you know, cold easterly coming, you know, from the desert. It's pretty cold here this morning, and yeah, there's some fun little waves behind us, so we've made it. It's finals day.
Fun storylines, Jesse, especially for Lakey. You know, she's been here for so long with longevity on the World Tour, taking down some big names, you know, and taking on Sawyer Lindblad, who's still just 20 years of age.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see what Lakey's been doing. She has this incredible relationship with all these stops along the Aussie treble. She's not afraid to let us know that as well. But I think you take it back to Bells. We saw that awesome clip of Betty Lou saying, yeah, I think we're going to smoke the ladies coming back. Lakey, she's been here, she's stayed, she knows how to handle these young girls, and I think Sawyer definitely has a target on her back with Lakey Peterson this morning.
And feeling the Brazilian Storm energy on the men's side, with possibilities, could end up having a final top five picture filled with Brazilian flags. We'll see how this ends up at the end of the day. Let's get the official call. Kaipo Guerrero is with Renato Hickel.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. You ever feel like you're walking on a dream? It was a glorious morning this morning, and Renato, we waited a long time to the last day of the window, but it looks like we're rewarded. Beautiful conditions out there.
We're so excited. You know, it's like sun is out, dolphins in the water, light offshore, groom conditions, so a bit smaller than yesterday. 4 to 6 foot surf with bigger sets, but way better quality. So we in for an incredible show. We already watched the warm up with Medina, George Pittar, Italo Ferreira doing some incredible times. Semi Pupo is just coming up the stairs. The ladies took back because they first in the water. So Lakey and Sawyer now. And like I said, it's going to be incredible day of competition.
Thank you. Happy Finals Day, Joe.
Happy Finals Day, Kaipo. Happy Finals Day, Renato, and everybody watching around this beautiful planet. You're here in West Oz on Wadandi Buja and Sawyer Lindblad taking on Lakey Peterson. And as you just saw, they're joined by some friends out there. Pa the Dolphins greeting us to the start here of Finals Day. Sawyer versus Lakey, Goofy versus regular. Lakey moving from Santa Barbara to San Clemente. That's where Sawyer has been her whole life. So they see each other all the time and from different generations as they go head-to-head this morning. Flick.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. You know, Jesse was touching on it before. We've obviously had, you know, it's a really cool time in women's surfing at the moment. We've got this super young generation on tour, which is like your Tia Zabrowski, your Erin Brooks. Then you've got your Molly Picklums, your Katie Simmers, your Caroline Marks, who have won world titles in the last few years. And then you've got the return of the absolute queens, you know, your Stephanie Gilmore and your Carissa Moore. And, you know, Lakey sits in, you know, in that era of the queens on tour. And so right now we're seeing, you know, a battle of like, basically that middle generation taking on, you know, that the queen generation essentially, and it's cool, right? I think everyone was really excited to see this storyline play out and how, you know, Carissa and Steph were going to come back and, you know, where the level of surfing was at. And this is a really cool matchup, and I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes. Obviously, Lakey's won out here before. I think it was 2019, and then Sawyer, you know, she's finaled out here. She's had a runner-up finish. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing potentially, this fireworks in this one.
And then within that story of, you know, the queens coming back, more world champions than we've ever had, and then even just a shift up in what we saw at Bells in the semifinals. Back at Bells, there's Alyssa Spencer, Gabby Bryant in semi 1, then Molly Picklum, Isabella Nichols semi 2. Jesse, we've got a different look here at stop number 2, shaking up the rankings already.
Yeah, this is why I'm loving this season's new format. Obviously, we're going back to what it was. Margie's, it holds a different kind of energy this year without that kind of cut really looming. And you can see it's allowing for this awesome storyline to unfold throughout the year. When you go to the first event and we saw those top 4 women just put on an absolute clinic down at Winky Pop, I was thinking, oh yeah, well, they're going to go for a pretty strong run all the way through the rest of the year. But it's a totally different field that we're working with here in the semi-finals. So it's going to be a really long year. We're going to see these rankings chop and change so much, but I actually think that's really exciting. And for the women who, you know, maybe were up at the top end and then have fallen out in the quarterfinals, I feel like thinking of Gabby Bryant and Molly Picklum, they're going to come back hungry at Snapper Rocks.
Huge names falling out of the draw yesterday, Flick. You know, for Sawyer Lindblad, she's the one responsible for stopping the hot streak of Gabriella Bryan and kind of ending the three-peat possibility. Also in her 3rd try against Gabby at Margaret River, finally gets a win. Sometimes there's this one critical turn that goes your way and you could take it and run with it.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool moment, ending to the heat for Sawyer anyway. I mean, it came down to the last sort of, 30 seconds on the clock, and Sawyer needs a score, you know, yesterday up against Gabby, and but one big backhand belt was all she needed, and yeah, the score came through. It was just enough, and I think she's going to take a lot of confidence out of, you know, over beating Gabriella Bryan, because Gabriella was in everyone's fantasy team. I mean, you're not going to not pick her, right? Especially maybe even your power surfer. You know, she's won here the last couple of years. She's so dominant. But what it means is big things on the rankings, because, you know, your Molly Picklums, your Gabriella Bryan, you know, they're not in the semi-finals, which is like, you'd definitely be thinking that their surfing suits this wave. So what it does to the rankings is it really shakes things up and makes it exciting. And I think it just speaks to the level of surfing on the women's tour and just how hungry everyone is to make that finals day.
Sawyer Lindblad gets the first wave of finals day. It's a soft shoulder on her backhand, but she'll just do some fill-in work and hope that she gets a bowl on the inside. Starting to stand up for Sawyer. Draws a nice little lip line snap there. Nice weaving ability growing up in San Clemente. She'd have to learn how to surf through flatter sections quite often, and then has her favorite wave, the lowers left, that she likes to go on. And as we all know, she can work on her backhand just going right on one of the most rippable A-frames in the world, which is on the championship tour later on this season in September. So Sawyer deciding to get started. on that lost surfboard versus Lakey on the Channel Islands program. As we check out her decision to take this wave, Jessie.
Yeah, I really love Sawyer's energy. You know, it's not always easy to be that first heat of the morning. It's cold here this morning as well. So Sawyer, she's bringing energy. She looks so lively on this wave. I love the fact that she found a steep section there, really capitalizing with a nice looking bowl bending back towards her. Sawyer actually said in a panel we got to do the other day, she actually finds Margie's funner and easier to surf than the Bells Bowl. And you can see that she's got a lot of confidence out here.
Sawyer bringing some nice energy just to get started. Now Lakey will have priority. Let's get an update on the GWM Aussie Treble leaderboard. Gabriella Bryan, upset yesterday by Sawyer Lindblad, is still out in front, courtesy of that big win she had at Bells. Molly Picklum was in the Bells final, but she was also eliminated yesterday. And Katie Simmers is in third. She's still in the draw. Lulu coming up against Katie. And Sawyer Lindblad will just keep on running. Little tap float. And she's out. Her opening score, a 4-point ride. Second edition of this GWM Aussie Treble Flick. When you have a 3-event series in a wonderful country like Oz, you want to know who's the best. You know, all waves are so different. Like you're breaking down, even the difference from just going to Bells to here, Winky Pop, and then over to Snapper Rocks next. To not only take over those 3 events in the same country, but also get a jump start on the world title race.
Totally. I think, you know, obviously a good start to the year is going to do wonders for your confidence. I think, but you've got to have a lot of adaptability. You know, you mentioned it. These 3 waves are all so different. You know, the Bells Bowl, and then obviously we surfed a lot at Winky in the first event. And then coming over to Margaret River, a totally different wave again, probably a lot more power. You know, we've obviously had a lot of swell here over the last couple of weeks. And then over to the Gold Coast, you've got like a fast sand bottom, you know, right-hand point break. So I think really it's all about adaptability. And, you know, we just looked at those, the Aussie Treble rankings, and I see, you know, potential for Caitlin Simmers to really make her way out in front here if she can advance through.
Lakey Peterson throws the wrapping cutback on her opening wave this morning. Second draw on the open face, and Whitewater, little sticky down the inside corner, but looking nice and warmed up. She was the first person I saw this morning on dark in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Like Renato was leading to, she knew she was first heat, so it was like having a session before, you know, game day. Could be a big effort going all the way out to main break. So she just went to work, started doing some exercises, warming up, getting her brain switched on, and this is her first wave, Jessie.
Yeah, I like it from Lakey. You can tell she's still on a bit of a longer board here, even though this swell's dropped off. This carve in particular, a lot of pizzazz, a lot of spice in it. Didn't really get that click that had that kind of, oh wow, that's the solid end section you're looking for. But to get this second carve, have so much speed and drive on what I mentioned was a longer board, I think it really shows that Lakey, she's got a lot of power to offer here today. This, you know, the first wave for both Sawyer and Lakey feeling like it's a bit of a settler wave. It's definitely not their full potential on both of them, but Lakey, we know she's not going to back down from a fight here. So, and you know what, fair enough. She surfed this wave so many times before. If she feels like she can just go out and rip in, no need for a free surf.
Yeah, exactly. She's so ready. And she's got Brent Power in her corner from Channel Islands. Said she always loves that CI Pro model. Likes to mix it up, you know, in the off season, try to tweak little things on those models that she's so familiar with. She's been riding for her entire career on the championship tour. But now when we get to the semifinals, Flick, you're starting to go, okay, Lakey hasn't won since Jeffreys Bay in 2023. You know, for her being on tour this long, how sweet would that be to see her name once again on the podium at Margaret River?
Oh, I think it'd be so sweet for her, you know, like, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you know, you've got someone like Sawyer Lindblad who's chasing her first ever. You know, we've got a potential to have, you know, there's a few people still left in the draw that could potentially win their first ever championship tour event, you know, today, which is pretty cool too. So a lot of rad storylines playing out, you know, even on the men's side, we've still got Gabriel Medina in the draw. He's won out here before, you know, on the women's side, Lakey. So yeah, it is really, really cool. Really today, I think today is going to come down to, in these heats, right, when it gets small at main break, it's super shifty and it doesn't always break in the same place. And there's only probably going to be one really good set that's going to offer, like, because it's smaller and it's dropped in size, there's inconsistency there between sets, and I feel like whoever's on these, you know, the level's so high of surfing right now, whoever's on these best waves, obviously, I feel like is going to get the job done. I just feel like it's really like, even just with these first two waves we saw, you know, from Lakey and Sawyer, you know, Sawyer's one was incredibly tapered, and then Lakey's one kind of didn't get her that, you know, probably the end section she was hoping for. She still got a good score, but I just feel like it's going to be so night and day. When one of those good ones comes through, you surf that to completion, it's going to be hard not to throw a good number at that.
I feel like we saw that yesterday as well in that Katie and Carissa Moore heat. Obviously, Carissa did that insane first turn on her big 757. But then you saw Katie, it was the biggest wave of the set. It had 3 big open moments for her to really capitalize on, and then a really dramatic finish, which we know the finish is easily probably the most important part of the wave here at Margie's. That's where all the drama lies. And for Katie to be on those waves, she knew that she had to find that best wave to beat Carissa Moore, because Carissa was going to outpower her every day of the week. That's just a given, you know, with Carissa. So I feel like that point that you're mentioning, Flick, it's definitely flowing on through today as well.
Priority is with Sawyer. Underneath is Lakey Peterson, and she'll go left here at main break. 6.17 was Lakey's start. Well done on the backhand snap. And she will make use of a left at main break to go with her 6.17 in the early stages of this semifinal. One of the best scores we've had of this event was Molly Picklum on a really solid left with 2 giant turns. As we look at Lakey again, Flick.
You can really see she was sort of deliberating at the beginning there, like, what way am I going to go? A tiny little bit hold up on that first turn, but absolutely cracks the second one. So I just like it. I think it's good to stay busy, kind of get a backup score to this 6.17 and apply more pressure to Sawyer. I also, I just like that she's open to the left. I mean, it did stand up for her here on the inside. And she's going to obviously put, you know, more distance between herself and Sawyer at the moment and apply just that little bit more pressure.
A little practice for Raglan as well.
Yeah, little cheeky left out here. You know what? I actually don't think I've seen Margs where we've seen so many lefts being taken before. Obviously, thinking back to Molly's big 8-point ride that she got. Even Erin Brooks, she was absolutely ripping on these lefts. She made a couple of heats going left out here too. So I don't know. I'm a fan. If there's a bowl on her left, why not? Go and belt it.
Yeah, 100%. Well done. Lakey Peterson turns that left into a 5. So right there, she's got 2 better waves than Sawyer. Lindblad's top score, 4.0 at the moment. And Sawyer's been on fire, loves Margaret River, finaled here. Was runner-up to Gabriella Bryan a couple of years back, which was great to see. As we have some waves on the way, priority is with Sawyer. She's hoping to not just return to the final, but take her first championship tour win. She was devastated last year when she was finishing in that 11 to 14 position and didn't get to complete the rest of last season. Gave her a really extended off season. Her break wasn't too long because she got her wild card at her home break at Lowers. She knocked out Gabby there too and went on to a semifinal finish. Opportunities approaching in a big playing field, even with the size a bit smaller. You got to be in the right place at the right time. That'll sneak up on both of them. And the open face stayed a bit flat there.
Yeah, I think even today on the, it's so hard. Doesn't matter how far out you sit. I say it all the time. There's always going to be a rogue set that's going to catch you here. But you probably weren't necessarily looking for that massive wave because we could see it just had like laid down. It was kind of a little bit fat. Didn't really have that kind of nice bowl to it. So even though they weren't really in position for it, probably wasn't a wave you were looking for today anyway.
Well, Sawyer Lindblad took a nice heat win to kick off her campaign here in Margaret River over Anat Leilior in the opening round. It was a bounce back win because she got knocked out early back at Bells. And we went to Apple Watch to check out the dynamics of this wave. You can see the distance there that she traveled at main break, 172 plus meters there. Her speed, let's get a ticket for that. Almost 52 kilometers per hour, and you see her heart rate up to 182 on that performance. That heat energy is different, not just like a free surf when pressure's on the line, knowing that you got knocked out early at Bells. That heart rate was up, and she turned in that nice 6.5. Used a lot of the wave at main break, speeding into a heat win.
I think the interesting thing about that is, you know, that just goes to show I think we always talk about it in the booth. You know, you surf a heat, and we know that it's like surfing for like 3 times the length of what the heat really is, right? You always come in afterwards and you're always absolutely exhausted, and I think those analytics really show that, because her heart rate was 182, right? So that just goes to show how hard your body's working during a heat, when you're standing up, when you're, you know, critically thinking on the wave and trying to react under pressure. And so that's like the best probably representation of how it actually feels to surf a heat, and why you are so, you know, why a heat is so exhausting. You come in, you're like, oh my God, I only surfed for 35 minutes, but it feels like I was out there for 3 hours, you know, just because of the mental strain. And also, yeah, your heart rate is so elevated when you are surfing.
Such a different type of feeling, and knowing that the clock is sometimes against you. You're trying to match all your goals, where in a free surf, you can kind of be cruisy, pick your points of the lineup, maybe take waves you wouldn't really be looking at in your heat. Wave selection, so critical. And Sawyer remembers, you know, every wave that she's been scored on in this event. She remembers the closeout turn that got her past Gabby Bryan yesterday, and she'll try to apply that if she needs it in this one. Right now, Sawyer needs a 717 with priority to catch up to Lakey Peterson, Jesse.
Yeah, it's a solid looking number when you kind of look at it as a whole, but Sawyer, other than that 4 where she got that nice connection on the inside section there, she hasn't really done anything in this heat just yet. That felt like a settler wave, like I mentioned earlier, so I feel like Sawyer, she'll find her stride. She's still got 18.5 minutes. We've seen heats been turned on a dime, really. We've seen heats change and flip from first to second within 3 minutes, you know. So Sawyer, she's got a lot more time on her hands where she can really rev up and find or break down that 717, or find it and add to it in a really substantial way. I love the fact that Sawyer is being a little bit more selective. Like you mentioned, Flick, when it's a bit smaller, it can jump around a little bit. It's not one super distinct spot out at Margie's. But the thing I love about Sawyer, and we saw it on that 4-point ride, she's been getting flogged out here the last couple of days, like absolutely flogged. I come in and she's all flustered. She's like, I've been getting smashed out there. And I'm like, oh, girl. But it's a little bit smaller today. So if you can belt it when it's big, you can really belt it when it's small. And I feel like Sawyer, she's holding back for those big sections.
Fun start to finals day. Lakey out in front, but we've got to see where Kaipo Guerrero's hanging out.
Fat Boy Bikes, Australia's #1 high-performance e-bike. Don't ride around on a scrawny, skinny push bike. That's not for you. Move on up to a Fat Boy. The efficiency is incredible. Pedal assist, full suspension. The Bagoose model right here with a wide seat. You can pack a friend, maybe 2, who knows? Tell your friends, come down here, scan the QR code with your chance to be entered into the sweepstakes to win a Fat Boy bike. And remember, it doesn't matter what you're riding. Asphalt, grass, sand, and even dirt. Fat Boy eats it all up. Yum, yum.
Yum, yum. Thank you, Fat Boy and Kaipo, for the delivery this morning on finals day. Fat Boy has really changed the surfing game. You know, like for grommets, check and surf, getting down to the beach, finding waves with your friends, especially in WA, Flick. I mean, all of a sudden, with all this coastline, all these world-class waves,
oh yeah, it's pretty.
Score.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you see the, you know, how many little kids right now just zooming around on those things, getting around down to the River Dog, surf there in the morning. Up to main break, back to River Dog.
Wow, what a glorious sunrise we're still enjoying on the Western Australia Flight Cam. An incredible community of great surfers, winemakers, amazing chefs, really healthy produce that we get to enjoy while we're here. We always love our time, and with this WA Flight Cam, you can really get a good look at the Wadandi Buja, the country here. That opening ceremony was right there by the river. And really blessed this entire waiting period. And now we're here on a short finals day because the semis were already set from yesterday afternoon. Luana Silva takes on Caitlin Simmers. Another young heat. Lulu 21, Katie 20, Sawyer's 20, Lakey's 31. So that's an example of the changing of the guard. And then the men's heats are big. We were talking about the Brazilian Storm kind of owning the narrative to kick off the season. Kind of led by Well, first, Miguel Pupo's victory, but then his younger brother still in the mix. That would be something we've never seen before, if two brothers could go back-to-back to open the season.
You know, obviously, as an Aussie, I want to see George do really well, but I actually love that storyline of seeing the Pupo brothers go back-to-back at the first 2 stops. And obviously, Miggy, he rung the bell on his oldest daughter's birthday, and he gets to take that home to her. And I heard him mention yesterday when he was in the booth, it's his youngest daughter's birthday, and she's hoping that Uncle Sammy can bring home the wine barrel.
Some birthday magic. How good is that? 14:45 on the clock. Lakey is still the heat leader of semifinal number 1. Katie Simmer staying warm, and Luana Silva with her game face on, preparing for semifinal number 2. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company.
The experience at Glenaudy Road has been incredible. It's all farm to table, from the wine to all the food you eat. You know what you're eating is sustainably sourced, and obviously a lot of love goes into it from the people working here, so it was really neat to see that side of it. We love coming back to Western Australia every year. If you're the outdoors person who just wants a nice, adventurous lifestyle, it ticks all the boxes.
Absolutely walking on a dream here in Western Australia. Lakey knows that. She's been here so many times. And what a journey it's been for Lakey. Said she actually feared the place because it was giant in the early days. She was coming here in a couple of heats that absolutely scared her. She looked at it, focused on it, and became a champion. And now looks forward to competing here and enjoying everything on land. Lakey taking this wave, drawing that carve into the pocket. During the break, she took a wave, lost priority, so she's making up for it here. And now she'll attack the inside corner, showing a lot of intent through every decision on that running little main break right. Glenn Micro Hall has worked with Lakey in the past, but right now he's working with Sawyer. Peterson's with Leandro Dora. And Water Patrol doing an incredible job throughout the event as they're on the Red Bull ski. Let's watch Lakey again, Flick.
For me, if I single out one moment, it's the first carve. It was really well done. She kind of extended it too. I think when she took off, she probably realised that she gets a couple of more bonus turns here, but she probably realised, okay, that if I'm going to, you know, better this 5, I've really got this one big first section, and I've got to really maximise the potential here. So I see that, like, probably that's her thinking, and I really liked that one big manoeuvre. It was really nice. It was drawn out. And look, it'll be interesting, you know, the 5, you know, I go back to, obviously it was a left, so it's a different sort of, you know, story. But I think most of the points on that left, yeah, she had the first turn, but it really came from that second turn. So I'm thinking potentially, you know, potential to improve on her situation here. So not a bad move.
Shows how much space you have here at main break. If you can identify one that just kind of goes underneath, you know, the sets, and you can still rip it as we break it down on the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Jesse.
Yeah, Lakey's seeing red this morning. She is just not holding back at all. Look how drawn out and gorgeous this carve is. The way she uses her upper body, pushes it all the way back around. We know that we love to see the calves just held a little bit longer here. The judges, they adore it. Comes back, leans over her rail again. This one sticking more in the top third, but by the time she gets back to the power source, it generated her so much energy and so much speed to unfold twice more on the inside. And yeah, easily best wave of the heat.
Last score coming in for Lakey, 6-3-3, putting more pressure on Sawyer. Sawyer's coach, Micros with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joey. Crowie, first of all, congratulations. It's been a great campaign for Sawyer so far to get into finals day and into this semi-final, but a tricky heat so far.
Yeah, cheers, man. It's yeah, it's slow. It's nice and pretty and clean and offshore and sun's out, but yeah, there's not a lot of opportunity, but they're in the same boat. It's like someone's got to win and someone's got to lose, so you got to go get after it and make it happen.
Mate, sitting on the stairs, obviously you've got a game plan that you talked about before Sawyer paddles out. When it is a little slow like this, is there a plan B, or what can you do at this point?
Yeah, you just got to adapt. I think that's the end of the goal at the end of the day is to be able to work with the ocean, and you know, we can talk about plans all day long, but you got to go and work with what you got and what situation you're in. So at the moment she needs a score, but it's far from over. She's like, you know, a couple of backside hangers away from being right back in the heat. So it's yeah, it's still game on.
Best of luck, mate.
Cheers, man.
Thank you very much, Vaughn, and for the time. Glenn Micro Hall spent some time competing, a long time competing. Took him about maybe 8 years to qualify, and won events like in Bolito, Hainan Island. Was runner-up to Medina at lowers, and then got on the championship tour, broke his back at restaurants, had to get a wild card to come back, and at that point his back was pretty sore. He was able to enjoy some time on tour, at some key heat wins, even over guys like Gabriel Medina, who was at the height of his powers, and just went right into one of the most successful coaching stories we've had in the game with what he did with Tyler Wright's world titles. Owen Wright on the emotional comeback to the jersey to win Snapper Rocks. Maddie Wilkinson, who was like hanging on tour, like just re-qualifying for 6 years. Then he won Snapper and Bells back to back, and all of a sudden Micro's phone's ringing, and you're like, hey, can you help me out? Let's make a deal here.
Yeah, it's cool. And then after that, I mean, Molly Picklum for many years too as well. So he's had some absolute weapons, you know, in his sort of, in his stable, which is pretty cool. And I think the funny thing about this is, you know, Lakey used to be there too. So when you think about this matchup, you know, Lakey's obviously with Leandro at the moment, but yeah, prior to that, she spent a lot of years coaching with Micro. So it's funny, you know, when you think about that, because Micro's coming into this, like obviously, so, you know, he's coaching Sawyer, and you know, Sawyer's in that stable at the moment, but Micro's going to know everything about Lakey, the way she competes, what makes her tick. But obviously you're focusing on yourself, and Sawyer would be doing that. But it is interesting dynamics, you know, because people do, you know, chop and change and move around, and you know, maybe something that you feel like you might need to change, and something new as we see potentially another little wave here.
So looking at it as Lakey under priority. It's a great theory though, Flick. You're like, oh wait, he might know their strengths and weaknesses, and you can apply that to whoever you're coaching at the moment. Sawyer priority chasing an 8.5. First heat of the day, semifinal #1. Has been a fun one. Strategy for Sawyer has been a bit more selective, and Lakey Peterson has just been making more moves, throwing down some power wraps in the pocket as we look at the GWM recount.
Yeah, Sawyer getting us started today. I mean, I love this inside turn here. You can see she wants to belt it. She really wants to throw it up and vertical into the lip. This one coming through at a 4, and that right now is Sawyer's high mark. And then Lakey, she's really just taken a chokehold of this heat, just giving us those classy, traditional Lakey Peterson rail carves here, getting nice finishes as well. Didn't really click with that one, but then came back and really tidied it up on this one. This 6-3-3 best wave of the heat. It all comes from that first carve, just drawing it all the way out, coming through this inside, and then just not going for one, but getting 2 bonus fun-looking inside sections here. So Lakey, she's not mucking around right now.
Important wave for Sawyer Lindblad. Sets that one off the top, throwing some water off the tail, draws into the pocket again, tries to extend the push, maybe hoping for a fin drift there. and ends up getting stuck. You could see she almost got stuck as well on her opening bottom turn, really trying to be aggressive on that wave, and she was hoping she could turn the heat right there, and she'll be back to the drawing board.
I think she just knew, like, okay, there's potential here to turn it in one wave. I'm going to go super hard. I think it was super evident that's what her intention was as soon as she took off. Even pushing so hard on the bottom turn, almost skipped out there, and then pushed. The first turn, she connected really nicely with the lip, but yeah, I mean, wow, you can see the intention was, hey, I can get this done. And we heard Micro say it when Vaughan was talking to him. You know, she's a couple of big backhand hangers and she's right in it. So this is her intention, a couple of big backhand hangers, just a little skip on the bottom turn. And then once again here, just pushes so hard. She's like, I think she identifies, I've only got 2 sections pretty much. Tries to hang on, but things are going to get pretty challenging. Oh my goodness, her front foot just completely disconnected there. She does well to try and even hang on to it, but look, Lakey's going to make this pretty hard right now, as we see Lakey utilising priority.
Fading the takeoff is Peterson. Nice twist and wrap in the pocket. Open face is right in front of her, and she throws the wrapping turn. Focused on the oncoming section, and she will stay on her feet. Her husband Thomas loves it. High fives to the coach, Leandro Dora. And they're feeling the rhythm. Leandro doing a great job to kick off the season as a coach. He's got Luana Silva coming up next as well. There's that focus and determination from the 31-year-old. As we take another look, Jesse.
Sawyer really wanted this wave. You could see her eyeing it off, so Lakey having to use priority here. And again, just these swooping calves, it's so trademark for her. Getting a little bit more release on that second one. Again, not the most spicy finish. You know, I definitely preferred the 6.33, the finish we had on that wave. But Lakey, I said it before, she's just really got a chokehold on this heat right now. She's not saving any oxygen for Sawyer out there. And every mistake Sawyer has made, Lakey has capitalized on. And that is what makes Lakey such a lethal competitor. If you give Lakey an inch, she'll take them up.
And that's exactly what she's doing in this semifinal. Getting a big win yesterday over Caroline Marks. That's been a rivalry since day one. Really good friends, but working with the same coach. They had so many heats together. That's evened up 3 wins apiece. So getting past that one was huge for Lakey, carrying that momentum into finals day. She's thrown away 2 scores that are higher than Sawyer's, keeping her 6s at the moment. So last wave doesn't factor in, but still some great energy from Lake. Says Sawyer's last a 3.5 when she kind of really pushed hard to try to slide the fins out and got stuck. As we check out the Fat Boy ride of the heat, the 6.33 from Lakey, Flick.
Yeah, big points coming from the first turn, and it was just nicely put together, right? She gets the finish here as well, so it's just a nice, clean, tidy ride for today. But I do still think that Lakey's kind of in second gear. I feel like it's a great score for this morning, but there's more opportunity out there, and I think if she gets the right wave, there's obviously the opportunity to go excellent. They are coming through this morning, and I just think back to what Micro said, and it is really true. Yes, it's smaller today. Yes, it's inconsistent, but it's the same opportunity out there for everyone. And look, you brought up the fact, Joe, Lakey's, second 2 best waves are higher than Sawyer's, so there has been plenty of opportunities still out there. Lakey's just had a better read on the situation this morning.
90 seconds on the clock. These two had an extended offseason last year. Came back with so much great energy. Peterson just made that heat at Margie's last season that enabled her to know that she'd be back on tour for 2026. Used that time off so well. Sawyer using this wave, chasing an 8.5. Tries to feel her way off the lip. A lot of speed. She'll try to dig in for the wrapping cutback. She gets there. Throws some water off the top, and that wave is going to run out of room on the dry bricks there. You see right in front of her. So Sawyer, you could tell she's ready to rip this thing to pieces. Trying to settle into the tempo of main break. That leaves Lakey by herself. Wall starting to stretch as she just hops out with 40 seconds to go. Lakey getting a little bit closer to her first final in a couple of years.
Yeah, this is exciting for Lakey. Something you mentioned just before, Flick, is that you don't feel like Lakey's really clicked out of second gear, and I completely agree with that, but I also kind of like that she's holding back a little bit right now. She hasn't been pushed to go into that third, fourth gear in this heat because Sawyer unfortunately hasn't found her rhythm, but that means she's got more left in the tank for the final. She's won this heat really convincingly, sitting in that first or second gear. So I feel like, you know, once Lakey knows who she's coming up against, whether it be Luana or Katie, she's going to really be able to unleash in the final.
Lakey Peterson had a 5th place at Bells. Now she's moved on to the final and a chance to win the second stop of the season here at Margaret River. Leandra Dora, Thomas Allen, her husband, absolutely thrilled with that performance. Undeniable victory there to kick off the morning on finals day for Lakey. 6.33 and a 6.17. She is really, really focused as she has one more heat to see if she could win it all. It'll either be Luana Silva or Caitlin Simmers. And their heat just getting started now. We're going to take a quick break. We will return to finals day at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
So excited to check out the new film Nowadays, bringing together 6 of the most influential surfers in the world like Katie Simmers. The film premieres globally on Red Bull TV and Red Bull Surf YouTube channel on May 1st. But there will also be free viewing on the beach at Snapper Rocks on May 4th. Nowadays by Red Bull. Hope to see you then. Caitlin Simmers and Luana Silva are the Hydrolite heat to watch. 2 of the young surfers on tour. Luana 21, Katie 20. Simmers already a world champion, looking for a spot in the final to take on Lakey Peterson. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier and Jesse Starling here for the call. And we saw Lakey just get a stranglehold of that heat early. Just real smart surfing and really never looked back.
Yeah, I think she was just rolling the dice and on not any opportunity. She just had a good read on the waves she wanted. I think it was a wave selection thing for me for sure. I mean, obviously she rolled the dice on, you know, a left that maybe she generally wouldn't have, but yeah, I think it was wave selection. She had a good read on what she wanted. I think if I think back to that, Sawyers were maybe a little bit more tapered, didn't really offer the kind of sections that she probably wanted as we look here to a start in this second semi.
Getting the inside and demanding it is Luana Silva. Will it pay off? Sections delaying any sorts of turns, so that hands priority to Katie Simmers.
Yeah, Lulu, I love a bit of a battle for prio at the start of the heat. The girls, they got the claws out right now, but I love the fact that Lulu, you can see she's fighting for that. She would love a maiden championship tour win here. She got so close at Bells last year, so close at Rio last year as well. And Katie, she's been happy to take wins off her before as well. So just applying a little bit of pressure on Katie Simmers this morning.
It's been a lot of great energy coming out of USA and the Hawaii region, you know, on the women's tour as well. We just came off an all-USA matchup. We've got Oceanside, California's Katie Simmers, and Lulu representing Brazil, but born and raised on the North Shore of Oahu. Has been a serious shift, you know, in the last decade or so. And for many years, the Aussies were just all over the top 17 formerly, now top 24. And these young surfers are just a big part of that switch in the standings flick.
Yeah, it's cool. They're like the next generation under Carissa Moore, right? I feel like they would have been looking up to her for many years. You know, Carissa's got the gold, as we see Luana.
Here we go, under priority, and there's that beautiful swoop she has on the open face. Draws it in the pocket again, and she'll get there so quickly with finesse. Drawing it off the top, and she just ran out of room on that end section turn. But smooth rails of Luana Silva, loves a wave with power. Growing up surfing at Sunset Beach, she could walk there from her house. And forcing the issue to get priority into a nothing score just put her in a better rhythm just to keep riding waves, Jesse.
I love the aggression that Luana is bringing this morning. She really has just come out and gone, I'm going to take control of this heat right now. That carve had so much drive throughout it. I love the fact that she almost fumbled but regrouped and then went into two pretty nice turns here. Love this last one as well. I know it's not going to be complete and deemed as a finish there, but the inside reef was catching up to her pretty quick. But the aggression, the energy, the intent on that wave from Luana Silva, it was similar to what we saw from Lakey Peterson, obviously both working with the same coach, and the goal must be go out there and attack.
Attack mode is right for Luana Silva. Impressive evolution of Lulu. She qualified. This was a heartbreaker event for her as she got sent back to the CS. She's felt that a couple times. She's been called up with Stephanie Gilmore's decision in the past to continue her hiatus the last couple of years. And then last year, everything changed. Made her first CT final, backed it up with another one. So 2 runner-up finishes in 2025 gave her the confidence that she needed.
I think what I'm seeing from her this year, or even last year, if you think, because the bar was raised for Luana, I think it's her heat strategy and I guess like the way she's playing chess in the heats, and you move here, I move here. She's asking all herself the right questions. She knows what to do, you know, when each situation presents itself. For me, I feel like that's where she's really buttoned up a few things, and we're really seeing her come out all, you know, guns blazing, especially, you know, to the start of this season. It's been pretty incredible.
Scores locking in for Lulu, a 7.0. The best number of the morning so far. And doing it under priority of Caitlin Simmers. Well done. I see the score drop in, and just every judge in agreement that that was a solid 7-point ride. Puts her in a great spot. Katie Simmers now is slowly moving into position here. Finished runner-up in this event last year. Simmers in the final with Gabriella Bryan. Now starting to look at these lines coming through to anticipate Katie's opening ride. She got an 8.5 yesterday to take out one of the all-time greats in Carissa Moore. And it really came down to her identifying the best wave of the heat, being on a set where she flew into 3 turns. Late takeoff for Caitlin Simmers. World champ fading. Draws it in the pocket again. Driving into just an end section that wouldn't let her back in. quick in transition through those 3 maneuvers. Third gets away from her, and Lulu's still going to be out in front.
Yeah, that 7's really going to feel nice for Luana Silva right now. Katie, it just felt like that wave had a bit of a weird angle to it. It just didn't really feel like it had that moment where she could take a beat and then really draw up into it. As we look at the Stonerwood slow-mo here, you could see Katie got the rail engaged but never really rolled over as hard as she could. Usually we see that entire rail really deep, and that outside fin showing. Came to this end section, feet completely disengaged, and you can see that wave. There was a convergence coming from the left and the right of your screen, so that was always going to be a really tricky end section to make. Katie, we know she's always going to go for it, but yeah, Lulu, she's going to have priority. She's going to be able to take the next best wave. You can see Katie, the goal is still to try and identify those bigger, better waves in the heat.
And you look at her hit a section like that in free fall, and you're like, well, she could pull things off that are just radical. We saw that yesterday on the finish with Carissa. Her whole board disengaged, and you're looking like anyone else is throwing that section away, and she stayed over her feet and was able to get a giant number for it. Lulu out in front, 7.5 total because she has a 0.5 start. And if Lulu can get to the final, it would be a great job by Leandra Dora. Lakey Peterson was so efficient yesterday as she's already walked up the staircase, and she's with Vaughn.
Lakey Peterson, you are our first finalist here at the Margaret River Pro for 2026. Congratulations. That was a tricky heat, but geez, your experience came through. Your decision making was just right on point, and the waves that you got, you did everything you needed to do and just really squeezed Sawyer out of that one.
Yeah, it's beautiful and finally some clean conditions, which is really nice, but it's really tricky. It's kind of peaky and not like a ton of wall on a lot of the waves, so yeah, the decision making I knew was going to be like really important in that heat. Even Leandra was like, just make sure you're looking at good waves, like look at the wave before you take it. Where the last few days surfing heats, I feel like it was just sort of ride anything and hope something works out. So yeah, I feel great, excited, stoked to be in the finals. God's blessed us with a beautiful day down here, so let's keep it going. One more, let's go.
You've done it before. I think also just looking back on that heat, you know, the waves you got, they were good waves, but your best surfing is still in your back pocket.
Yeah, I do think that actually. I feel like I really haven't. I had a heat at Winky Pop against Aaron, and I felt like I surfed real well in that heat, but every other heat this year, I just feel like I haven't really unleashed yet. So it'd be great to just get some good waves in the next one and be able to unload and really push as hard as I know that I can and want to. So yeah, we'll see, but hopefully just keep making smart decisions, and yeah, I'm so stoked.
Congratulations. It's a great start to the year. We wish you all the best in the final, and you've got plenty of fans down here as well who are excited to see you do well.
It's so awesome. They got signs made and everything down here, so I got a lot of love, and yeah, sending all my love back to everyone who comes down and supports. It's cool.
Have a great final.
Thank you. Sweet. Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Vaughn. Lakey Peterson is in the zone. She's enjoying her job today. Into a final for the first time since 2023 when she won at Jeffreys Bay. It was an emotional win over Molly Picklum. That was the era that Molly and Lakey were both working with micro. And it'd been a little bit of time since Lakey had won. She had a back injury she was recovering from, and that one meant a lot to her. But she's looking at this one with clear eyes and a full heart. She told me when she feels like that, she can't lose. She's in that rhythm. As we look at Katie kind of fishing around under Prio, and Lulu still controlling the heat with that 7.0. Getting close to Sammy Pupo, Gabriel Medina, and then George Pittar and Italo Ferreira. This finals day, Jesse's going to go by very fast.
Yeah, only 6 heats to run today. We're going to be done by the time that we're having our second coffee. But oh, we're all wrapped up. But no, it's great looking. All 4 of the semi-finals look incredible. Obviously, Lakey taking out that first one, and I just love her comeback story with Margie's. You know, she was really open about this wave scaring her in her early days, in her rookie days, and now she's won here before and she's in the final and has the chance to take home a second wine barrel. So I really feel like there's a lot of people who can look to Lakey for inspiration of getting over a hurdle of fear and coming back to dominate at a wave.
Yeah, gosh, there was a year, maybe 2015-ish out here, it was bombing. It was so big, everyone was getting smoked. And you know, it's like Courtney Conlog was maybe the one going, let's go do this. But there was a lot more that was just being so honest going, I don't know about this today. And it was a real turning point because the tour dug deep and was like, let's work on this. Let's face it. Lakey, you know, led the charge there. And now she's looking for her second title at this venue.
Just on Courtney really quick, have you seen how good her art is? She started painting and posting about it on Instagram. I love it. I love looking at Courtney's Instagram. Like, oh, that's pretty. Like, going through all of her
So
artwork.
talented.
So talented. I had no idea. I was like, oh, wow.
The Sea Tiger won this event in 2015 at the CT level. That's when she was just truly involved in the world title race, but she also won it back-to-back when it was a qualifying series event from 2011 to 2012, representing Santa Ana, California. Home break was really Huntington Beach and Lower Trestles. As we look into our beautiful setup for finals day, wind spinning around, nice and groomed here on the last day of the waiting period. Smaller in size, but we've seen how rippable it is. Scores in the 6 and 7 point range. If you haven't been to WA, we would like you to come, especially during the event window, maybe next season if you miss this one. World-class waves. If you run into Flick, she'll probably point you in the right direction of how to score some surf, and then head to one of the great vineyards and meet all the great winemakers in the region. But also, if you just want some stillness, some quiet time, I've had a blast going checking out the ancient caves, like Jewel Cave, Mammoth Cave. They're really special going underground in this region.
Tell you another good one, Giant's Cave.
Ooh.
It's cool. I haven't done it for a few years, and I don't know if it is still, if you can still do it self-guided, but the last time I did it, it's got this big, like, they call it like the ballroom or the auditorium. They used to actually have like bush doofs back in that big like cave back in the day. But they don't do it anymore, guys. It's protected. But it used to be that, and it was just like this really cool moment. You like kind of self-guide through this cave, really little tight tunnels, and then all of a sudden it's this crazy big grandiose room, and yeah, it's pretty spectacular. But all the caves are worth checking out. Lake Cave's especially cool. It's got a lake literally inside of it, and you can see all these stalactites and stalactites. Is that the words?
Yeah,
I think
you
so.
nailed that.
There we go.
Great pronunciation. I'll translate the other phrase. That's a party in the wilderness.
Yeah.
For people that haven't heard that.
They're like, excuse me, what?
Around the world.
But yeah, special place down here. Plenty to check out.
Let's get an update now on the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings. Lost surfboards, just like they always do, leading the charge after stop number 1. JS Industries getting a win with Miguel Pupo. That was really great to see. Darren Hanley's always in the mix at number 3. Sharp Eye Surfboards has Luana Silva in the water right now. And Katie Simmers jumping on Sharp Eye. That was a big turn for Sharp Eye's team to get a world champion. Well, I love surfboard talk with one of my faves, Richie Lovett. What do you have for us?
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Down at the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop. And I tell you what, this is the place to be, and I tell you why. Because you walk in here and the joint is full of pro boards, exact replicas of what our pros are riding. I'm here with Sammy, and we've got a board that changed everything. This is John's board. It's the Ghost model. And Sammy, let's have a little chat about this thing. Why is this so special?
Well, the Project 12, this is just exact replica of what John, defied gravity on that year. It's what everyone's trying to copy. It's got plenty of paddle power. Like, for Margies, you need to get in early. So he's got plenty of foam forward, really pulled in tail. But you've seen a lot of the world's best shapers have a close look at this board and try and replicate it, and with good reason. Well, we saw John doing possibly the benchmark surfing ever done out here at Margaret River. This is the board that he did it on, from John Pizell. It's a special one. Come on down, because there's boards from all the pros, from Biolis, from DHD, from Pizell. The list goes on and on and on. There's plenty of merch too, yeah, in the store. Still left a couple of items. Merch is running really low. I mean, we've maximised the waiting period on this event, so yeah, what is it, day 12 of just opening these doors down here. So there's a bit left, but come and feel the candy, because it's, nothing better than walking into a surf shop, that smell of sex wax, and just, putting boards under your arm.
Come on down, open your wallet, walk away with a pro replica board. Come on down to the Surfboard Empire Pro Shop. Have a good day.
Yeah, we love it. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Sam Tuck. Those guys love talking shop and surfboards, well, all day long. And you can also see what the best surfers in the world are riding, and actually ride it yourself. Scan the QR code on your screen. Surfboard Empire, world's best surfboards. And you get to ride exactly what your favorite surfers are riding right now in the lineup. Luana Silva, Katie Simmers. But yeah, the big story of that board was the changing of everything we knew at main break with John Peisel's ghost model that John rode to 1,000 9-point rides because they're waiting to see if he's going to do something even crazier into the 10-point range. But everything changed since as we get caught up with Luana Silva here, Flick.
This was cool. What I liked is she's not trying to rush into fit as many maneuvers as possible. They were two really well-placed turns. The first turn, she really identified where the bowl was. She does the wrapping carve, and then she, you know, I've seen it, you see it a lot here, maybe surfers trying to fit in 3 turns when the wave's kind of only asking for 2. And she really just identified to be like, hang on a second, I'm going to stretch this out. I know it's only got one more good section in it. And yeah, just tagged it. So she's going to back up to 7 really nicely.
5.33 for Lulu. Luana got a quarterfinal finish at the season opener, and it just felt different. In the past when she was on tour, you know, getting her feet wet, a quarterfinal was like, okay, cool. And I saw her and she was like, oh, it just wasn't enough. You know, she'd already finaled at Bell, so if she doesn't do that again, she's not going to feel satisfied. And it was a healthy feeling of knowing her surfing's good, but I could tell that result just doesn't have the same meaning that it used to when she was first on the CT.
And I love that for Luana. You know, she's really just opening up and spreading her wings at the moment. Obviously last year, the best season that she's ever had in her career. She also won the World Junior title at the start of last year, and I really feel like that slungshot her into this incredible run of confidence. And then now she comes to this year. Sometimes it's hard to back it up for a second year, especially with so much time off to find that flow, you know, and re-click into that gear. But Lulu just looks like she's been doing it for the past 7 months. It's pretty amazing that she's found that and running through it right now.
14:15 on the clock here. Waves on the way. Priority with Caitlin Simmers. She will hold her position as she's chasing a 9. Well, she got close to a 9 yesterday. 8.5. She's on a sharp eye today, but this was on a town and country and a turning point in the heat as she eliminated Carissa Moore.
Yeah, this was a massive heat, a clash of world champs. And I mean, this was the defining moment, the big 8-5. The closing turn, there was so much theatrics in that. You obviously know how much water was moving behind that wave, how much energy we still had in the ocean yesterday. And just really commitment is the word that comes to mind. You know, and especially matching up against Carissa, that was one of the hydrolat heats to watch at the quarterfinals yesterday. It was a big heat, and both women, you know, really rose to the occasion. And yeah, judges really appreciating, I guess, the speed she carried throughout, you know, a bigger, more powerful wave yesterday. But yeah, that was a close heat and lived up to the expectation, that one.
Yeah, the way it goes for the Shaper rankings is it's the last board you ride, that's who gets the points. You know, so she obviously ripped to that 8-5 on the town and country, switching to a sharp eye today. And that's been her theme this year, mixing it up a little bit. Rode boards from Chris Borst in the early years and through her world title. And now trying some different feelings in 2026. You'll see a lot of Glenn Pangs out here in the West, and obviously in waves that can kind of replicate that Sunset Beach type feel. And that worked to a great win for Katie to make it over to finals day.
And you can see even on that Sunset Beach field, Lulu's really channeling that in this heat right now. She looks so comfortable out there. Katie's kind of taking that similar approach that what we saw Sawyer take, where she's being a little bit more selective. And I just fear that it didn't pay off for Sawyer. You know, she didn't get over 9.5 points. I'd love Katie just to roll the dice a little bit more.
12:20. Let's see if Katie can start getting moving. Only one wave ridden, and one of the greats is coming up next. Gabriel Medina, 3-time champ, is preparing for Sammy Pupo in semifinal number 1. Take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
there's not a better destination than WA. You've got incredible natural attractions. The coastline here is unbelievable, but our favourite for all of us is just tapping into the experience of learning about the wineries, eating incredible food, and just getting stuck into some of the world's best produce. Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm, all being right here. You're immersed in it. The crew here know exactly what they're doing. They make this beautiful product that is enjoyed the world over. And on the flip side, the same people making your wine are the same people getting barreled bottles.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
Big shout out to the crew at Glenardy Road. You guys are an amazing family, owned and operated by the same fam for generations, and they're always got happy smiles on their faces. You look at this entire Margaret River region, you know, they're famous for popular wines like Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, Semillon, Cabernet Sauvignon. There's something for everybody. And thanks to its Mediterranean climate, the rich fertile soils, and this pristine coastline, the Southwest just has such an abundance of fresh produce and a reputation for just producing world-class waves along with world-class food and wine. Under 9 minutes on the clock here in this second semifinal. Luana Silva still holding court out there. Not seeing as much activity of waves being ridden as the previous heat. Really, Lakey got going and just kept on swinging. It's been just a real clean, controlled heat for Lulu, having the two best scorers of the matchup so far.
I think we're going to see this the whole morning. There's inconsistency there. Look, for main break standards, it is smaller. And, you know, we're going to see a set roll through. We've obviously been on a break, so there's been a fair bit of time. But always, even when it's bigger, there's generally that big break between sets. So I think it's super important when those sets come through, you capitalise on it, but you also have the idea of what wave you really want in that set. You heard Lakey talk to it, you know, when she came in, she was debriefing before her heat with Leandro, and Leandro was like, you have to make sure that that wave is a quality wave, because you lose priority taking off on a shouldered, tapered wave. It's going to put you out of rhythm for the next set that comes through. So I think wave choice today is like hyper critical. I think, yeah, if you get on the wrong side of rotation with priority, it can really, you know, set things out of whack for the rest of the heat.
7:45 to go. Waves just peeling through and nothing interesting Katie Simmers at the moment. And when she's chasing a 9, you know it is Caitlin Simmers. She can get one, but you'd also be thinking maybe at some point she might try to get something in the 6.5 plus range just to help that requirement go down a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw those sets roll through. They really didn't hit the peak with as much west as what those girls would be really chasing. Those west ones come in, they give you a good start and they give you a good finish. So you can tell, even back to Flick's point, you know, these guys are being selective even on the sets because they know without a big end turn, scores are probably going to be capped around that 4-5 or 5 mark, unless, you know, they go to the air and do something crazy at the start of the wave. But Katie, it's getting down to the point where you'd think that it's probably time to start, and if it's not going to happen on a set, she's got such a big progressive air game that she could make it happen on one of those smaller ones.
Great to have Eero on board. Eero delivering fast, reliable Wi-Fi inside and outside your home or business. It's simple to set up and manage from anywhere in the app. Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be. Caitlin Simmers looking to repeat her performance into the final from last season. The fun part about that final last year was it was such a contrast in styles. Katie and Gabby actually talked about that on the podium. You know, Brian known for big power hacks, and Caitlin known for her just real creative lines that she draws on the open face. Late takeoff for Caitlin Simmers. Draws it real clean off the top with that front side hook, leans into her back foot on the second decision, and now she'll draw it out. Maybe a 2-for-1 here. Doesn't have anything left, so a 3-turn wave. Her best so far. And now she is chipping away at the requirement. She made a move at the right time, Flick.
She had to pull the trigger then. This was a super critical moment in the heat. Did it have the 9 feeling? No, it didn't to me. But what it did have, it has had a really good, nice first section. You can really see she eyes up this bowly part of the wave, puts the board on rail, and she gets another beautiful turn clicked off here, jams it in the pocket, throws the arm back for a little bit of variation. Probably not, not the finish she's looking for, but she's going to break down this requirement. And she had to, it was do or die right there. She had to have a wave in this set. I think just the sheer fact that it is a bigger wave, she's, obviously we don't score on the height of the wave. It's not a big wave comp, but the thing is with a bigger wave comes more speed and more energy. So more spray is going to be thrown from these turns. So they were, a couple of bigger moments on this wave just because of the fact it was a bigger wave. So look, she's going to break down the 9. Job well done there, but it's just Luana's going to make it pretty hard for her here, unless Katie can kind of, find something just underneath her outside of priority. But yeah, 4.5 on the clock. Luana's going to make it pretty difficult.
It was the perfect time to find that wave as well for just under that 5-minute mark. If it came down to 3 minutes, you're thinking probably not going to have another wave come through just based on how slow it has been this morning. But I'm thinking in the last minute, 30 seconds, I mean, we saw George Pittar do it yesterday. There definitely could be an opportunity roll through. That's going to be a really good score for Katie. I don't think she connected with that end turn quite like she wanted, but the size of the wave, the speed that you talk about, Flick, it was noticeably more. And yeah, the IC scoreline, it's the best wave of the heat.
7.83 compared to Lulu's 7.0. Caitlin waiting a long time to get that score and actually turns in the best number. Now needs a 4.5. This whole heat has just completely changed. Lulu with priority still, so that's in her favor with time winding down. And this is a pretty even matchup when you look at past history. It's 3-2 in favor of the world champ. Katie Simmers also beat Lulu last year in the quarterfinals here at Margaret River. But Lulu's had 2 wins. Portugal a couple of years ago. Got the heat win, also got her last year in Rio de Janeiro. But a spot in the final is on the line. Let's see how Lulu got this lead and how Katie's making a comeback towards the dying stages here at the GWM recap.
It all started at the beginning. I mean, Lulu took off on a wave that, wasn't scoring, and then underneath priority, she finds this one, locks in a 7. So really kind of turning a mistake into an advantage, and then backs it up with this 5-3-3. It was just the 2-turn combo here, but I just love how much she waited for that second section to present itself. She wasn't trying to force anything, and then Katie Simmers, she waited a long time for this wave, but it's the best wave of the heat, the 7.83. She broke down that requirement. She was chasing, up into the 9 range before this wave. The only thing that's going to work against her now is really the clock and the fact that Luana has priority. Really, when this next set comes through, it's going to be pretty telling. Luana's going to have to make a decision, what wave she wants and what wave she's going to hold Katie off. It looks like that second one's going to be a lot better, potentially with a bit more wall.
Decision time for Luana Silva with priority. Katie Simmers shadowing her in the blue jersey right behind her. Lulu is turning. Katie's making sure that Lulu commits. Silva's now hoping to better a 5-3-3 here. Nice clean paced roundo to start. Pushes on the open face and then hits it hard out in front. She will right away. A knifing type finishing move for Lulu to put some excitement in the lineup before hitting the bricks there. So it turns into a defensive strategy with priority, making sure Lulu's not on it. Then you also want to perform to make the requirement go up. Lulu is literally dry docked there. And sometimes you're trying to get space and it'll just push you right back over that brick shelf. 90 seconds.
It was good. I feel like she's improved on her situation too. I mean, the finish was super strong. Yeah, she started with this roundhouse, but there was plenty of variety in that wave. I feel like it was a defensive move, but out the back, here we go, Katie.
Katie Simmers, minute 15 on the clock. Throws down that stylish carve out in front again, just set up work. She's got a little bit of a wall there. It tapered on her, so another fading cutback, but end section is right in front of her. And she had to make sure she stayed over her board on the finish, so just sort of placed it there to try to find some sort of answer to Luana. Clearly, Lulu's knifing finish was pretty big compared to Katie, just kind of surviving that section there. But real exciting finish to semi two, Jesse.
Oh, I love a fight to the end. These two women, they're actually going to give their best until the hooter goes. You can see Lulu already back out on the ski. Let's take a look at the replay here though. Lulu, I was thinking, oh no, there's not a lot of speed on that roundhouse. I was thinking maybe she's going to safety surf it. Didn't. Just absolutely went to town on these last two turns. I thought, oh, she's not made it, but Lulu holding on, knew how critical that finish was going to be. And then this one for Katie, I was thinking this wall's going to tape up, but she surfed these calves. This is the calves we know from Katie Simmers, burying that rail, pushing with that rail really deep in the water. Came through to the inside here. Again, felt like her timing slightly off on her last two end sections, but the fact that she got up there almost horizontal, pushed on her heels to give that end turn a little bit more drama, shows Katie's variety. It really does come down to how high the judges go with that last wave of Lulu's. Katie's could definitely challenge it just because she's got the highest wave score of the heat so far.
I think this is the kind of moment where the judges are re-evaluating every wave that's been surfed in the heat, right? Like obviously, as we see a number drop in.
Luana Silva turns in her best, a 7.27. So she's all wrapped. Katie Simmers now needs a 6.44. I see the score right there. A couple judges going all the way to 7.5 there. And now Katie will wait to see if she's done enough to get another performance in the final at main break like she did last year. And when we saw that replay, you know, that was a real creative end section turn. It wasn't just that obvious type of maneuver that you're expecting. But the way she crawled back into this one was very impressive. I mean, sat for the majority of the heat and finally got into it. In the last few minutes, numbers are in. I see the score to 5.83, not enough. Leandra Dora has the whole final on the women's side, as Lulu will take on Lakey Peterson. Peterson looking for a second title at main break. Margaret River. Lulu looking for her first CT win as she upsets a world champion. And now it goes 3-3 all time between Lulu and Katie in one-on-one heats at the championship tour level. Coming up next, it's time for Samuel Pupo to take on Gabriel Medina in the men's semifinal number 1. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Taj Burrow for the call right after this.
Today we got picked up in style by our mate Jackson at Scenic. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. First winery we went to was Lenton Bray, which was beautiful. Got to taste a lot of their wines there. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky. We're here at Aravina doing a bit of a tasting. Currently on the Cab Sav, which is I'm a red wine guy. This is my favorite.
We are at Lewin Estates, probably the best vineyard I've ever been to.
We got to do the tour of the barrel room and basically sample some wine straight out of the barrel.
There's also a challenge on who can guess the actual amount of barrels in this cool room. I think it's about 4,926 mark is what I'm thinking as I do my calculations in my head.
We've done an amazing wine tasting, about 4 or 5 Chardonnays in a row. That's the one. That's the one. My tongue is getting more educated. This is a glorious experience. I want to stay.
It's been an incredible day and it's an incredible venue here.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that's just like, you can't get better than this.
Feeling very lucky to be in the West and to experience this.
Get down and check out the West. We're loving our time here. It is finals day and we've got the men's semis about to get underway with Sammy Pupo taking on Gabriel Medina. Here in the booth, I'm joined by the finalists of the 2003 lowest event at Trestle.
Yeah!
And taking that one out. Richie, love it. Yes! And runner-up, Taj.
Why is it the only contest we talk about when we're with Rich? Come on.
Exactly. But Taj, obviously yourself, 12 amazing CT wins right around this tour schedule. And it's a joy to be back at a venue which you also had some success, mate. And great to have you here to set up the final for the men.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Rick.
His voice is still breaking. He's the eternal grommet.
There, you told you.
But,
no, it's
mate,
good to be here. This is
absolutely
exciting. The ocean looks a lot cleaner, as everyone would have noticed. Smaller. Oh, we're straight into it. Here we go, Gabs.
We sure are. Gabriel Medina been in scintillating form through these first 2 events, but he'll have his hands full here. This is a great heat on paper. Sammy Pupo, his speed has been undeniable and he's going to need to be at his quickest, his fastest to find an edge on Medina, who's just been so rock solid in these first 2 comps.
I agree, mate. He is just incredible, and I've had a lot of fun watching him out here in the tricky conditions, and he's just glancing over sections, making it look so easy still. So, yeah, he's going to be the toughest one to beat, probably. So this will be fun. But Sammy, you know, like we spoke about that crazy, to me, there's just one turn he did that really stood out from the last day we ran. Oh, no, not yesterday, the previous week before, you know, that he did one amazing turn anyway, and it just really stood out to me as like, wow, he's really kind of locked in at the moment. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing these guys get some waves. The ocean is a bit trickier, shorter period today, so the waves are a lot peakier. So even though it looks amazing, it is tricky because they're all peaky. You need to find something with a wall.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Medina, he started his campaign in the heat with a 2.67. Just saw him on another throwaway there. Really interesting, the 4 surfers we've got left. Rich, you've got a couple of competitors chasing their first CT wins. You've got a couple of world champions who've got multiple victories, 2 of the most winning surfers. As we see what unfolded here in the opening stages. Medina on that backhand.
Wow.
Deadly on the timing with the first turn.
Always deadly. The guy is back in a big way, and just timing with Medina is it's on point, and every time he approaches the lip and approaches these manoeuvres, he does it with so much thud and emphasis. Real statements, each and every one of them. So yeah, but it's kind of a nice contrast to have that sort of intensity and power of Gabs on the backhand with that lightning fast approach of Sammy. It looks like Sammy's just going to take his time, really focus on wave choice, because there are a couple of quality waves coming through in a heat. You've really got to pick the eyes out of it though, and make a real split-second judgment call when it hits the lineup.
Yeah, Medina just imposing his will on this lineup too, fighting, hustling in the opening stages and getting the first 3 rides here. A really strong start to this wave, now working over the midsection and hoping that he gets the opportunity for a big finish here. This wave just boils out on the inside though, and he kicks out, but that'll be the best ride so far for Medina. And just with the blocking that was happening earlier on, priority went to Sammy, and he knows that he wants to be on the 2 best waves in this semi to have the best chance at overcoming the form of Medina here.
Oh, he made Sammy pay for that one. That's
he did.
Sure, that was a really nice second priority wave. Oh, jam 2 really good turns quickly in the pocket, and gets a 3rd even. Bang. That's a good wave right now. You know, if you can get 3 decent turns, it is hard to find a wave with that much wall. So that's going to feel good for Gabs and not for Sammy.
That's the best wave of the morning so far. And you know what? I was just trying to mind surf that on your forehand as well. Would have been a lot harder to get that real squared up and down approach. And Gabby did it so well on the backhand. And that's going to be the advantage today in this heat for Gabs, is just doing that really tight figure 8 pathway where he comes off the bottom, really tight off the top, and then gets straight back down and does it again, where on your forehand you can almost get a little bit extended on those turns. But so Sammy's going to have to get creative.
Has there ever been a scarier competitor without priority in the professional era?
No.
Maybe Kelly, but...
Yeah,
I think Kelly was the master of using priority and guarding that lineup. But under priority, I don't think anyone stalks a lineup like Medina.
Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's terrifying having priority against Medina, which should be the opposite, because he just gets so busy and it's a horrible feeling. And I know Sammy's probably gone into this heat thinking, I have to be on the absolute best wave, so he's going to be even more selective than usual, which could be...
Oh my goodness, the release
difficult because of this.
And just the power unloaded. This one's not going to turn into much, but he turned into 7 on his previous wave. That's under priority.
Yep.
How gnarly is that? When you're sitting with priority and your competitor gets a 7 underneath your priority, it stings really hard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you start second guessing yourself, going, oh, hang on a minute, am I looking at the wrong waves now?
Yeah.
Where's my game plan going right now? So Sammy just needs to keep his cool here. Let's have a look at the replay, Medina. You can see he's taking off right behind the peak. First turn was beautiful, nice and clean. Just gets caught a little on that toe side edge when he comes down off the second turn. But yeah, mate, he's stalking the lineup at the moment.
He is, and I think he even took that wave just to put the fear in Sammy. Like, look what I'm doing under your priority. Like, I'm catching wave after wave. You're just sitting there. He's scaring him.
Yeah, he's a constrictor. He's a big anaconda, and he just puts the squeeze on his competitors. Sammy, on the other hand, he's been surfing with plenty of venom and plenty of sting. So we'll see if he can strike back in a moment. But right now, we're going to hear from Luana Silva, chasing her first CT win.
Thanks very much, Ronnie. Lulu, amazing result this morning for you. The surf was a little slow, but it was a fantastic heat.
Yeah, it's a great heat. It's always fun coming up against Katie. You never know what you're going to get. She's got a whole bunch of tricks up her sleeve. I'm just so stoked. I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying every moment that's coming along. And yeah, great way to start the year, that's for sure.
It's a great way to start the year. We've just watched you throughout this event. You're so locked into this wave, the energy of it. But even when there's not as much swell around in that end section, it isn't as threatening, you can still wind up on the rocks.
Yeah, that last wave was crazy, but I knew if I didn't hit that, I wouldn't have turned the heat. So I had to go all in, and I'm really happy I made that. I was just like, you know what, I'll get hurt or whatever. I'm just gonna put myself out there, which is pretty crazy because we're putting our bodies and ourselves in risk, but it's like, it's what we do, it's what we love. Yeah, I don't know, I don't have much to say.
Obviously so stoked, and rightfully so, into your third CT final, and you're up against Lakey Peterson, who shares coaches with you as well, with Leandro down there. You know, I think the advice that Lakey was telling us about was just make sure you're on the good waves. How hard is it to identify those ones out there?
Yeah, it's really hard because there's not a lot of waves that are offering a nice section, like a few 2 to 3 turns. So I think you really have to pay attention and identify which ones are having that right wall and that right section. And with Lakey, it's going to be so fun. Leandro's never had 2 athletes in a final. So yeah, we're just paying him back, and he's having a heyday today.
Congratulations. We really wish you all the very best in the final. Fantastic to have you up against Lakey in the final of the Margaret River Pro.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so stoked. I want to say hi to my family at home, and todo mundo no Brasil também. Vamos nessa, vamos embora.
Congrats.
Thank you, Vorna. Yeah, Luana, she is buzzing. But you can tell she's had a gutful of those runner-up finishes too, and really starting to step up against some of the more dominant forces on the CT now, turning in some big heat wins. And she's going to be hard to stop in this clash, but she'll be up against the experience of Lakey Peterson. Here in the booth, plenty of experience, a couple of surfers that battle away on the championship tour for a long time. A Hall of Famer in Taj Burrow and Pupo. Taj getting this one.
Well, he could not wait to get to his feet. Just how excited he was on that bottom turn. He was twitching. The wave didn't deliver too much, but he's looking sharp. He was just so excited to get going then. You could tell he just wants to rip, like he's just ready.
twitching is the word, and it's interesting. I was trying to get to that point earlier on. The 4 surfers we got left, you've got some CT winners, world champions, Olympians, up against some guys who've battled away on the CT. Sammy's had a few runs at it and got himself a pretty solid finish in his rookie campaign. But the last few years have been tough. But both George Pittar and Sammy Pupo have really similar weapons that they can put to use against these 2 goofy footers.
Yeah, that fast wrapping turn on the forehand is both their go-to manoeuvre. And I was actually talking to George earlier, and he just said, look, I think I'm just going to ride the same board, still a little bit longer. I'm just going to stick to my game and do what I can do.
How long is it, do you think?
It's 6'2". No, it's 6'2".
Oh, yeah, he's pretty tall.
Normal board's around 6'0", 6'1".
Okay.
But he's going to, well, that's what he was saying. He was at that point thinking, I'll just stick with my game. I'll try and kind of stick to that rail game, that movement of water, that spray. The rail game, there's no point trying to mess with Italo, doing backside airs and stuff like that.
No, well, interesting start to this heat. Medina back to his old tricks. Kaipo imposing himself on this lineup.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Gabe. You guys talked about it. Because of these lulls, getting the good waves are very valuable. To get a 7 under priority, brilliant. We know that Gabe is just a brilliant competitor. You combine that, just with this incredible ability that he's back on tour with, and he is the danger man, I feel, right now. It's beautiful out here, Ron. Smooth, light offshore, and with the offshore breeze, you can actually hear the crowd that's been coming out in droves, cheering when the surfers are up on their feet. So it's quite a contrast to what we were reporting on yesterday. It's a beautiful day out west.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it looks sensational out there at the moment. And we've got 2 very informed surfers meeting for the 2nd time this season. Sammy and Gabe have had a couple of heats. It's one apiece. Sammy Pupo early in his career, 2023, got the jump on Medina in the early rounds of the event in Brazil. But just at Bells in the quarterfinals, Medina dominated Sammy down there with just an incredible display. So we'll see if Sammy can recover here, but we know how dangerous Medina is under priority. I guess what you want to do, if you take some time to get that opening ride and you use your priority, you want to convert and maintain pace with your rival, and Sammy fell well short on his opening ride.
Yep. And that just speaks to the peakiness of this swell in that short period. It is so tricky to find a wave with wall out there. So I would not be upset if I had 2nd priority out there right now, because I would just be scooting around on the inside trying to find anything with a wall, because even a smaller one, if it's got 2 big turns on it, you're on. So yeah, holding priority is scary almost.
Yeah, Sammy,
which sounds weird.
Sammy almost needs to do what Gabs just did to him and got off the start line really early. He's halfway around the track, and Sammy kind of had to spin his wheels and get going. He's still a bit behind here, but geez, incredible form. Back to your point, Ron, coming on and off the tour a few times. There's something different about Sammy this year. There's this air of confidence and just lightness in his, just even his demeanour around the event sites, but the surfing's undeniably better. It's faster. Touch more power in it as well. Boards are looking just mint under his feet. So props to JS for working hard with both Sammy and Miggy.
Yeah, he's always had that sort of whip cracking, fast twitch approach, Sammy, but there's more potency in his turns. That's why he's fetching the bigger scores more regularly now. And consistency could see him climb back up to the top end of the rankings, where he will be situated up after these first 2 stops. He's had a very consistent start to the year.
Yep.
And he is up at the moment and swings the fins, shows some control there. It's a smaller wave. He's chipping away, and maybe just trying to unsettle Medina with that same approach, and just showing a bit more risk on that wave.
Change of boards for Sammy by the looks of things. He's off the blue web and back on the green web.
Oh, yeah.
Would be, I think, an inch or 2 shorter to your point earlier, TB. Let's have a look at the replay. So you could see big, deep bottom turn, almost a fade off the takeoff. Gets a bit of a tail flare and a slide off the top. But not much happening down the line, so Sammy gets out of there.
TB, 18 amazing years on the championship tour for you, 12 CT wins. Your career had a crossover period with Gabriel Medina arriving on the scene. Medina had a remarkable start. Started halfway through a season, 2011. Got a couple of victories straight away. Just
He
came
did,
on
hey?
so strong.
First year.
First year.
2011?
But he really came on 2014 and ended up getting a maiden world title. He had a period of dominance that was remarkable. The next 7 years, 3 world titles, 2 runner-ups, 2 third-place finishes.
Wow.
They were his results. 14 CT wins in those 7 years. And then 2022, he took some time off, citing mental health issues.
Yep.
And then suffered some injuries. And just, I don't know, it sort of took away a bit of his dominance and that air that he had when he'd arrive at a comp site. And you experienced a few different characters in your time on tour. You both did. Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, that changed the temperature in the room when they arrived. And it sort of seemed like that was gone for Medina a little bit when he made his return.
Oh, really?
Did you sense that?
Oh, well, I haven't been surrounded by it, but I know what you mean. Those guys, they've got a different feel about them when they enter the room. They're a big personality. They're a big force. But I was actually about to say, I cannot believe Gabby has looked so good and so strong and so competitively sharp upon his return, because that's a difficult task, to be away for so long and then to come back and be dominant again. Because to me, it feels like he's picked up right where he's left off.
He's getting better.
Yeah, I think there was some burnout, though, just for Medina, and just how engaged he was in the goal of chasing his world titles. But this year, after the big break, the pectoral injury that he had last season afforded him some more time, a bit more of a sabbatical, and he's come on so strong. This is reflecting on the performance that he had in really tough conditions in the quarterfinals. This was so strong yesterday.
Incredible. He made those waves look fun, and they weren't fun. They were really tricky waves to ride. And he did a couple of the best backhand hooks of the day.
Yeah, just always, Rick, so brilliant with his performances, but this year it seems he's tapped back into that kind of competitive, aggressive competitor that we've seen in those dominant years.
Yeah, for sure. The aggression is there, but there's, again, this air of confidence and just comfort in his own skin. He's happier around the event sites, more engaging in the post-heat interviews, and his performances are just so polished. But yesterday, he made those kind of 6 to 8 foot waves feel like a little 3 foot wave. He had so much control over them, really dominating the power of the wave yesterday. Incredible.
Here we go, Sammy having a look at one on the inside, just trying to get himself back on track with a decent score. So he's not left wanting when Medina drops his next best number. And he lets that one go. Probably a good call when you look at it. But look at the left.
Almost a left.
Almost a left.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it's just been, I think, really interesting to see the evolution of Medina. He still came on, back from that time off in 2022 and came back in 23 and got himself a 6th place finish, even though he didn't sort of look like the same competitor that got those world titles. And then 2024, he finished 7th. So his dominance continued, even though he seemed like he was suffering a little bit from that burnout. But now, well and truly engaged and looking ripe for a victory. His last win was right here in 2023. And he has waited some time to get back to the top of the podium. It could happen here today, the way he's surfing, but not really converting that one into a huge score.
So, sorry, how many years has Gabby had off the tour since he started? Just the one?
He had, that 2022 year, he took some time out, and last year,
the whole year?
The injury took the whole year.
Yeah, gotcha. This was nicely ridden 2-turn combo. That wave was tricky, but he just looked so sharp. He didn't want Sammy to have that thing, so not a bad move. Yeah, Sammy needs to make his next one a good one, I would say. Yeah,
he's got to improve for sure. Taj is going to get a bigger number than that 2.93. The requirement's going to grow. Medina out in front here in semi-final number 1.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
Well, welcome back to the Margaret River Pro, and we have got a beautiful morning here in the west. Of course, the Margaret River Pro is stop number 2 of the GWM Aussie Treble. Of course, that is where we get the combined points of all our athletes over the 3 Aussie comps, and the winners will take home one of these GWM Tank 300s, an absolute weapon of a beast, a car, an engine. Just sublime driving in these things. Now, last year it was Geordie Smith and Isabella Nichols who took home the GWM Tank 300s. Who will it be this year? The points are starting to build. It's exciting stuff. Who's going to be driving home in these things, fellas?
Oh, it's a really good question, Vorno, but it is going to be a hard-fought battle. There's been some real consistent performers at the top end. The Pupo brothers are on fire at the moment. And in actual fact, the winner of this heat will be wearing the yellow jersey when we get to stop 3 on the Gold Coast. So Sammy Pupo or Gabriel Medina. Amazing to think too that for the first time ever we could have siblings going back-to-back with victories on the championship tour, and wouldn't it be huge if Miguel was handing on the yellow jersey to his younger bro?
Insane.
That would be big, but he does have his hands full at the moment. Gabriel Medina right there at the top of the GWM rankings as well, and he is leading this heat at the moment. Sammy Pupo chasing a 7.33 to get himself back in front. Here in the booth, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Taj Burrow. Rich, we've been marvelling at the form that Samuel's been showing so far this season. The roadblock at stop 1, Gabriel Medina, and he's facing a similar challenge here now.
Yeah, definitely, and Medina up to this point has basically surfed the perfect heat. He's got pressure on Sammy, but I think he's up for the challenge for sure. It's just all a matter of waiting for that wave to come through and Sammy will unload. He's sitting there with priority now. This next move, critical to the outcome of this next heat.
Absolutely. It's never a good thing when your best wave is not as good as your opponent's second best wave, so he needs a good one.
These guys, you know, they're not related by blood, but they are like brothers. They grew up in the same town, and you know, the boys enjoyed sharing lineups.
Who, Sammy and Gabby?
Yep, cool. And Miguel. Yes. So, you know, a lot of free serves together. So there's a comfort level for Sammy, and I think just a little bit of confidence that he can draw on having beaten Medina at this level. There's a really sharp turn to get started and changes things up. And this is good stuff from the youngster as he drives towards a good final turn here and gets the finish. Pumps the fist.
Oh, yes. We're on.
A la Johnny Boy Gomes as we see Medina fighting back. A bit of release there as he bails out on that turn. So Medina's going to improve on the 5, but Sammy's going to get himself back in this heat with a really strong combination.
Wow, where's the vinegar? That thing had some sting on it. Sammy Pupo just came back really, really hard on that wave. We need to get eyes on the first turn for Medina because that last turn was really creative. But we're on here.
Wow, you could tell Sammy just wants to showcase his surfing. He looks so good. What got done here?
So Medina extends on the first, a little lip glide floater to finish off. Super creative, but a number of turns down the line for Samuel. Let's have a look here. So big drift, kicks the tail right out, disconnected for a little microsecond. Geez, he did well to control that. Medina gets to the finish.
Wow.
He would be unaware of what happened on this wave. Take us through it, Teach.
Oh, here it is. Savage wrap to tail slide, and then a nice little jam. Big fan. Little snap fin throw, and then a nice simple finish, but just the wave. That was... Look how good he looks. He looks so confident. You can just tell all he wants to do is showcase his surfing. He just needs a good wave and a good section, and he's just ready to... He's firing on all cylinders. He looks great.
It had shades of Felipe all over it. I don't think Sammy would even care that we're making those comparisons because of just how amazing, how amazing Felipe is. But seriously, it's Felipe, and it's got all the power and sting of him as well. Sammy is just fired up. I love it. See the emotions pouring out of him.
Well, Jesse Starling has found herself down in the Sammy Pupo camp, and that was the score that he really needed, Jesse.
Yeah, pretty tense moments right now. That was a really big exchange for Sammy, but Rick just saying he's surfing like Felipe Toledo. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, he's definitely a version of Felipe. You know, obviously looked up to him growing up, but it's maybe a Felipe 2.0.
That score comes in, it's an 8-6-7 for Sammy. This is a really clutch moment in the heat right now.
Yeah, I think Gabby answered back well, so we're still probably going to need a number here, but just Sammy doing what he's done all season long so far in 2 events. It's just showing his true colors and who he really is as a competitor, and just nice, no cut, no pressure, so he's going to be one to watch this year.
Woo, tense times, guys. Let's do it.
Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, great to get some insights there. The IC score update for Sammy Pupo. That's going to lift his spirits. The highest number of the heat so far, an 8.67. And he is fighting power with pure speed out there at the moment. And the judges really appreciating it. The way he whips that board through the turn. Super committed stuff on the opening section. But Medina, as he always does, rock solid. And he thuds the lip with that power and gets himself a 7.77 to climb back into the lead here.
What a heat. This is great.
We knew it was going to be good.
Wow.
Gee, Sammy has done so well to get back into this heat, and he's done it, well, with the highest single wave score of the entire event so far, an 8.67. And now 6.10 is what he's required. Couple of sets coming through. I wish we could extend this by another 10 minutes. I want to see these guys just continue to go at it.
Set waves approaching here. Sammy keeping his eyes open for that opportunity to maybe tap into a wedge that's got some wall down the line. He has a good look at this one, but not enough wall on it, not enough scoring opportunity. Medina on the outside, sizing up his options with priority. Not even looking at this wave, so Sammy has a swing. He's got the form to surf these waves up. And just a cut down, a set-up turn to get started. Has a good look at it. It just opts out just on 3 minutes, 45 seconds remaining here. That last exchange was dynamite. Let's dive into the GWM recap and have a look at what we just witnessed. 2 unbelievable scores being dropped. Sammy Pupo first here, Taj.
Yep, there's that beautiful savage snap. Jams another beautiful turn, nice fan. Simple little snap there, just a simple finish, but the wave was just great. 4 turns, and he just looked so sharp.
Yeah, don't know if he could have surfed that wave any better. And then behind him, Medina thuds that first carve, and then a real creative drift on the final moment. So 2 big, impactful turns on that wave, and that's why it dropped in at the 777.
You're looking at that rider of Medina's, and it's a way more traditional approach. But the thing that Medina has here in his favour at this venue on a lineup, Taj, that's so far from where the judging panel sits is the ability to move a whole lot of water. And he has a backhand snap that he can put on rail and almost carve through that first section.
I would almost say those waves are more suited to backhand. Maybe, you know, like Rick was talking about before, he can get right in the pocket, and being Gabby, you know, you've got that savage snap in the pocket, but you can throw those carves as well. He's covering all bases. Like, he's really strong on kind of any wave he gets. Those 2 waves were so different, but I think they were judged very well. It was hard. It's hard to judge waves like that. Like, Gabby had a really clean, steep wave and did 2 great turns, but you can't deny Sammy's savagery and 4 turns and, you know, a really nice wave, more of a traditional wave, start to finish. So yeah, both absolutely great surfing. But yeah, I think the scores were perfect.
Yeah, I think the judges too, you know, it's been a hard one to throw huge numbers out. That's the highest score of the event so far, the 8.67.
Yep.
Wow.
And, you know, you can see why. There's just a bit more freedom for the surfers today. It's not like they're having to survive the sections, or, you know, at times it looked like they were surfing down rapids in a river throughout this contest. There was a lot of energy, but also a lot of onshore flow in the wind.
Oh, I can just imagine Sammy must be just twitching right now. Like, if he loses this, he's going to be so upset, because you can tell he's got the confidence to get whatever score is needed. If he gets the right wave, he's going to get the score. He's looking so sharp.
Yeah, here's a moment, and Sammy may try and push Medina into relinquishing priority and have a crack at this one.
Oh, it's a tough spot to be for Gabby, but it is a smaller wave.
He's loading up. The stance is opening. He's looking for this section. He finds it awkward. Just only 1 foot on the board as he was trying to bring that thing down. I don't think it was going to be the turn to get him that 6.1. Just didn't have enough speed going into it. Only 50 seconds to go.
Was the right idea.
you got to reflect on the start of this heat. Medina did the work early, under priority, turning into 7.
Yeah, there was probably a moment there where, you know, Sammy could have got a 6-1 earlier in the heat.
We could have got the 7.
Yeah.
Had the priority, passed it up, just wanting to, sort of banking on the ocean, delivering something that hasn't come to fruition just yet. But 20 seconds to go. Is this next set going to get here in time, Rich?
No, I don't think it will. 20 seconds. And even if it does, Medina is right on it. He's not going to give Samuel any sort of clear air here.
How's how broad the paddle style is at Medina? His arms look like legs then. As he sizes this one up and looks to shut him down. The heat is coming to a close, and the 3-time world champ is going to get himself into the final and get his first shot at a victory this season.
Good heat. That was great.
Yeah, he pumps the fist.
Yeah, that
was. You can tell he's switched on.
Entertaining heat.
Big props to Sammy Pupo. He's going to be.
Oh, he's done an air.
He's going to be locked in at the...
I'm assuming. We didn't see it.
I just heard the crowd. But Medina is obviously charging up the rankings. He'll be wearing yellow when we get to the Gold Coast, but chasing his first victory since this event in 2023.
Is that right?
We are going to take a break. We're going to find our other finalists. On the other side, George Pittar will take on Italo Medina on fire. Kaya, the WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to this beautiful country, this Budja. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community, their elders past and present. And the WSL always committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture and language of Wadandi Budja. And we want to thank Zach Webb, cultural custodian, for really filling us in on the story of this region. Simon Zubic also doing a fantastic job teaching us a bit of the language. Ronnie Blakey sitting here with a couple of Nunnies, a couple of brothers, as they would say. Taj Burrow, Richie Lovett, and we just had an amazing semi-final clash, boys.
We did.
Gabriel Medina really on fire, but we got to give props to Sammy Pupo, who's established himself as one of the most informed surfers on the CT this season. He'll be bummed with that result, but he'll be in a great position heading to a location where he's had great success on the Gold Coast at the Challenger Series level. Setting up semi-2 now, George Pittar, Italo Ferreira, same kind of story. George with those really potent frontside carves and slashes, and Italo just tireless. It's just unbelievable the kind of energy this guy brings to CT competition. This will be a big heat, Rick.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup. Really contrasting styles here with George and Italo. But yeah, let's just hope we are blessed with plenty of sets and these guys just go at it.
Yeah, George trying to crack his first CT final, Taj, and he's shown great form in the early rounds of both the first 2 stops, but this is the big test, isn't it? When you get yourself to a position to actually crack a final. What are the nerves doing for George right now?
Big test and probably the biggest set of the day approaching. Yeah, I think he's got the steely nerves to handle this situation now. He's definitely gained a lot of confidence over his last few heats and results. As we see Italo maybe swooping a left.
Always willing to look at the lefts, Italo. And he swings back into the bowl to set up this turn. Couple of carbs to get started.
Ooh, just got something down the line.
Yeah, potentially. Nice. Swings the tail, grabs the rail, rides the slide for a moment and gets the completion. Ooh. George on the outside, bit of foam on the face. Opts for the right. A nice hit off the top there, up into the bowl. Those full body torque calves coming to play for him throughout the first 2 events of the season have helped him turn in some big heat wins.
Wow, he's psyched.
Yeah, just hammers that final section there.
I was questioning that wave choice, but it actually kind of turned into a couple of turns.
We'll see what he got done on the outside, but the hustle for positioning, Kipes, what was happening out there?
Yeah, so what happened at the beginning of the heat is both of these guys were on the other side of the peak just because they were fighting for that inside position. Italo not giving it up. That's what forced Italo pretty much to take that left because one wave came through, they were out of position because of that cat and mouse game. Italo got the left, then it freed up the right for George to take the right. But it's just, you know, it's like the battle starts before you even get on the battlefield sometimes. So a lot of these mind games right at the beginning of the heat kind of set the mood for the heat. And let's see what the numbers come in for this one.
Thank you, Kipes. Yeah, it was certainly the case in that first semi-final. Medina took the advantage and he rode it to victory to get himself in the final. We had a quick opening exchange here, Rich.
Yeah, it was an interesting opening exchange, and George with a couple of wrapping calves to start things off and tags it on the inside, little shimmy, and one final little stab here right on the rock shelf.
You can just tell he's ready to go.
Yeah, for sure.
The enthusiasm in every turn was really there. Just the wave wasn't incredible, but he's looking really sharp, and he's, yeah.
Sort of questioning the wave choice initially, but
yeah, me too.
If you look at the comparisons of waves, I still think George may get an edge just given the intensity of the turns. While Italo's wave was it stood up and it was a lot bigger, it was pretty flat, and the turns were subsequently flat as well.
It is hard to compare left to rights because traditionally the lefts haven't been scored, but this year they have a little bit. So every time someone goes left, everyone in the grandstand, in the competitors' area is like, oh, I wonder what this is going to score, because traditionally they haven't scored. So it's been interesting to watch how the lefts are rewarded, and this comparison is going to be similar. Maybe Lowe might get the better of the exchange, who knows. But I'm glad George took a wave. It's just, you don't get left in the dust, you just get things moving. And he looked great.
Yeah, and you're back out there and kind of in the chess match of priority. And, you know, George will be looking at everything. He would have been paying close attention to what Medina did in that first semi-final heat. Score's starting to drop for the opening rides. Not a whole lot in it. Italo gets the nod, 5.33, probably a slightly bigger wave, and one turn that, you know, he really kind of converted into something exciting.
This guy doesn't like to sit still either, does he?
Oh, he hates it. Here he goes again. And Italo just whipping. His boards have looked alive under his feet. They always do, but this year in particular, they look sharp as he just whips his board on that final section.
Just incredibly fast surfing from Italo Ferreira, and yeah, the boards are unique. He's the only one who's riding that epoxy technology. It's literally the same as a polyurethane board with a timber stringer, except Italo's on the epoxy foam with a timber stringer. Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
All his boards.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. Nice timing on the first turn for Italo, and on that flatter section, let go of a pretty good little whip. But it could work in George's favour, Italo taking this ride.
Potentially. He doesn't like to sit still, like we said. He just wants to keep moving. It's a kind of a Gabriel Medina approach. Scare the hell out of your opponent by just throwing fins out the back of every little insider you take. And he's a complete savage. I've had a fair few free surfs with him during our week off of this event, and he was just blowing my mind. I've just never seen anyone be everywhere at once in the lineup. He's everywhere. He's just covers so much ground, and he just picks up on every little wave that moves. So yeah, it's insane to watch, and that's how he approaches his heats as well.
I think you're right. Back to your point, Ron, about George now, given that Italo didn't completely convert on that last wave, and it's probably going to be another mid-range score, it's going to give George the opportunity to wait for something a bit more substantial, a bit more face, so he can get that big open wrap going. And if he can bank something, even get up into that excellent range, the momentum of this heat might shift back towards George.
But the wind hasn't been ideal for Italo to bring that backhand full rotation air reverse to the party throughout the event. But today the wind's pretty dormant, and if he gets the opportunity under priority with not a lot of room to move, he still could bring an individual turn that could fetch a pretty high number. That's the danger for Georgia in this one. But at the moment, like Semi Pupo, he's been showing great confidence against bigger names, more fancied rivals, so we'll see how he fares. 25.5 minutes to go. Taj spoke off camera just a couple of days ago about just how strong Georgia's surfing is looking this year, the evolution, his performance. Why don't you go ahead and take us through this wave?
Sure. Looks small and dribbly, and he might have blown his priority here, in my opinion, but let's see what he can do.
Yeah, he doesn't get a whole lot out of it. But
no, to your point, though, yeah, we were talking about this off camera, where I kind of felt like over the last few years, Georgia's, hopefully he hasn't buckled a board there. Yeah, he's got an extreme upper body rotation. I almost feel like his upper body and lower body have been a little bit disconnected of some of his turns, or his top turns. He tries so hard, and there's so much emphasis on that upper body torque. Sometimes the upper body and the lower body doesn't look that connected to me. It looks a bit mistimed, but just lately I've really noticed the two have synced up, and they've kind of come together, and his timing and his upper body torque, it's fitting the curve of the wave more, and his calves, they're well timed now. They're working. They look amazing. Whereas in the past, they looked a bit off to me. They were almost a bit forced and a bit disjointed. It's almost like, you know, when you're doing a load of washing and you've got like a doona in there and it starts thumping around. But then once it's balanced, it's just humming. And it's all connected and everything's spinning in perfectly. So I think he's had that the last few years, but right now he's connected and he's locked in.
Good call. Yeah, I think as a result, Rich, he's added more power. Yeah, you know, with that connection of the upper and lower body, he holds that power and he cuts a bit deeper in the face of the wave.
Yeah, it's gone from a whip to more of a real cutting slice, fillet of the wave. And yeah, he's looking really good. He's bulked up a little bit too. He's been training.
These guys, Kipes, seem to be handballing opportunity to each other with their choice of priority.
Well, yeah, I thought that was a priority error for George right there, taking that wave and handing it over to the leader, Italo Ferreira, at that point. We got, like, right now, the waves are a commodity, right? There's not a lot of quality ones coming through, and because of that, every time you use your priority, you're going to want to bank a number. You got to bank a meaningful number. George wasn't able to do that. Italo with heat control right now, but still plenty of time. Still under 23 minutes.
Kipes, do you think just with the swell just sort of decreasing and some slower moments in these heats, the competitors are almost anxious about no opportunity coming their way?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it played both ways, right? Getting busy under priority seemed to, you know, work for someone like Gabe Medina. Maybe George is going to play the same game right now that he's in second priority, and give him more opportunity. And it does look like there might be a couple of little lines coming through right now.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Something standing up here on the outside, and Italo with the priority. And this priority was gifted to him, really, and he doesn't waste it. First turn, electric, as he lines up the finish here. Oh. He gets late to the lip, but makes up for it. Just able to really swing that board so quickly through transitions in turns.
Yeah, that first turn was so sick. And one thing you really is to Italo's advantage is how quick he is, because with the waves being so peaky, you want to get it to your feet as quick as you can and get to that first section as quick as you can, because if you don't hit that first bit, the wave's almost over. So he just got to his feet, did the quickest bottom turn and jammed the best turn of that wave as fast as he could, because otherwise he was going to miss it. So it's good to be quick.
Well, there's arguably no one faster on the tour Let's check out the backhand form here. Watch Italo gets on the heel side rail. Eyes are looking at that spot in the lip, and he gets that beautiful lower body rotation.
Wow.
Gets a full drift, complete release of the tail, and then he controls it back.
Sick. Love that.
Straight back on the heel side rail again through this second slice. And then the third one, we know what happened there. Here goes George.
Drives up into the section. Huge carve to get started. Really rips it through the bowl. And now he's hoping that he gets a finish on this ride. He started it so well. The wave's starting to flatten, unfortunately. But he juiced that opening section for all the points that were in it.
Yeah, that turn is great. He just needs a couple of sections to pop up for him to get, you know, unload a couple in a row.
Big bonus for George here, Rich, would obviously be bettering the 5.33 that Italo's currently holding on to.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Just holds that rail line, accelerates through it. Beautiful pathway of the carve.
Those turns have gotten better, haven't they?
Yeah,
they
absolutely.
Look so much better to me. They look great.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the Duna still in the washing machine, Taj, too. It's still got some thud to it. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, yeah.
Watch this, great extension. Transitions onto that heel side rail. The upper body, just beautiful extension through that motion, and then the lower body following.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely perfect to watch.
Yeah, and the real benefit for George is starting to get into the exchanges here. So bettering Italo's opening ride, that 5.33, with a 5.83 of his own, and you know, a much more achievable requirement here. 6.34 to get into the lead.
Cool. Some good surfing. Just need a couple waves with wall, and these guys will start unloading. Like probably, we'll probably get a Gabby Sammy exchange similar to their heat, I think, soon.
They both look like they're primed and ready to strike. That's for sure. 19.5 minutes to go here. More set waves rolling our way. And priority with Italo, who's kind of in a good rhythm now with the priority. And with a couple of decent scores, unlikely that he'll have a look at any of those sort of marginal rides with limited potential.
Ooh,
in fact, he's
got some wall.
Potentially going to let this one go, and it might serve up a couple of sections, but George too far out. Looks like this one might shut down anyway. 19 minutes to go. Yeah, Italo, super impressive. You know, obviously so accomplished already. He's starting to come after your 12 CT wins, TB. He's got 10 already.
Oh, I thought he might have done me up a while ago. He's a world champ.
Gold medalist.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, and having a look at this one.
Oh, didn't pop up.
So they slide under you sometimes.
Yeah.
Misses that outside boil.
Yeah, exactly.
Wave looked a little flat, so I don't think there was too much opportunity left there. Well, the winner of this heat is going to be taking on Gabriel Medina, and he is currently with Vaughan Blakey.
Gabriel, congratulations into your first final of this year, and mate, at the venue where you got your last win as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to be in the final, especially here, which is a really hard wave to surf, and you gotta be connected. So yeah, it's been working. I felt I was connected, you know, like during my hits, and yeah, so happy to be in the finals. And yeah, the waves are clean, fun. It's just a nice day.
Mate, it was a masterclass in how to get scores out of anything out there. You know, so many surfers this morning have had to wait for the best possible wave, but you were hunting on the inside and you actually snagged one of your better rides under Semi's priority.
Yeah, it's tricky out there, you know. It's kind of hard to tell which one is the one. Just try to have opportunities, you know, like just put pressure on him, and yeah. But yeah, Semi was surfing great. I knew it was going to be a hard one. He got a really nice wave in the end, and I didn't watch, but I mean, I know he's surfing, and he's probably like smashed it, and yeah, I went on my way, and I just want to thank God for the opportunity, and I just want to enjoy the moment.
Enjoy the final too, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. Gabriel Medina into his 33rd championship tour final.
insane.
17 victories he's had. He'll hold a big edge. In fact, we were sort of chuckling at just how comfortable he seems in that situation. You know, he's locked in to chase that big result, but he just seems so relaxed when he gets to this end of a competition.
He does.
Just, he's so comfortable there. He's done it so many times before, and I actually remember back to our final TB, I'd never been there before, and I didn't know what to do. No, I was just sort of freaking out, and you were just crazy comfortable there because you'd done it multiple times. But we just have a look at Samuel Pupo on the screen there, just breaking it down, mate.
I knew he was going to be upset. He just was surfing so good.
Yeah, that was it.
It's great he's getting to these.
He looks completely devastated.
Oh, absolutely. But it's great he's getting to that point now and really getting those feels, you know, like getting to this point in the competition. He's not happy with it at all. He wants more. He wants to get a CT win, and the way he's surfing, he could easily do it this year.
Exactly. And once he processes it, he'll find comfort in the fact that he's surfing good enough to do it. He just didn't get a wave, so he's fine. You know, he's going to be all right.
Silver linings is he dropped the highest number of the heat against Gabriel Medina, who's
the event,
who smoked him down at Bells. He was much more in that heat.
Yeah,
and I think Sammy's going to have a year.
Going back to this heat, I think I was blabbering a bit much, like I do. But did we miss a crease board or something? Did he swap boards? I saw him flip over his board.
I think he stuck to it.
He stuck to it? Because he did spin out really easy on his last wave too, so I thought maybe something else was going on with his equipment.
No, I think he's okay. I think he's just pushing hard, knowing that he wasn't on a wave that had a whole lot of opportunity in it, and set the fins over the back and lost control here. 15 minutes, though, left in this clash. George Pittar well within reach of Italo. George is after a 6.34. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Look at this. Welcome back to the show. We've got semi-final action unfolding. George Pittar, he's been on a heater in this event. We're going to have a look at some of the Apple Watch wave dynamics here of George. Distance covered. Wow, almost a couple of 100 metres. Absolutely ripping on this wave. Top speed.
I love that.
Close to 60 k's an hour. It's hammering.
I remember that wave, watching that one live. That was so impressive. It just felt so good. As you know, you just tell that felt good.
Yeah,
a couple beautiful calves and then a real mean jamming finner at the end. Like that's, I know how it feels. It feels amazing.
He got to the top of the stairs. He was hooting.
Yeah.
Big win over one of his heroes, Felipe Toledo. And yeah, he'll never forget that moment. 12 and a half minutes to go. He's got a real big opportunity here to crack his first CT final. And he had this wave during the break.
So this is under priority. Big snap to start off. Bit more energy down the line here. The second one had a bit more energy to it.
Ooh,
and
wow.
It's the closeout hit. So nice tidy wave under prior there for George. Let's see what this number falls in.
It was a clean sequence of turns. I think comparisons will be made to what's unfolded so far in this heat. I mean, Italo on the back end, 6.83, had that really dynamic opening turn, but that wave did taper off, whereas George has held strong and gave him a finish. And he just turned in a 7.33. He's out in front now. With just on 11.5 minutes to go. Wave standing up, and George without priority takes this first wave in the set. Explosive first turn out onto the open face. Full body torque carver again back into the bowl, but loses it on the third move.
That just shows you
tapering off pretty quickly.
He's right on the edge of how much energy he can put into these turns.
Yeah.
And on a couple of these occasions, just skipping out. But that's a big momentum shift in this heat, getting that 7.33.
Oh, I just wonder if there's some nerves on the. You know, on the eve of potentially cracking his first final, taking some falls, because even in losing heats down at Bells, we haven't seen that. He's looked so locked in this year.
To me, it looks like he's missing a fin, but his first two turns are great. But he's done this little skip-out turn twice now, and I think it's just because he's psyched and he's pushing a bit hard. But that looked a bit weird.
Yeah, the wave just sat down through that little section as well. Really, I think he's flattened out.
I think he's just fired up to do three huge turns, and he's just pushing extra hard. He's got Italo in a semi-final. He's probably got a lot going on in his head. So, you know, everything might not be, you know, just happening naturally. But those first two turns were sick. He's looking amazing.
Rich, no one's watched the evolution of this Grom more than you. He's from Manly Beach. He did grow up in Vanuatu, and yeah, he's had a pretty unique childhood, but sort of really has come on strong, sort of a late bloomer really. But this year just looking so dialed in, and you've been in this position as, you know, a campaigner on the championship tour on the eve of cracking your first final. What is going on between the ears?
You've really got to quieten the head noise, because you're so close, you know. You're like, oh, I'm like so close to making a final, and then I'm going to have the opportunity to get a win. And these opportunities come, you know, so sparsely when you're on the tour. You'd lose way more. I mean, I did over 100 events. I won one. So that's I won 1% of the time. So it's like
great strike rate. Yeah. Strike rate. Oh, that percentage is a little more impressive.
Oh dear, but
no, you're right.
You've really just got to, you know, settle that head noise, stay in the moment. I know it's cliche, but you've really just got to stay right there and think about that next wave, that next turn. Just get to the end of the heat and try and be the victor.
And Taj, obviously you had that in the early stage of your career, but like when you're someone who makes quarters and semis more frequently, is it something that you've got to constantly remind yourself of? You're not even through this heat yet. Don't look too far ahead.
Yep, exactly. And you know what? Someone, one of my coaches back in the day, a long time ago, Mitch Thorson from Western Australia, he actually told me, if you are winning a heat and you're feeling comfortable, don't let your mind start drifting to, oh, I'm in the semis now, or I'm in the final now. Do not let your mind go anywhere but getting that job done right there and then. Stay in the game, stay completely focused. But on top of that, I don't even like to think about what round I'm in or what heat I'm in. You are just focusing on, like, just locked in on that heat, getting your two best waves, making good decisions. Don't let your mind go anywhere about points, ratings, where you are, and you know, situated in each round. It's all the same.
It's hard to
do. It's all the same. It's really hard to do.
Really hard to do. It's almost like before you paddle out, you should be going, this is round one. This is round one. Every time, this is round one.
Absolutely.
All right.
Because it is all the same.
Yeah, we've got just over 8 minutes to go. We're going to throw it out to Kaipo in the water.
Yeah. Well, we talked about getting busy on the priority, right? That's what George did in that instance. And could that be the fat boy ride the heat? Maybe so, but like again, the changing in the dynamic with George Pittar able to, you know, get the score whilst Italo gave that wave away.
Yeah, he's been impressive, the resilience, Kaipo, to get on that Challenger Series and claw his way back to CT. Can tell second time around he's got a different mindset.
More confidence, perhaps, right? And just more reps at it. I think in like anything, you're going to get better when you put yourself in these situations over and over again. It looks like he's got a pretty cool head going right now, George Pittar.
Yeah, looking sharp and sitting out there with Italo, but, you know, going to work under priority. I think the busy approach and taking waves and not converting made Italo question whether there were scores in these smaller rides, and then George obviously found one that did open up.
Absolutely. I think you're on it there. I think, yeah, he did try that. and they weren't as wally. George just got lucky to get a second priority wave with a wall.
Yeah, Italo, I mentioned Medina's an incredible amount of finals appearances, heading into his 33rd here today. Italo's had quite a few too. He's obviously established himself as a very consistent performer. He's looking to crack his 18th championship tour final. He's had 10 victories all over the tour schedule as well. Italo was, like George, we didn't really sort of see him coming as a youngster. He got on the qualifying series, got the job done. But once he got on the CT, he just fell into, quarters pretty soon after he arrived, and he started taking down big names early on. I can remember, remember him in Fiji in his first rookie season.
I remember it clearly, and I remember a lot of people writing him off, going, he's going to be too weak, too flicky, and too not powerful enough maybe. And as soon as he got on the tour, he just started winning heats. And like you said, he started showing how impressive he is in solid surf as well, really early. And I remember being on the Billabong team with him and looking at the team manager going, that guy could win a world title. I actually remember saying it and feeling it, like he started to show strengths in every condition. And I kind of felt like that was coming for him.
Yeah, he's been amazing, Rich. And, Italo, I think the most impressive thing about him is he knows what his strengths are, and he doesn't try and change his approach. But if the waves get good and clean, how strong is his backhand now? The depth of his bottom turns and the lines that he can draw is pretty impressive when he wants to lengthen his turns.
Yeah, and that's one of the unique things about Italo is his ability to adapt to this kind of what we'll call today sort of small wave surfing, which is just lightning fast and really creative. But when the juice comes on at Big Bells, for instance, the bottom turn gets deep and the rails start to lean over a little bit more, and he can bring that power. And that's, I guess, to your point, TB, sort of didn't show that at the start of his career, but he's evolved that. And hats off to Timmy Peterson for working very closely with Italo and really working on that sort of board surfer partnership for Italo to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think if the schedule looked different too, Italo would work on other parts of his surfing. I think on his forehand there is still a chance for him to lengthen his rail carves and deepen those turns, but he doesn't really need to at the moment. And the thing is, this is a guy that has given us highlight moments, catching huge waves at pipe, getting barreled and coming out and doing full rotation airs.
I was about to mention that.
On the end section. So, what do you need a forehand carve for at that point?
Yeah, true. He does. He ticks all the boxes.
Well, remember the barrel he got out here at the box a couple of seasons ago as well.
That was his first wave.
Took off in exactly the worst spot you could take off at the box, and he made it into the best ride you could get out there.
Yeah,
so difficult where he took off.
He is cat-like in the way he surfs, and honestly, he just always seems to land on his feet. Probably has one of the most creative air games on the tour.
He's an incredible athlete, so accomplished, and has had some really big personal moments in his life recently. He's got a little boy now, Martin. I know his partner Sophia would be tuned in watching, so a big shout out to Italo's family back there in Baia Formosa. And he is chasing a score now. He's after a 6.34, and for Italo, that's not a huge score.
No, there's not much time either.
Time's ticking by. As we see Luana Silva and Lakey Peterson getting ready to fight it out for a victory here today. Lakey chasing another win here in the West. Luana looking for her first CT win.
That's cool.
Massive. Yeah, Luana's been building in confidence. Cracked a couple of finals last year and just seems like she's ready to hunt down this moment. In
Looks like a little bit of a double up coming through. Oh, he is looking.
Yeah, George is going to have a swing on this one. It's a good looking wall at the start. Drives up into the section. Clean slice off the top. Moves a lot of water up into the bowl again. A nice sequence of turns. No finish on this wave, unfortunately, because he looked like he might have been on his way to another good score there.
I know. He was about to make Italo's job a bit harder, but didn't get the finishing turn. But he looks great, doesn't he? He looks really confident.
Yeah, boards looks great too. It is it's that CI Goldie model as we look at the replay here. Just twitching off the body, ready to load up. Beautiful carve off the top. And the second one is more of a tighter snap. But yeah, that Goldie model that Britt developed with Barramamia, it was initially a step-up pipe board, and then they've evolved it to be more of a more performance sort of step-up, and that's what he's been on all through Bells and here at Margaret River.
Uh-oh. Here we go. 2 minutes to go, and Italo looking at the first wave in the set. And he takes off on an extreme angle and unloads an incredibly quick snap off the top. He needs more down the line, and this wave is tapering. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go.
Goodness.
And George, he needs to make this wave count. He didn't even really need it. And he is going to run out of room to move there.
He didn't need to catch this wave.
He didn't. And I have seen you in these situations before, both you guys saying if you've got the lead and you can get priority and you don't need to improve on your score.
He should have flicked straight off.
Control.
But maybe he didn't know what Italo did. So
control the lineup. That is true.
That is true.
But yeah, George kind of threw his hands up, almost like, did Italo just get in my way? I think. Let's have a look at it.
Italo.
Stoner Woods slow-mo, beautiful opening turn.
What the?
He was so close. Yeah. And, GP just appealing, but I'm not too sure what Italo could have done, what other line he could have taken.
Well, you can duck dive earlier and just get out of the way.
Well, general rule is you actually head towards the braking part of the wave. You don't paddle towards the clean face. You always sort of try and go behind the surfer.
This is huge. 30 seconds. Numbers rolling through. I think we feel that even though Italo showed so much spark in that opening turn, he needed more. The wave tapered off really quickly.
He took off super late. Did you see the takeoff? He was not in the right spot.
No, he got caught a little inside. 10 seconds to go here.
Yeah, it's over.
George Pittar has turned the heat under priority.
Wow, George is in the final. This is sick.
He has overcome two of the toughest, two of the Brazilian greats. Italo, great sportsmanship, shakes hands with George. And Pittar, under priority, turns the heat with a 7.33. And he's going to be chasing his first CT victory here today. He's going to have his hands full. He'll go up against Gabriel Medina in the final.
Sick. What a final. That's cool.
There's the numbers on screen. A close battle. When you look at the scores, only separated by a point. Taj Burrow, what an absolute joy to have you in here to set up our men's final.
Thank you, mate. That was really fun. Rick, you too. That was sick. Cheers.
Thanks for hosting us here in the West again, mate, and we're looking forward to getting back here next year.
Yeah, we really milked the whole waiting period, didn't we? Cheers.
Enjoy the finals. We got the women's coming up in just a moment. It's going to be awesome. Lakey Peterson taking on Luana Silva. We're going to bring in Joe, Jesse, and Flick for the call.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Happy Finals Day here from WA. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is stop 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour, 10 a.m. Final day of the waiting period here on Sunday morning. We've got a great crowd to see who will be getting the big wine barrels on the podium. The stage is set. 40-minute heats, same rules as their last matchup in the semifinal. Scored on their top 2, Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Jessie Starling. Luana Silva has a chance to win her first CT event of her career, and Lakey Peterson has an opportunity to grab her second barrel here in the West.
This is a great matchup. You know, I'm, you know, it's like the real veteran taking on, well, not really the rookie, but the semi-rookie here. And really, I mean, getting things underway on the left, Lakey, early start.
Lakey Peterson getting things started on the peak right and the left. The left sometimes is underutilized, but she found a couple of marks to throw some water over her shoulder there. Jessie?
Yeah, I like it. I like it from Lakey. It's only going to come in at a small score. I can't help but think, though, you know, if your first wave is a left that you're taking in a final, are you thinking, what am I doing? You know, being on one of these lefts. However, Lakey, she's converted on the lefts already today. We've seen it. We've seen some of our biggest scores all throughout the event be posted on these Margie's lefts. And I heard Taj talk about it in that last heat. It's definitely thrown a spanner in the works. We're starting to see more competitors look left here, but I dare say it's not going to be too many lefts in this final.
Yeah, it's totally evolved over the years. It used to just be a wave where people only looked left back in the early days, and then the scoring potential was really realized on the right with critical sections and the scary brick section where you want to throw a huge finishing move. We do see lefts here and there turn into keepers like Molly's 2-turn combo on a much bigger day of competition. Got into the excellent range. Lakey will get a 4-1-7 there, and probably sit like the heat before where Italo and George were pushing each other deep. Ethel kind of was like, well, I'm in position for a left. Similar situation for Lakey. But Lakey does love a quick start. This is kind of how she got her momentum building in her previous matchup, Flick.
Yeah, I'd say she's trying to, you know, rinse and repeat that same sort of plan because it obviously worked for her against that semi-final matchup against Sawyer. I think it's just even more critical will be whoever gets on that best wave. As long as you're finishing that in this final, you're going to just, it's going to be hard not to throw a big number at that. I think today, Taj talked about it, we spoke about it earlier, but it's very peaky out there. So it's so, I think, like crucial that when those sets come through, you do choose the one with like a lot of wall that's going to, you know, provide 2 really bowly sections. And because a lot of the waves that we've seen this morning have had that tapered sort of angled finish to them, and they're not really providing that really big explosive finish. I think when the set comes, you want to have your, you know, you want to be choosing the best wave, the one with a lot of wall.
Interesting situation for Leandro Dora.
Yeah. I was literally about to say that. I was going to say, you know what? We know that both of these ladies have the same game plan because both of them stuck to it, and they're both in the final right now. Both Lakey and Luana working with Leandro Dora. So he's gone 2 from 2 for the final right now. He's got an incredible strike rate here at Margie's this year. This would be hard. Flick and I were talking about this in the break just now. I was going, if you're Leandro, what are you doing? Are you saying just go out there and let the best woman win? You guys stick to the same game plan that we saw in the semi-finals and then let the surfing do the talking? It's not like you can say one go right, one go left. And there you go.
A lot of ways you can think about it, right? You could just be like, okay, my job's done. I got my athletes to the final. Good luck to both of you. And
it's on you now.
You see a lot of times they'll talk to each competitor. Sometimes these matchups come earlier in the piece, and they try to make sure that they're confident with their own approach. They're usually in the same camp. That means they're sparring on lay days. They're spending a lot of time together. So there's a little bit of familiarity with these guys out there. It's very rare, though, for a coach to achieve a final. You know, I think of Reynos Hayes last year at the pool, you know, Italo and Rio. You think Micro's done it in the past. Owen Wright, Maddie Wilkinson. You know, these moments do come up. Stace Galbraith at the Aussie Open. Malia Manuel, Nikki Van Dyke. It's quite an achievement as a coach to start from scratch at round 1 and know that your athletes are all the way in the final.
Yeah, I think it is really just comes down to the best woman wins, really. Like, they've done all the hard work. They would, you know, because they're in the same camp with the same coach, they're, you know, spending a lot of time for each other, probably coming down and watching each other's heats, you know, barracking for each other. They know what makes each other tick. They understand, you know, each other as surfers and competitors. So right now, I think it's just best woman wins.
Big moment for an Australian from Manly Beach, entering his first CT final. George Pittar's with Vaughn.
Well, a few years ago, when George Pittar first rocked up to the Margaret River Pro, he got all the way to the semis, and mate, you are into your first final here, the first CT final of your career. Congratulations, how are you feeling?
Fucking stoked. CT final, bro, let's go. Frothing, man, fuck. Sorry. I don't know, just these guys I've been coming up against, I swear, I'm just like, never picture myself beating them, and then like, I don't know, I feel like if you just trying to back my surfing and back what I can do, and yeah, I'm stoked, so stoked.
Mate, you were the best performing Aussie at Bells in a pretty, you know, lackluster event as far as Australia was concerned, and you've done it again here. What's changed for you in the off-season? Because you've come back from this Challenger Series a totally different surfer. Your surfing looks bigger, more powerful, more on rail, and you just look determined to go deep into the draw.
Oh, honestly, like, just a big focus on like not being so scared of losing. Like, felt like I was so scared of losing last year, and just sort of just going to be the end of the world, and then fell off at the cut, and I was like, oh, that was what I pictured as being like the worst thing in the world. I just couldn't believe it, and then I don't know, I'm sweet. I still got 2 arms and legs, and I'm like still doing what I love for a living, and yeah, just not being so fearful of like losing, and like being able to like try to want to be pretty clutch in those moments where I can, and just enjoying the journey, to be honest.
You're killing it, mate. Honestly, your confidence is huge. You got a final coming up. We'll let you go get ready for it. Congratulations. One more big dog to get past.
Yeah, man. Medina, I've never had a heat against him, and he's the one guy I want to have a heat against. I can't believe I got a final against him.
Enjoy,
it's
mate.
Surreal right now. I'm out of here.
He is fired up. Mr. George Pittar put a lot of energy out there with the heat of Italo. Is he going to calm down, or is he going to keep redlining into that final? A 40-minute clash with Gabriel Medina. We were talking about it, Jesse, when we were sitting watching the semis before, where he was trying to out-energize the Energizer Bunny of Italo, and he kind of hung on. He started kind of settling into a gear where he was out-sliding on his turns and falling, and he was trying to do a million things on one wave, kind of like the Italo approach. He kind of sunk into gear, turned the heat under prio, but you could tell he is absolutely buzzing heading into that clash. Waves on the way, priority with Lulu. And Silva does catch up to this one for her opener, featuring that forehand arc in the pocket to start. Taps the lip line there, nice flow to get down the stretch. Now she'll fit it into the pocket for a final turn. Lakey on the wind up, she drills the lip and hops out to hunt down priority. So he had the nice ocean angle into that wave for Lulu. Great capture by Sam Smith, who's sitting right next to Kaipo on the ski. Hey, Kipes.
Hey, Joe. How was that exchange? Lulu sat with priority for a while, and I just wanted to touch on that. She actually let a couple of kind of good waves come through. One broke a little bit further out, and one she was a little bit deeper. So I feel like Luana needed to get going right there. Watching the surfing, I know that wasn't her going full board. She wants to get a score on the board, but it's an illustration of how important priority is at this current stage in a final with, you know, some of these big walls coming through.
Yeah, good point there. Priority is so important. And then Lakey, we saw go right for the first time in the final here, Flick.
Yeah, this is a cool one too. I think the thing for me, Kaipo touched on it, you know, there was a couple of good waves that came through, you know, and Luana sort of maybe missed them. I think it's a positioning thing. You even look at where they were, you know, jostling for that first wave that Luana, you know, utilised her priority on. The reason she had to do a, you know, roundhouse cutback is because she was positioned a bit too wide on the reef. You know, it forced her out into that sort of more horizontal surfing. So, look, it's the early stages of the heat. You're both kind of jostling. You want to get a score on the board. I think now that the dust has settled after this first exchange, I think both the women are going to feel a little bit more settled in their nerves, in their confidence, and I think It was probably just a bit edgy, like, oh, maybe I've missed a couple of ways, I have to go this one. But I think from now on, we're going to see probably a bit better positioning and, yeah, maybe a little bit better wave selection.
Luana Silva starting off with the 5th at Bells, just like Lakey, both working with Leandro Dora, and now in the final here with so much on the line. Lakey hasn't won since 2023 at Jeffreys Bay. As we know, she's been in the title race in the past, more specifically 2018 and 2019 were 2 years Lakey won more than one event in the same season. Winning in 2019 here at Margaret River. Went on to the title showdown. Those back-to-back years she finished runner-up and also 3rd in the world. Her win here was a significant one. Tatiana Weston-Webb in the final. Got past Steph Gilmore for the first time in her career and still has that 9.8 as her highest score of her career at Margaret River in the heat with Gilmore. Back to action here with Lulu. Getting a little vision on the inside corner. You know, always feels good. Not a huge section, but it was so hollow, it kind of just forced her to have a look.
Yeah, I don't hate that, you know, she can kind of tuck in there. I just feel as if Lulu's holding back right now. I just don't see that she's really clicked out of that first gear that we spoke about with Lakey in her semi-final. She was so impressive on her road to the final here. This is a really nice moment, but it just feels maybe a bit lackluster by Lulu's standpoint, just with how good she's been surfing this event. Love the little tube at the end, sick little head dip. But I think by the standards she's set for herself, we can see her push so much harder. Think back to the semi-finals on those calves. There was an extra amount of zap, an extra amount of spice in her calves. And I feel like although they were probably set up calves, with sections that she had like that presented in front of her in earlier heats, she drew a lot harder calves, and I would love to see her still just tap into that mode. And if the section's there, don't hold back. It's the final. You got nothing to lose now.
Luana Silva has one of the best open face carves in the game. It's got her through a lot of heat wins in her career. Got her to the Bells final last season, and also a runner-up finish in Brazil, where she had the entire country backing her. Her parents from Brazil, born and raised on the North Shore. So I'm sure Fabio and Tati are on the edge of their seat back home, along with her little brother Kai, who loves to surf as well, and a huge supporter of his big sis. Lulu opened with a 5, so we'll wait for the second scoring wave. Last of Lakey, her first right of the final, 5.13 flick.
Yeah, judges appreciating that first turn. It was sick. It was critical. It was the first section, and Lakey is going to go again.
Peterson loves to just put a rhythm together early, catching a lot of waves. Nice rails to start with that front side hook. Carves it in the pocket. There's a couple steps on the inside corner, smashes the lip and goes for it again over a sketchy section. Fins are good. Board still looking good. Narrowly escaping the bricks. But as a veteran, she's been in a lot of finals. She's been doing this for a long time. There would be a little bit more of a, yeah, I've been here before type feeling, and it's showing with her energy right now, Jessie.
Yeah, this is a great wave. That 5.13 really set the benchmark of the energy she's bringing, draws out that carve, puts an exclamation mark on that one through the inside here, though. This is scary. This is a really sketchy inside bit. Look how close her fins are to the reef there. So Lakey laying it all on the line here. That entire outside fin out on the bottom turn. That's how you know a surfer is pushing hard here. Just completely opening up her torso through this turn and pushing, driving off that back foot all the way down. And she got a 5.13 for a pretty serious turn on that last wave. This is easily her best wave. It's a combo of really nice turns. And Flick, you know, you nailed it in the semi-final. You said you don't think that Lakey's really clicked out of first or second gear. This is a gear above what we saw in the semis.
Yeah, she even said it herself in the post-heat interview, I think with Vaughan. She's like, yeah, look, I know I have a couple more gears I want to click up into, and I definitely feel like she's pushing a little bit harder on the rail. It's interesting, this matchup. You know, I think coming into this, I was like, okay, like what are their similarities and what are their differences? I think they have got a lot of similarities on their forehand. You know, their big, powerful score, a big, powerful carve on their forehand is definitely, you know, both of their strengths. I think Luana may be a little bit more silky in her surfing or smooth, and then Lakey has a lot of aggression that she brings throughout her turn. So I think that's kind of a little bit of a difference there. But then the difference, like in life, is just, you know, the years that Lakey has on Luana, and they're at totally different stages in life. And Lakey's a lot older, and with that comes, you've got a lot going on. You're multifaceted in a way, you know. I think, and that's just what happens with, you know, as you get older and you're more mature, and, you know, Lakey's, you know, married and a husband, and, you know, it just is that. And to speak to your point, Joey, it is experience. You know, she's been here, she's done that, she knows what the feeling's like of being in multiple finals over the years. So yeah, it's just interesting when you try and, but then on the other hand, Luana's had incredible momentum from last year into this year. So, and she's continuing from bells through to main break. So she's on a good trajectory herself, and this is a really good battle.
Great battle unfolding with plenty of time. 40 minutes on the clock for these finals. As you just saw a moment with George Pittar and Gabriel Medina. George just losing it with the idea of getting to challenge a 3-time world champ and a past winner here in the West. For George, his first final. For Gabriel, his 33rd CT final appearance. That one's coming up next. And some interesting situations are in front of us for the yellow jersey as we head to the Gold Coast. Nice focus there from the Red Bull athlete zone. George still really hyper as he put in a lot of energy into that last semifinal clash, getting past one Brazilian world champ and ready to face another one. For Luana and Lakey Peterson, you know, the stakes for the yellow jersey are right in front of them. If they win, they'll be tied with Gabby Bryant heading into the Gold Coast. Gabby Bryant falling out of the mix with a quarterfinal yesterday. So both these surfers had quarters at Bell, so a win and a quarter. We'll have a tie for yellow. Will it be Lulu? Will it be Lakey? We're yet to find out.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, and it ends up going back to, I believe, it's heat score and overall based on what we've been told this year. So we kind of don't know until right up until this event's over. We can go back and figure out the numbers. But it's going to put these ladies into a really good spot, not only for the year and keeping great results, but for the Aussie treble as well. We know there's a GWM tank on the line at the moment. Isabella took it home last year, and one of these ladies would love to add a new car to their whip.
Oh, what a great moment that'll be. The Tank 300 will be given away on the Gold Coast for stop 3 of the season, the final stop with the GWM Aussie treble. And for Lakey to have this kind of start to the year, it's incredible, because the momentum and the narratives were all about the Queens coming back, and Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, you know, joining forces with world champs like Tyler Wright once again. Sally Fitzgibbons off the CS, who's had 12 CT wins, 3-time world runner-up. And, you know, Peterson was just right behind all that noise, you know, and showing up going, yep, I'm part of that class. And she's showing just some promise for what her season's going to look like down the stretch.
Yeah, this is an epic start. You know, for the last few years, we haven't seen such a strong start from Lakey. Her head looks like it's in a really good place too, like mentally, the way she's showing up, as we see maybe a potential look here.
Opportunity for Luana Silva. The Brazilian locks in some clear water. Always smooth rails for the roundhouse wraparound in the pocket. Second consecutive full cutty. And she will hold her line to try to get the float to finish, and she's down. So had to just throw the S-tracks back into the power source consecutively. When the wall picked up, it kind of snuck up on her quickly there, Jessie.
Yeah, Lulu, I love these cut-offs. Just even that little bit of extra spice she's putting in these roundhouses, getting that power. But look how quickly that wave bottomed out there. You can see the tide. It's wreaking a little bit of havoc. Almost felt like if she didn't pull that second carve all the way back around, she could have just given that end section an extra moment. She's had an unreal make rate on that end section, and even against Katie, putting up some really solid end turns as well. That's what she's been using to her advantage here. I'd love to see her time those end sections and just give us the Lulu flair that we've grown to love here at Margie's.
Lulu will more than likely still be in second, still be chasing the 5.96 on the missed finish, but Lakey just continues to improve her numbers, starting with a 4, then a 5, then a better 5. This is a 5.83. Lakey still leading the final. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise.
Welcome back to the Margaret River Pro. The finals are on and the excitement is starting to build. Yesterday we had a full house down here at Margaret River, and today they've come back out in their numbers again. Is everyone pumped on pro surfing or what? Hey! We've got the big final out in the water right now, and an even bigger one coming up afterwards, of course, because the lone Australian left in the draw, Georgie Pittar, will be up against Gabriel Medina. Who are you guys going for? Oh, it's a mix, actually. What about that? Well, they love their pro surfing here at Margaret River. Let's lock it in and get psyched on this final, bruh.
Absolutely psyched. Vaughn Blakey enjoying the crowd here in Western Australia on Surfers Point. And Western Australia have been supporting big events here at Main Break going back to 1985. Great history, which has a long history of fans that have come here since day one of competition. We've seen them grow up along with us. And they've seen a lot of big finals go down on the bluffs. You'll meet all kinds of people from even the East Coast of Australia that make the trip over here to WA to enjoy the best surfers in the world, taking on the raw and rugged West Coast. Beautiful people and a beautiful coastline. Lakey and Luana still with 14 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Lulu hoping for her first CT win of her career. And Lakey trying to get an early start on the title race. Lakey Peterson setting up her forehand rail hook again. Fun section there, still has a little bit of movement on it. She'll just slap it quickly and step off. She has found a rhythm to improve, but that one kind of stopped short on her. So Lulu with priority, still chasing about a 6-point ride flick.
Yeah, this heat's wide open, the way I read it. Like, look, both women, you know, they kind of got those average, you know, scores at the moment. I think it's just, we still haven't seen one of those bigger sets come through with a lot of wall. I think the opportunity that's come through in this heat, they've kind of all had those tapered walls, and it's kind of been forcing, you know, the women out. The only one wave I will say is Lakey's 5.13. I mean, that was one big belt. The wave didn't really offer anything else after that, but it had one big, nice section. But in terms of opportunity in this heat, we're still yet to see one of those sets come through with a big, long, drawn-out wall where we can, you know, someone can really go to town. I think potentially that was a mistake by Lakey then, you know, kind of, she didn't have priority, did she? Or she did have priority?
She did.
So she used her priority, and I feel like this could potentially be a mistake. She obviously is improving on the situation. Crucial moment in the heat, she's handed it to Luana, and because we haven't seen one of those sets yet, you know, well, you know, if you could, kind of saying to me that we are going to see one before the end of this heat, and it all depends on who has priority in that moment.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That it's a great sell from Lulu on that last wave. Lakey not bettering her scoreline, so it wasn't making the situation harder for Luana. She still needs something in the 5-point range, and we've seen Lulu drop massive scores all event long. And this, you know, these conditions, it's clean. Obviously, it's a lot smaller, but really well suited to the big rail calves that we know and love from both of these women. So Lulu playing her cards really well here, and Lakey, unfortunately, yeah, just getting a little bit thrown off guard there from Luana Silva. These guys would know each other's strategies so well, just with how close they work together with Leandro Dora. So I love the fact that Lulu is kind of, I don't know, just ruffling Lakey's feathers a little bit right now.
Oh, it's a good one. They see a lot of each other. They're both extremely competitive. You've got to be to compete at this level. Now 12 minutes on the clock. Lulu on Sharp Eyes, Lakey on Channel Island surfboards. As Lakey starts to drift down to that little peak that's going to roll underneath. There are no takers there. But it's a good chance to check out the best surfboards in the world. You can shop right here online at the Surfboard Empire. Has all the world's best surfboards. Scan that QR code, and if you're here on site, head over to the tent, pick up your Florence gear, and pick up the exact replica models of what your heroes are riding on the championship tour. There's some John boards in there, very similar to what he's gone on to victory out here in the past. That Ghost model has just been flying off the shelf, as that store's been open every day of this waiting period here on the final day, as the whole tour will be moving to the East Coast for stop number 3 here in Australia. And also, when you think about the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea, we see the dominance from Lost. You know, Gabriella Bryan got Lost a lot of points. Now we've got a final here with Lakey for CI and Lulu for Sharp Eye.
Oh, no, absolutely running away with it again too. The name I'm, you know, really, I think is JS. That's the name that I'm excited to see, you know, back up in that top sort of upper echelon. Obviously, he's been around for a long time, one of the best board builders in the world, but, you know, with a couple of new additions to the team, like Cowley qualifying through the Challenger Series, you know, him riding JS, the new addition of Jack Robinson, it's cool to see this resurgence. You know, Ramsey Buchheim, you've got Kanoa Igarashi, you know, Sammy and Miguel Pupo. So I'm loving seeing that resurgence, and yeah, I'm interested to see if Lost can get another win this year, because yeah, they got a stranglehold on it the last few years.
Yeah, they're undefeated, and I suppose for this one, it's a big showing for Channel Island surfboards. You know, with Lakey in this final, George Pittar in the men's final, and then Cabianca, who Gabriel's been riding for a very long time. He'll get some big points as well for that showing. So we might have a lead change, you guys, heading into stop 3.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, right now, if Lakey can hold on to this lead and get a big win, that's great points for CI. The Almeric team, Brent, comes down to all of these. He's one of the most informed people about surfboards on the planet. You could talk to him, and you can, if you're an athlete, you can come and be like, hey, my board's kind of lagging X, Y, and Z, and he can just break it down to the most finite details, make those tweaks, and then your next board is 10% better, which is all you really want with surfboards as a professional athlete, is every batch just to keep growing with you and help push your surfing. So for Channel Islands to have someone like Brent Power on their team, it's definitely a really big up, not only for the brand, but for the athletes that travel on the championship tour as well.
Points added for your last win for your shaper. So an example for that would be like a Katie Simmers. You know, she won over Carissa Moore with that 8.5 on the Town and Country surfboard. Lost on the Sharp Eye. Points go to TNC for that win from Katie. We'll keep you posted. 8:35 on the clock here. Luana Silva holds priority, only needs about a 6-point ride. Lakey didn't improve on her last usage of priority. She's picked up several wins over her career. If she wins today, Lakey will then tie Caroline Marks for event wins on tour. So she's looking for a 7th championship tour victory. And Lulu looking for her first. She's featured now in 3 championship tour finals, this being her 3rd. And looking for that breakthrough win. Now with 8 minutes on the clock. Lulu dealing with the Challenger Series and the emotional roller coaster that can be pro surfing. Last year, she finally got to enjoy a full year on tour, making those 2 finals. She's found a great team with Leandra Dora, incredible support from her family and her friends that really pushed her on the North Shore of Oahu. So competitive with the amateur ranks, and she always was a bright light, not just with her surfing, but her competitive headspace, wanting to win at all costs.
Yeah, Lulu, you know, the first time I really remember seeing that competitive headspace stand out was a big Challenger Series win over Ericira. It was massive, and it was the year that her and Gabby actually went all the way to qualify for their rookie year on tour, and Ericira was huge, and Gabby had been the standout woman the entire event, and Lulu went out there and got the win, and she had to really fight for it too. And I remember being like, wow, this girl's got something. She's got something really good, and she's a fight to the very end type of woman. And even just a little reset duck dive there. You know, everyone has their thing where, okay, we're getting down to the bitter end of the heat. You gotta convert on your next wave. If you're Luana Silva, let's just duck dive. Let's reset. Some people splash their face. So Lulu, you know, definitely would love to see her just try and swing for the win.
6:40 on the clock. Kaipo still a really close final as they're looking at these waves coming through.
Yeah, waves coming through right here. Looks like Lakey's under priority, but I wanted to talk about just the nerves that are going through Luana Silva holding on to this priority. She's getting all the information out here on the Apple Watch, 6 minutes 20 on it. Looks like Lulu's on the move right here. Nice looking peak here, Joe. Luana Silva engaging. Let's see if she can get the number.
Thank you, Kaipo. Lulu throwing a big arc. Nice size in this wave choice. Another smooth cutback into the pocket for Lulu. Now gets into some end section work. There are the bricks. It's a messy one there and a hard wipeout without much water to catch her. But in a final, you're always going to go for it. Meanwhile, Lakey caught by the set. Lulu's dry docked. Her leash wrapped around the brick there, and she will just pick it back up. That is the toughest rock dance on tour, and Lulu definitely feeling it. She always was going to go for that section and checks the bottom of that surfboard. And if it looks okay, she'll just tell the water patrol to get her back into position. But a beautiful wave, definitely worth the wait here, Flick.
Yeah, it's going to be the best wave of the heat. It was beautiful. She went straight up into the top section of the wave, and yeah, for me, it just provided it had a good feeling to it. You know, when you were calling it, Joe, and I was watching it, it just automatically, I mean, look, she does so well. I mean, there's not much more you can do to try and ride out of that. I mean, she's literally dry docked. I mean, unfortunately, that's just where the wave ended. But yeah, for me, all the points are going to come from that first turn. It was the most serious, like, consequential wave of this heat. It's going to be the best score, and it's going to put the pressure on Lakey.
Yeah, I really liked it from Lulu. It felt like she finally clicked into that gear on that first turn. And the fact that she's body on the line attitude, you know, you can see she really wants a win here.
We've been talking about this theme of coaches having the entire final. And that final you brought up with Gabriela and Lulu and Ericira, that was another one where a coach went all the way. Reynos Hayes was coaching both Gabby and Lulu that day. Right now, Dora's enjoying this one, and he's enjoying these scores from both of his athletes. I see the score, 6-8-3. You see 5 numbers there. We dropped the high and the low, average the middle 3. That's the best score of the final. Now Lakey will have priority for 4 minutes, chasing a 6.01.
Nervous times for Lakey, but just with the experience, she's been in this situation a lot before, you know. I think the only thing that could potentially let her down here is the ocean. I think, you know, if you think back to today and historically what's happened this morning, we have seen those really long breaks. I mean, this gives us a good indication potentially if we're going to see another wave ridden here. I mean, Lakey's only chasing a 6. It doesn't have to be the best wave of the heat. I think she can draw confidence in the fact knowing that her 5.13, her backup wave at the moment, that was just off the strength of 1 turn. So a 6, it's doable in 1 turn. It's definitely doable in 2. It's she's just going to have really to make a decision on what wave she wants to pull the trigger on here.
We could call a spade as well. You know, there isn't much oh, I might have a wave here. There isn't something, you know, more gut-wrenching than leading a final all the way to 4 minutes to go and then having it swept out under your feet. This would cause Lakey to feel really fired up here.
Just hearing the stairs. Big steps going down. Medina, George coming up next. And now a nice, beautiful connection on the forehand of Lakey Peterson. Wraps it on the second decision. Waves trimming in size, but she still has so much energy to try to force an inside corner. Running out of water. Finds herself a pocket to just kick out of there. So much intensity out of both these athletes, putting on a show here at main break. 2:30 on the clock. Lakey trying to stay light on her feet. That is tough, but Lulu's in position. How's this wall? Silva on the wind up and out. See, the crowd was surfing with her on that one. They wanted to see her lay down that rail. So she's going to control priority, decides not to commit to it. This is what Lakey did, Flick.
Yeah, look, the first turn, strong, super strong, sent so much spray through to the roof, but a nice wrap after that, but this wave kind of just dissipates in size, right? And I think you can kind of see, obviously, the hunger inside of her, how much she just wants, you know, she's kind of begging for one more section there. Wave kind of just letting her down a little bit.
I feel it could go there. I really feel it could. If we think back to the 6-8-3 for Lulu, it was a really strong first turn. And then she backed it up with a carve after it. Lakey, really similar wave, really strong first turn, backed up with a carve and actually got a third turn in as well, where Lulu went incomplete on that third turn, not because of lack of talent, just because the reef just popped up out of nowhere. So when you kind of look at those waves, I still think Lulu gets the edge of the two. But I see, you know, it could come in at 0.8 under, which is the score she needs.
Wow, very close final. With now 1:14 on the clock. Lakey waiting for the decision. Was it enough? A 6.01. And she'll just position herself, keeping her head focused on the horizon. And she's way out to sea, but does have the Apple Watch on to get that immediate update. You actually get that little buzz vibration on your wrist if you want it, and you'll get the update immediately. Lulu opted to kick out to control priority, as she was hoping that Lakey would need another score. And the California veteran was hoping for another win here to try to be a two-time champion of Margaret River and to top the rankings in the world title race. Luana Silva looking for her breakthrough victory in her career. Judges still taking their time, chasing a 6.01, 10 seconds. Lulu holding priority here, and scores are coming in for Lakey Peterson. It comes in at a 6.4, and we've run out of time. It has been a wait for Lakey Peterson in between wins, but greatness does not rush. Now a two-time event champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Lakey Peterson.
This is cool. This is really, really cool. Husband, Tom there on the beach, and awesome moment between both of those women there. It was a cool final. We had a seesaw battle. You know, Lulu had the win, Lakey did, back and forth, but yeah, it's been a little bit between drinks for Lakey, but she can really relish in this moment, and just really goes to show, you know, she's seen Margaret River with a lot of different faces, you know, from her first event win here to, you know, this last couple of weeks, you had to have been adaptable, and I feel like, yeah, Lakey has obviously been the most adaptable surfer on the Women's Championship Tour these last couple of weeks, and she can, yeah, relish in this moment.
Jesse Starling, great read on that last wave for Lakey Peterson with that big snap and the comparison to Lulu's best number. That really kept us on the edge of our seat. Judges wanted to make sure their comparison was right. Lulu played her game well, basically ran out the clock when the decision was made.
Yeah, I just felt like that wave, it was too good for it not to get above that 6.01 when you compare it back to Lulu's 6.83, and Lakey just showing unreal dominance with her veteran status here.
Let's hear from the champion. Lakey is with Kaipo.
Yeah, what a way to win your second title here, down to the very last wave. What did you think about that? Did you think you had the score?
I don't know. I knew it was close, but it didn't give me an end turn, and even just to do a little chip off the end, I I thought that would have solidified it, but I felt good on the first couple turns, and it was just hard out there. Like, it's beautiful and there's good ones, but there's hard to find anything with like good wall, and oh, that's why you do it though. Those are the moments, you know. I knew she was gonna get the score, and I knew I was gonna have like under 5 minutes to get to try again, and yeah, all the glory to God. That was amazing. Sent me the right wave at the right time, and huge shout out to Luana. You know, we train together all the time, and she's made 3 finals in like the last year, and I just told her that her win's coming. She's surfing so solid, and she's just such a cool person. So yeah, I'm psyched though. That was so sick.
What about Western Australia? What about this place, Margaret? This is your second title here. This has got to be a special place for you.
100%. You know, I love it here. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's the people are amazing, and they show up every single time. And to win twice out here is like, it's a dream. If you would have told me that when I was 10 years old, there's no way I would have believed you. So I don't know, any young girls or boys out there that have dreams, don't ever give up on them, because things happen in life that you don't expect if you keep working hard. And yeah, just can't believe it. So stoked.
Congratulations, Lakey. I think we have a wine barrel on the beach for you.
All right, let's go. Let's get some wine, Kaipo. Woo, and shout out my family, Mom, Dad, Whitney, Parker, everyone back home. Also all the Allens, Russell, Leone, Beck, George, all you guys, love you. And this one's for my hubby. He stays by me through thick and thin, and he's here every day in the dark. So I know he can't hear me right now, but love you, babe. All right.
Congratulations.
Lakey Peterson, your champion for the second time here in the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And what a sweet way to do it when it hasn't happened in a couple of seasons. And she's back and on top of the rankings with a 5th and a 1st place heading into the Gold Coast, which she's won before. Things are looking great for Lakes.
This is so cool. I just love, you know, when we've talked about the Queens coming back to tour and this older generation, and I just love that, you know, Lakey's kind of really, she's really kind of putting a stamp of authority on it, you know, for this older generation, and being like, hey guys, we're not going anywhere just yet. And I think it's cool. You just get to hear like an insight into her life, like how much this means to her. Obviously all the support she's got back at home in Australia, California, and this is a rad moment.
Yeah, and a great start as well for Lulu. You know, Lakey said it right there. Her win's right around the corner. To start with a 5th and a 2nd, that's the best start she's had in her career.
It would definitely sting for Lulu right now, you know, going into the last minute having the lead, and then Lakey getting that score. And it was really, there was no other wave that came through for Lulu to even try and get that score to put her back in the lead. I totally agree with Lakey though. Her win, her maiden victory, it's right around the corner. The growth that she's had in 12 months is easily the most we've seen in the Women's Championship Tour, I'd say in the last few years. You know, she's really come from nowhere. So Lulu, it's coming. Her time is definitely coming.
Here we go. One more final to go. Lakey is going to enjoy this victory lap on the Red Bull ski, and we'll keep the celebrations going up here at Surfers Point. Up next, Gabriel Medina takes on George Pittar for a title here in WA. We'll bring in Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
Today we got picked up in style by our mate Jackson at Scenic. Been doing a bit of a winery tour all day today. First winery we went to was Bray, which was beautiful. Got to taste a lot of their wines there. We've seen these beautiful wineries from bird's eye view, which is nice. They look even prettier from the sky.
We're here at Aravina doing a bit of a tasting. Currently on the Cab Sauv, which is I'm a red wine guy. This is my favorite.
We are at Lewin Estates, probably the best vineyard I've ever been to.
We got to do the tour of the barrel room and basically sample some wine straight out of the barrel.
There's also a challenge on who can guess the actual amount of barrels in this cool room. I think it's about 4,926 mark is what I'm thinking as I do my calculations in my head.
We've done an amazing wine tasting, about 4 or 5 Chardonnays in a row. That's the one. That's the one. My tongue is getting more educated. This is a glorious experience. I want to stay.
It's been an incredible day and it's an incredible venue here.
We've had the most beautiful day today, honestly. Just seeing this region and landing in on the chopper and doing all that's just like, you can't get better than this.
Feeling very lucky to be in the West and to experience this.
Walking on the dream is Lakey Peterson herself, a 2-time champion here at Margaret River, taking on her sparring partner, Luana Silva, in the same camp, and she dedicating this win to her husband, Thomas Allen. Incredible surfer, by the way. And supporting Lakey since day one on their adventures together on tour. Leandro saying congratulations to Lulu. Knowing how much that would have stung, having the lead and the horn sounding and then the score comes in, that would certainly be heartbreak, being that close to your very first championship tour win. Lulu's going to be a force this year as we move forward. Gabriel Medina versus George Pittar, Joe Turpel with Richie Lovett here for the call. We've already gotten things started with Gabe tracking down the line and stepping off. You can see the asterisk there on the scoring screen, meaning he's got that score to be factored in, and he opened with a 4.67 during the break.
Yeah, Joe, incredible matchup this one, and really looking forward to it. And George Pittar from my home beach at Manly, in particular the North Stain crew, I'm sure they are gathered around a screen right now. And it's our monthly club competition at the moment as well, so they've probably got, the whole beach is probably flaring up right now. But he's going to have his hands full because Medina, he is just shown to be such a force. And let's have a look at the backhand style of Medina on these opening couple of waves. So jams it on the first 2 turns, but comes unstuck. Uncharacteristic fall for Medina. And then this is the backup score. This was came in at a 3.5. You can see just a little inside wave with a couple of hits, but yeah, it's a beautiful contrast of styles. Medina, the very strong, powerful backhand approach, and well, that forehand whipping carve that George Pittar has really established as his signature move now.
It certainly is. He's just like the new rubber band, Rick, as he just has so much range in that open face hook. This would mean a lot to the entire crew. Well, basically on the entire northern beaches of Sydney, Australia, but specifically Manly Beach, like yourself, Rick, from that zone. Lane Beachley, Barton Lynch, seeing so many titles on the sand, rich in surfing history, and just avid surf fans trying to will George to his first win. And he's had a mountain to climb of Brazilian goofy foot world champ after another, from upsetting Iago Dora to Italo. Now with Gabe, can he do it again? Here's George attacking the first section. There's that smoothness he's delivering off the top again with an arc. Speed float to cover some ground, fits in another one. This Australian crowd loving that performance for George on his opening ride of his first final.
Well, that sort of speaks volumes to where his head's at the moment. He looked good, he looked switched on. The enormity of this moment, being his first championship tour final, seems to have settled. We look at the opening slice, the second one, he held the rail line for a little bit longer, stayed nice and high, gets a nice little rebound on the inside. So 4 turns, each one slightly different than the other. Great variety on that wave. And get the feeling it's going to be the best number of the opening exchange, which is going to be very important in the scheme of things. So 33 minutes on the clock. And, well, I mean, Medina, so comfortable in this situation. He's had multiple finals. 18 championship tour victories, I think is the stat, Joe.
Looking for an 18th here, yeah.
Incredible stuff. So George, well, he's got none. And a big moment for him. He could potentially take his first.
Yeah, Gabriel Medina's 17th win was his last win, and that's when he won here in Margaret River. He always said that was just a giant hill to climb. He was winless in 2024, had the whole season to recover from his pectoral injury last year. So for a guy like Gabe, it's been a while, but his start is explosive. Third at Bells, in a final at Margaret River. There's been a lot of his world title campaigns, specifically 2018, 2021, where he kind of gets started late. He kind of feels the energy and then really pushes hard. His 2014 win, first for all of Brazil, actually kicked off with a season opener win, which was Snapper Rocks at the time over Joel Parkinson, as Lakey will get the chair now up the steps. Lakey trying to let her husband and their coach off the hook there. Say, I'm good. You guys have done enough, and there's no way they're putting her feet down. What a great tradition, I believe, started with the Australians, of getting the chair up the beach. Sometimes it's about not touching the sand. Sometimes it's about not touching the steps. What a glory. What an amazing moment for Lakey as we see George look. And that one rolls through. We've seen just this antsiness about George. It has been working. There's a bit of electricity behind him. Everything just seems sped up for George Pittar in these last couple of heats.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just all fired up, just all senses on high alert at the moment. And he needs to operate that way. Otherwise, Medina will literally flip the script and do the exact same thing to him. But looks like Medina's just going to settle into priority here. He's going to wait for that established wave to come through where he can really start to tee off on the backhand. But the opening exchange show, that's 6-1-7, an important number for George here to start things off against a way more decorated rival.
George moving into position for this little pop-up peak insider. He will take it under prio, just up and out. George Pittar with his hands full in this heat with Gabriel Medina. Kaipo, how's he looking?
I think he's looking good. I think right now George realizes the enormity of this situation. This is a career-defining moment for Pittar. He's already come through 2 world champs. He's got a 3rd one to match up with in the final. This is nothing but open blue sky for George Pittar if he's able to get the 2 best waves out here and his maiden CT victory. I think he's so in the moment right now. This is huge for the Australian.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. Thank you, Kaipo, paddling into this one. A 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina, lights up the first section on the Cabianca. Right back to the roof to float over it. Jams it quickly for rapid fire backhand surfing. George to answer. Throws down that silky wrap off the bottom, punches the lip line. Gets down for a tail blow right next to Medina. Somehow pulls that off with no water under that CI.
Yeah, important that he finished that wave off. He'll check the equipment there. You can see literally ankle deep water on the little shelf there, the rock shelf. He'll jump off. The surfer's not really opting to utilize the jet ski and the paddle out. Almost taking longer. They're better off just zipping back out here on the right-hander. Let's have a look at the replay of Medina. Strong wave for Gabes. Connects with that first turn, gets vertical on the backhand. Projection floater down the line, tags it again as the wave starts to decrease in height. Let's have a look at George. The opening carve. Comes through to this next section, tags it, a quick snap off the top. And a little blow tail flare with a tiny little hiccup, little imbalanced off on that final moment. So we watch the replay here, watch him kick the tail right out, fins are free. Great flexibility there from George. And incredible core strength just to be able to right himself back on the board. And right here, he's like, okay, I've shown the judges I'm making it. I'm just going to do the shallow turtle dive. And hopefully the board's okay.
Wow, such a radical maneuver and such a tight space there with the rock showing up. He had to have Medina in the corner of his eye, paddling back out, knowing this is his first final, an opportunity to win. He went all out. Numbers in for last of Gabriel Medina, a 6.83. And he's already sniffing around the lineup. Gosh, gorgeous conditions. Sheet glass, still light offshores. 4 to 6 foot range on the face. Heights today for the finals. And beautiful easterly, moderate, light offshore breeze. Waiting to see what George did to answer.
Wow, look at this, Joe. There's an appeal here from Gabriel Medina. He lost priority. And the priority judge deeming that George Pittar was far enough out into the lineup, so he's re-established priority there. Gabriel not happy.
Wow, big move there. Gabriel probably feeling he had enough space to take a look. But where the position was for George, they were able to flip it. And that look at that last wave costing Medina. Let's check it out.
So Medina had a look at this wave. He quickly pulls out thinking, no, I don't want it. And I've got enough space. And Gabriel just pointing to George saying, hey, he wasn't far enough out in the lineup. But this is live action. Let's see if that little momentary lapse in judgment will end up having being a defining moment. Here we go, George, up and riding.
Well, this is George using that priority gift right away, and he pushes hard on the rails. Second turn, a nice little jam in the pocket. Wraps it quickly, moving into his final point, and he makes Medina pay. Hands him priority, turns in a series of flared up carves. Medina still scratching his head on the call.
Yeah, well, I mean, that technically could have been Gabriel's wave if he hadn't have paddled for that one. You'd have to think that he probably would have taken off on it. George capitalizing. So here's a look from above the priority situation. So by the time Gabriel had stopped paddling, George was in line with the swell. And as a result, he picks up this beautiful little peak, comes off hard, the bottom drags that opening turn. The second one, even more on rail, so really laying that hillside rail, and carving through, and he gets a beautiful tail flare to finish off. So everything going right for the underdog at the moment.
Gabriel Medina, just a master, obviously, a competitor, but oftentimes an absolute wizard when it comes to applying the playbook and the rules to his advantage. You see that, making a move to lose priority. Those are mistakes that Gabriel does not make.
Not usually, and perhaps it's just being away from competition for a little while. Just that sharpener just hasn't quite really finished off sharpening the pencil yet, but it's definitely close. So wow,
a turning point in the heat. Gabriel loses priority paddling. George turns it in to one of the biggest numbers we've seen at this event, a 9-point ride. As you see, and I see, the scores lock in. That was massive. When you're looking for your first CT win, you're against one of the giants of the sport. You pick up from a rare mistake and turn it into a 9.
Let's be careful though. Medina with some fire in the belly is dangerous. And you know that he is going to hit back, and he's going to hit back hard, but an ideal position, everything just falling into place at the moment for George Pittar. Let's have a look again at the replay here. Deep bottom turn, really lays the board on rail, drags that first turn out, The second one as well, just really carving, just filleting the top of the wave. The third carve was a little higher, the angle tied up, and gets to the finish.
Big momentum shift. Just by nature of being Gabriel Medina, you've got an aura that comes with you. You almost start the final with the lead, even before waves are caught, even before the dance of priority and positioning is happening. He has that presence. He's the alpha of the tour. So you're already starting from behind. You feel that weight in front of you. And to pop that momentum with a wave like that in your first final, that's rare.
It's super hard to do. Really, really hard to do. I just think George is just so locked in. You know, he's just in the zone at the moment, feels good on the equipment. The team around him is fantastic, and yeah, I mean, he just has to take confidence in the way he's competing and the way he's surfing at the moment. I mean, his heat totals alone are enough to just, you know, keep all that momentum and confidence brewing.
Let's feel that energy from George's support crew. Send it down to the stairs with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. I'm with George's coach, Timmy Mack. You guys have been together for 3 years now, working whether it's here as a wild card or Challenger Series or QSs or just heaps of time in the off-season. He just dropped a 9 in the final of a championship tour against one of his heroes. Don't worry about his heart rate. How are you feeling? How's yours?
Yeah, definitely feeling it a bit. It's nerve-wracking being up here on the stairs for sure, but yeah, it's so exciting. He's had a crazy run to this final, and hopefully he can just top it off.
Highest score of the entire event so far?
Yeah, it's pretty epic. It's I mean,
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. You can see the coach there, Timmy Mack, he's going through what he's hoping George is going through. Settling down. Don't feel like you've won anything yet. There's still 21 minutes on the clock. Last thing you want to see, you know, is just to celebrate early as a coach and then have it slip between your fingers. How many times has Medina done that and flipped things in the dying seconds?
Yeah, he's a freak. He can make magic happen. There's no doubt about it. The GP in the box seat here. Now his assignment is to work on that 617. He can't really play the defensive game just yet with 20 minutes on the clock. He needs to just stick to his guns. He does have priority now, and we see his score starting to drop in for Medina.
A 5.63 for last of Gabriel. He got that wave during the catch-up with Timmy Mack. 6.83 before that. Once again, Gabriel working with Adriano de Souza this year as his coach, a guy that's won out here before and also has won a world title. He won the year after Gabe won in 2015. Adriano coached by Leandro Dora that year. That's the coach that just won with Lakey and also runner-up with Lulu. Waves on the way. George controlling the heat with the lead in priority. Gabriel, one of the toughest guys to watch. He'll just dance around underneath you, but let's hear from a champion. Lakey's with Vaughn.
Lakey Peterson, you are the 2026 Margaret River Pro Champion. Congratulations. We spoke earlier today when you got through your semi. You felt like you still had a little bit more to give, and a couple of sections at least in that final you got to completely open up on.
It's crazy. I can't believe it, really. It just kind of happened this week. It just sort of all fell into place, and I don't know, when the ocean's working with you, it's a nice thing, and I got lucky to get another opportunity in the end there. I knew Luana was going to get that 5 that she needed, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to have much time, but yeah, just so stoked. Beginning of the year, get a win. Like, I work really hard, we all do, and it's just nice when it pays off, you know, and also just, I said it on the ski, but shout out to Luana, huge props to her. She's surfing so well, and I can't wait to see her take her first win, I'm sure really soon, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are in the same camp with Leandro Dora, of course, and you had a close-up view of just how much fire she's been catching through the start of this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even in last year, she had 2 finals, and then I just feel like she's surfing solid, and she always, I call her Dial Bomb because she always picks the best waves in the free surfs and in heats. So yeah, it's so fun. Obviously, Leandro had a great day. Shout out coach, super coach today, and also working with Italo and Mateus, and they've been ripping. So it's just really cool. It's all love, and yeah, everyone showed up today down here. It's amazing. It's It's just cool, you know, I've been doing this a really long time, and it's cool to just prove to myself, like, I can still do this and I can still win these events, you know, and there's a lot of chitter chatter about, like, all the young girls, and they're amazing and they push me so much, but I'm still here.
Oh, rightfully so, and if you're winning comps, then you deserve to be here just as much as anyone. As you say, you know, that next generation, they are absolutely ripping, but what does this win do for your world title aspirations?
Yeah, I mean, why not? I say that at the beginning of the year, I like wrote down all the contests and I wrote down the goals and like what I'd need points-wise probably to be in the title hunt going into Pipeline, and I had it in my goals. I had to like win one of these first 4, so we're right on track there now, and obviously it's such a long year. I'm honestly just really enjoying it, and my whole goal this year is to just attack my surfing and have no fear, don't hold back, and really like just enjoy it, let go of the stress and the pressure. And it's crazy, like, if you're able to find that, what it does for you as the surfer, but it's just hard to get there sometimes. But I feel like, I don't know, I'm just really having a fun time. Yeah.
It's incredible after, you know, so many years of competing that you have to find that sort of new place, that happy place to bring out your best surfing, and it really does look like you're there. We spoke a lot at Bells, obviously, and you had that same energy, and you've managed to roll that into a big win here.
Yeah, I'm just so blessed in my life, you know, like I've got an incredible husband and amazing family, and I don't know, I have everything I need, and I'm so content. You know, if I never won another contest again, I want to win every event I go into, but I'm also like totally okay, and I just am so happy with that I think that just gives you freedom to surf your best, and I don't know, just see, you know, what you're capable of. So it feels real good, and just shout out to all my sponsors and everyone who believes in me. There's been a lot of people who supported me my whole career, and I just appreciate all of you guys, and every single sticker on my board is amazing, so it's been cool.
And just finally, you have a lot of fans here. We saw the handmade signs, we heard all the cheers when you were running down for the final. To get a big win here is amazing, but you must also have a lot of people at home you want to thank as well.
100%, yeah, my whole family at home. Mom and Dad, I wouldn't be here without either of you guys. Mom, you've been my rock the last, 5 years of my life, big time too. So shout out to you, and Whitney and Matt and Parker and my nieces, and my family back home in Victoria too. I said it on the ski, but Russell and Leonie, George Beck, I love all you guys, and I don't know, just everyone who supports me. I've got the best friends, I've got the best family in the world, and yeah, they never stop believing in me, so I'm never going to stop believing in me.
Well, I hope you like wine, because you're taking a whole barrel of it home. You're lifting it up at the press.
Oh, let's go. I'll take it all. Come on. Yeah, I'm so psyched. Let's get it.
Congratulations. Absolute champion. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
What a moment for Lakey Peterson. Second time winning this event. As we glance back at the men's final, Gabriel Medina under prio, just up and out. Starts pulling the energy towards him and create some magnificent moments that way. Hunting down an 8.35 for a lead change. He was completely stunned as he paddled for a wave. George was out to the takeoff spot, lost priority. George turned in a 9, and we only have 15 minutes left to decide a champion here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. We'll take a quick break. Back for the final decision after this.
Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm, all being right here. You're immersed in it.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
There's not a better destination than WA.
Enjoying our time in WA and enjoying our time in the final. Lakey a champ for the second time. Gabriel wants to be a two-time champ in Margaret River, but it's George's first ever CT final, and he's got priority and the biggest score of the event, that 9-point ride, as waves are on the way. Medina looks interested in the insider. Without priority, he'll see what he can do here. Medina loading up. Medina magic! Almost a full road. He sinks into a wrapping turn for George Pittar. Cutting back into the pocket. Still hanging in there for the inside track. Vertical, fin throw. Knows how to pull those off without any water on the bricks. And now the race for priority will begin. Medina taking the first, George on the second, trying to improve on a 6-1-7, Rick.
Wow, so two-wave set there, Medina. You could see the intention was to go to the air, try and really surf that wave up, and showed the judges something new, something different on the backhand, some innovation, but unfortunately coming unstuck. Let's have a look at the replay. So at this point here, Medina's going, okay, I'm not going to turns, I'm going to just take to the air, and just wasn't quite set on the rotation. George outside on a bigger wave, big opening swoop. Carves the top of the wave in half. Another roundhouse cutback, brings it all the way through to the inside, gets a little tail flare. And Joe, these final maneuvers that George is doing, he's really just expediting that tail release, putting a lot of emphasis into that radical part of the turn, and he's getting to the finish.
And it's impressive with his size, how nimble he can be and how quick that reaction time to actually throw down variety down a wave that has just completely different speeds to it.
Yeah, it's these little sections that pop up, and you're right, it speaks to the flexibility that George Pittar has. You referenced the Rubber Man, and that nickname's been passed on through a few different surfers over time. And I think George will happily take that nickname.
Pretty exciting. Richie Lovett, known as the Rubber Man for Manly Beach, and there's a new one on tour. This was the turning point in the matchup, Rick. Gabriel paddling, and priority is a judgment call, and the priority judge understood that George was at the same line when Medina stopped paddling. Gabriel's pointing to where George was, and then head judge adding that blue, which is George, crossing the line when red stopped paddling, deeming that George was inside the takeoff zone from that moment, then went right into his 9.
Yeah, so this was the 9-point ride here. You can see he just had the accelerator on from start to finish. 4 unique turns, lots of variety. The second one in particular, just really leaning on the rail, and I think that's the thing that George on the forehand has really put on show through the event, Joe, and in particular down at in Bells as well. You know, the rail carves on the forehand, we've seen John do it, where these surfers hold that rail line and power just for as long as they want, then they whip out of it and get straight back onto the bottom turn, and George has just really perfected that over the last year, and he's looking good. He's bringing it here when the waves are, kind of shoulder to head high, but he's also been doing it when we've had sort of double overhead plus waves. That power game has really come on strong.
We're living in the era of the Brazilian Storm.
Yeah.
Gabriel Medina, the first Brazilian world champ back in 2014. And you think about George's run through this event to get to the final, it goes back to Felipe Toledo, a 2-time world champ, the first for Brazil to actually go back-to-back. Got through that one. Felipe's won out here as well. That was a huge win. And then you add up all the world champs from Brazil. You've got Italo, Ferreira, got past him. Iago Dora, the reigning world champ, got past him. And now he's got Medina, and the only Brazilian world champ he can't compete against in the water is De Souza, who's actually Medina's coach. So in a way, he might be trying to change the whole weather pattern of the entire storm as we see it.
Well, you know, the Brazilian storm, just when you think it's going to go away, it starts to intensify. But GP at the moment, he's acting like a high pressure system, trying to just extinguish that low pressure system, that Brazilian storm, because they have been so dominant.
7:50 remaining in this final. George getting closer and closer with every second off the clock of achieving a first CT win, coming after an emotional fall off the tour last year here at Margaret River, where results were sticking to him. Not making it past certain rounds were affecting him. And then he got the power blow to the gut when he was sent to the CS, and he's been honest about how much that hurt and stung. Back with Timmy Mack and a great Aussie fueled energy on the CS. He was able to get his spot back on tour. Von Blakey sat with him for about 10 minutes at Newcastle, and he has took in the emotion of finally getting back. He said how much that hurt to climb that ladder. And now in the second event of the season, he's getting close to winning. De Souza wants some time just to focus as he's understanding the situation that Gabriel's in right now.
Yeah, he didn't look happy, did he? De Souza, he has done such good work with Miguel and Gabriel over the last few events.
Yeah, for him,
So
he's going, I want to go back to back here. You know, he got Miguel the Bell, you know, coaching him to that victory. He's won out here as well, just like Bells, and Adriano's probably felt everything was just going to plan.
Totally. You know, Gabriel's just been so strong and convincing victories almost in every single heat that he's had. Things just not quite going to plan here, and really that turning moment, that one little priority glitch has cost him in a big way, because essentially, you know, if Medina didn't paddle for that one wave, he would have got it. Perhaps he would have had a 9 in his scoreline.
GWM recap of the final here at Margaret River. George, in his first ever CT appearance, is still keeping his start, Rick. That 6.17 is his low score.
Yeah, looking so good on the CI Goldie, and Medina on the Cabianca on the backhand, looking really strong as well. Just, geez, he's been surfing good, Joe. We can't discredit just the performance and the talent of Gabriel Medina, but just the waves have unfortunately let him down. And then this moment here where he gifted George Pittar priority, and then the magic. 9-point ride, and GP, credit to him, just surfed the wave up, surfed incredibly well. Rail commitment through the first 2 turns. Beautiful wrap, great style, and a lot of flair all the way through.
Very impressed with George, just firing up here on finals day, bringing a little bit of extra against the big world champions that have been next to him in the lineup. Gabriel sitting quietly, looking at the Indian Ocean from the horizon, hoping that a special wave will come through. 835s, he eats those for breakfast. And he's just got to rely on the energy of the ocean to give him another shot. His backhand can power through any lump and bump like we saw throughout the early days of the contest. Today, ultra smooth with this favorable wind change. Went for a big full rote on the previous exchange and sank on it. George, meanwhile, will stay active under priority and decide to hold back. But Richie, you know what it's like to finally break the ice and accomplish a maiden tour victory against the best surfers on the planet, and that feeling you get that comes with it.
Yeah, it's an amazing one, and right now with 4 minutes to go, George needs to not think about that. He just needs to stay right in this moment here, right in his head. Just be present, stay on task here, you know, maybe even try and push the envelope a little bit if another set comes in, keep Gabriel honest. But at this point, Joe, with just under 4 minutes, the chances of Gabs getting 2 waves from here, very unlikely, just with the rhythm of the sets. So it's a very defined wave that Gabriel is looking for here. And George is going to just stick by his side, keep him honest.
One thing that will be happening is the yellow jersey will be staying with Brazilians. It will get shaded from Miguel's back to Medina's heading into stomp 3. So Gabriel's comeback is still so solid no matter the outcome of this final, and he'll be leading the tour once again. Heading into the Gold Coast where he's won before. That kicked off his first world title in 2014 with that win at Snapper Rocks. But right now, Medina is just glaring at the ocean, just hoping that there's something left for him. And as these guys sit way out to sea, we're so stoked to have the Western Australia flight cam to see how close they're sitting in this big lineup. George red hot today. Trying to keep this one here in Australia. Getting a little bit closer to his first win. And for yourself, Richie Lovett, coming from the same beach as George, you know, you would have been a huge inspiration for him. But who are the other big influences that are probably just biting their nails off right now watching George? I mean, he's had a big impact on the community that he grew up in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our local board riders, North Stain, were their grommets, you know, little 6-year-olds that are looking at George as their biggest inspiration. Dayani, former tour competitor, Kai Otten, who was, I guess, an adopted local at Manly. And for the club as well, he'd be looking on. He's also done some coaching with George over the last couple of years. And then even, you know, further to that, Robbie Bain, Barton Lynch, all my heroes that I worked with. So many talents have come out of the area and that beach, and then you extend it north on the northern beaches, Damien Hardman, all that crew up at Narrabeen. The list goes on and on. But, mate, a minute and a half, and George is away from potentially securing his first championship tour victory. But you know that Gabriel Medina, he's going to answer back if he gets the opportunity. Well, here goes George. He's going to try and solidify his position.
Minute 15 to go, up and out for George, just dancing around the lineup, knowing he doesn't have priority, just trying to create little energy shifts. Medina changing his jersey number to #1 on his comeback season. He's starting to paddle towards a couple of little peaks that are popping up now. Remember, he needs an 8.35. He'll hold back.
Yeah, he's an astute competitor. He knows exactly what he can extract out of a wave. Making the call that that one didn't have enough in it. 40 seconds.
Gabe's been sitting for a very long time. Started this heat early, 4s and 3s. His high score at the moment is 6.83. Total momentum shift, paddled for a wave. Gave George priority, rolled right into a 9. Not just the best score of the final, best score of the event. Talk about peaking at the right time. 15 seconds to go. Opportunity popping up in front of them. Gabriel Medina can go any way he wants, but can he get there in time? He's going to be a little late. 5 seconds to go. We're starting to close this one out. Gabriel Medina runs out of time, and it's a huge day for Australia's George Pittar. Takes out his first victory here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. His first championship tour win of his career, and it happens to be over Gabriel Medina.
Wow, what a way to win. Congratulations, George. It's maiden victory, and he's done it in style. He's beaten multiple Brazilian world champions on his way to victory. This is a big one. The first one's often the hardest. And he's done it in such fine form, just going from having possibly the worst moment of his life last year, falling off tour, to now having the best moment of his life 1 year later. Just incredible stuff.
Huge moment for George, huge moment for Manly. Where's the 95 on his back is the postal code.
Yeah, 2095.
Representing.
Absolutely, the postal code for Manly. Yeah, GP.
George is with Kaipo.
George, I have a saying out here in Western Australia. It's like walking on a dream. You must be feeling like that dream just come true for you.
Well, I don't know what to say, honestly. I was like, that's funny you said that because they played that the other morning before, and I was like, that's such a slapper, that song slaps, and I was like, that's what it's felt like this week, honestly. Like, it's just like, I can't even believe it. It's so surreal. I don't even know what to say right now. And I guess like those matchups I had this comp, like every one of them just felt like there was no way. And then I don't know, they just gifted me waves. Every heat I was having, I had like 3 in a row where I got a wave in the last like minute. And I don't know, it's just crazy. Like last year I got cut here. I was like, just after that semi, I just went and like sat in the spot where I sat after I got cut. Just crazy, man.
It's been a wild 2 months for you, going to battling for your way back on the championship tour in Newcastle just a couple of months ago to now your first CT win.
I can't even believe it. Honestly, I haven't won a comp since I was like 15 years old. Like just a Grom comp. I had like a couple of seconds last year, and I was just like, it was just like, I don't know, bittersweet. You know, it was sick making that many heats, but like I just want to win one so bad. I want to get chaired up, and like, holy shit, I just like beat Medina in the final here
with a 9.
Yeah, I can't believe it. Honestly, they switched prio like. And I was like, oh, I was stoked on that. And then that set came, and it was such a bomb, and it's pretty slow out here.
Enjoy the moment. Your champ, George Pittar. Woo!
What an emotional victory. That's just all hard work and dedication pouring out in that victory speech with Kaipo. George just letting it all out. The blows of getting knocked to the CS, having so many runner-up finishes at not just CS comps, but junior comps, you name it. It's just been way too long. And George finally standing on top. And a wave that makes sense. A semifinal here is a wild card. You knew he had a great connection instantly with Margaret River. But to go through the road of Brazilian world champs that he had in front of him, really a seemingly insurmountable mountain to climb, and he's done it.
Yeah, the achievement, it can't be, understated, really. His path to the final, just, it couldn't have been harder, really. And acknowledging just the moment last year where he dropped off tour, all the hard work that he's done to get back to this moment and to get the win. This is, it's hard not to get caught up there, but mate, he is going to, he's going to party hard for a day or two and then just reset, because the Gold Coast is just around the corner. I know his family will be watching. I know the whole of Manly Beach and the northern beaches will be just absolutely freaking out on the win.
I was going to think that. I mean, you guys are competitive on the northern beaches, you know, board rider culture. I mean, I love it. Even on your own beach with the old Queenscliff, North Stain stories, man, it's radical. But right now, in a moment like this, all the northern beaches of Sydney, Australia, they band together, and they're back in George right now.
Yeah, totally. They'll all be feeling it. And this is a special one. You know, the Northern Beaches crew have been working hard to get all these guys at the top level. As George just makes his way through the keyhole, and he'll be greeted with a lot of smiles and excitement. The Aussie crew will be there to cheer him up the stairs.
Gets to feel that feeling of being cheered up by your best friends. Congrats to Timmy Mack, his coach, huge win. He's gonna have a number of bear hugs to get through. Looks like Wilcox, Joel Vaughn, Timmy Mack.
Come on, Ryan, let's go. Fuck yeah, God. Get up here. Working on a dream, all right. Hang on there.
Timmy Mack and Jacob Wilcox on the chair. Responsibilities for George Pittar. And look at that Australian crowd.
brother. Mate. What the fuck? Mate. GP, Thor's hammer, the man who took on the full power of the Brazilian Storm, 7 world titles, 8 if you count the coach. Mate, to win your first ever CT here at the Margaret River Pro, you must be tripping.
I'm shaking right now, man. That was a dream. That was a full dream coming up there. It was like surreal when I was out there. I didn't really know how to feel. I was almost feeling like sick. And I come in here and see everyone, like Timmy Mack, Jacob, like Goalie, all the boys. Like, we've been through so much. Like, we travel with such good mates. Like, we've been through so much. And like Timmy, bro, like we had such a hard year last year, falling off tour, and it was tough, man. It felt like we were just pushing shit uphill. And I don't know. I just like I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm holding his flag right now, and like, feels good, man.
Mate, your camp, the second you got through your semi, they were hunting out a flag. They had that much faith in you. Like, did you have the same faith right from the word go in this event?
Honestly, like, I had to. Like, I feel like I can't think I'm just like another number, like making up the rankings anymore. Like, I want to be on here. I want to be a competitor. I want to be at the top. And like, I just feel like even if it's fake confidence, like, fucking believe it. Like, I'm frosted.
Nothing fake about it, mate. Look at you. You're the champion of the Margaret River Pro.
I'm so stoked. Honestly, and to hold this flag, like, on a special weekend for everyone, like, the Anzacs, and like coming down here, listening to the trumpets yesterday morning, like, it was shivers. Like, it's so sick, man. Like, I'd come in, I would look at those semis yesterday, and it was just all Brazilians and me, and I was like, gotta do it.
What is it about this wave that you just click with? Because we first saw you here as a wild card, and you went bonkers in that comp all the way to a 3rd place finish. But, you know, with the added weight and just that extra confidence, your surfing has just gone to another place, and this wave loves it. It just clicks in.
Yeah, honestly, and like, a massive shout out to CI, to be honest. Like, the last 6 months to a year, like, their boards are just going to another level, and like, although I'm putting in the work too, like, they're helping so much. Like, I just feel like every conditions there is, I've got like the perfect board for it. Huge shout out to Britt, Maddie Penn, like Luca, Brant, all the boys. Like, such a good family. They're so supportive, and yeah, man, I don't even know what to say right now.
Well, mate, Richie Lovett was probably holding back the tears as well, but I mean, this means so much for Manly, the beach that you're from. Who do you want to give a shout out from home?
Oh, all the boys at home. I know they'll be watching. North Stain, they got board riders on today. I was like, looking at that, I was like, that'd be so sick if like I got the win today, and they're all down at board riders. So huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to my close mates at home, Bowie, Axel, Mac, Tian, all the boys. Like, fucking stoked. Let's go.
Hey, mate, let's just take one last wander through your run in this event. Felipe Toledo, Leonardo Fioravanti, Iago Dora, Italo Ferreira, and now Gabe Medina. I mean, are you kidding me, bro?
I don't know what to say. I'm trooping. I'm as trooping as you are, honestly. I like my draw this event. I seen first heat was Toledo, and like, I was like, hey, here we go. Like, another one of these deals where you come on as a rookie and like you just get these gnarly dudes, and man, I just kept matching up against them. I was like, oh, again. I was like, I don't know, just like trying to back myself and like believe in myself a little bit more, and like, yeah, I don't know, like, everybody on this tour is so gnarly. Like, those guys are so gnarly, but like every single person like is so gnarly, and it's so hard to win one of these comps. I just can't believe I just did it. I can't believe it.
Mate, let's just say it out loud. You're the 2026 Margaret River Pro champion. Your first ever CT victory. Congratulations, GP. You put a rocket up the Aussies, and everyone here is absolutely frothing.
Cheers, Mono. Fucking oath. What a CT. Let's go.
The party's getting started here at Surfers Point. George Pittar winning for the first time of his career here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And another congrats to Lakey Peterson winning this event for the 2nd time. We'll relive all the major moments of a big finals day coming up next on the Stone and Wood Post Show.
Kaya, welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show, breaking down another big event here in Margaret River, the second stop of the championship tour. Lakey Peterson getting her second win here in the West, her 7th championship tour win as she goes raging up the rankings here on the championship tour, and a breakthrough moment, an emotional moment for George Pittar, claiming his first championship tour victory. His name will be etched into the stairs here at Surfers Point as we get set for the presentation. We're going to dive into some highlights, some big stories to get into, but none bigger than a breakthrough victory at any CT event. It is always a really special moment, and for a surfer from Manly, Rich, the claw is the law, I'm told. What is that? The secret handshake.
Secret handshake.
Down there at North Stain.
Yeah, it is. And there'll be claws all around, claws the law. And yeah, funnily enough, we have our board riders event on today, and my thread is just absolutely lighting up. So yeah, big moment for Manly.
We're going to talk more about George Pittar and his magic run through world champs on his way to victory. But Flick, Lakey Peterson, you know, we've got this new breed, this new generation of absolute phenoms on this championship tour. But Lakey, as one of the veterans, is proving you can't count them out. That was a stunning performance and her second victory here.
Yeah, it was an epic victory. I think, you know, at the start of the season, there was so much chatter around this new younger generation, and, you know, that famous, like, you know, that tagline soundbite from Betty Lou, like, I think we're going to smoke them. And I think it's cool, like, to see that fire from this younger generation. But, you know, Lakey, she's my generation, and I really do love to see, you know, the queens of the sport, you know, get one back. So, you know, we've got Gabriella Bryan with the win at Bells, and now we've got Lakey with a win here at Mainbreak. So, yeah, it's cool. It's just really goes to show how deep the talent is on the women's tour, and that, you know, the rankings is wide open, and a win apiece, you know, from, you know, the younger generation to the older generation, and looking forward to seeing what happens on the Gold Coast.
Oh, we're in for a special treat, but we have to reflect on the magic run of George Pittar in this contest. It was as tough a draw as you could basically script, and he got the job done. He beat 7 world titles to get this victory. Unbelievable. And we're only looking at the finals bracket here, but before getting to this point in the comp, he overcame Felipe Toledo in the first round that he surfed, and then Leo Fioravanti to get his spot in the quarters.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then coming up against Iago, the world champ in the quarters, and then Italo Ferreira this morning, and then probably the biggest task of all, coming up against Gabriel Medina in the final. But this is yesterday, quarterfinal action, and you can just, yeah, I mean, it's unquestionable how well he's surfing at the moment, and how far the surfing has improved since last year. And he's really starting to feel it now. He's put in the hard work, and he's just, yeah, mate, he's on a roll.
Oh, even the end to that heat, came down to the last 5 seconds, right? I mean, talk about nerves of steel. I think he's kind of had every sort of scenario play out, and let alone, you know, he's had the hardest draw on the road to the victory here, you know. You go Iago, and then that clutch moment at the end, and then to Italo, you know, the fastest guy on tour, who's just so twitchy and kind of makes you second guess every thought. But, you know, while you have priority, he's always operating and always giving you something to think about. So George really adapted in every single heat to the opponent and rose to the occasion.
Yeah, he did, and he got great work done under priority against, you know, we heard Taj Burrow saying that he felt Gabriel Medina was, you know, the most deadly person that he'd ever seen without priority, and George did a Gabriel Medina to the 3-time world champ.
Yeah, he stayed really busy and just utilised his strengths on the waves that he caught too. In the final, there was that little moment where Medina paddled for that wave and handed priority back to George, and sure enough, you know, that magic wave came through, but he had to convert on it. He still had to surf it. He still had to extract all the points out of it, which he did. And then realising the moment where it all just happened, and celebrations all round.
Yeah, he is part of a pack. Gabriel Medina, we've got to talk about this guy's form. Incredible. Goes into the yellow jersey now, heading into stop 3. Typically, you know, he's had some decent starts on the Australian League, but starting with the momentum and consistency that he's had is, you know, danger signs for the rest of the field. But, you know, today it's George's moment, and he rode the chariot to the top of the stairs and was carried on the shoulders of a group of surfers who he's battled away with on the Challenger Series. And he was deeply wounded being cut last year. Took him a while to recover, Rick.
He sure did. You know, even for the months after he got knocked off tour, he wasn't the same George. You know, he was down. He had to do a lot of work to really, you know, recalibrate the mind. He did a lot of work on his physical, you know, fitness. He did a lot of work on his surfing, and it's all paid off. You know, just mate. Oh, hats off to him. Incredible performance.
Yeah, and I heard him saying to Vaughan, you know, he wasn't fearing losing like he had in the past. He's willing just to lay down his hardest surfing. It's helped him fetch big scores already this season and helped him get his first CT win. On the women's side, Lakey Peterson breaking through for a 7th championship tour win. There is no easy road to victory at this level, and Lakey stepped up in a big way, used her experience to overcome some really tough opponents.
Oh, totally. I think for me, Lakey throughout this event, it was just every heat. I mean, look at the quarter. She was matched up against Caroline Marks, and then you can see Sawyer Lindblad in the semi, and obviously Luana in the final. I just think it was just a veteran approach, and it really lent itself to experience, because obviously she's had a win out here before in 2019, but we saw a lot of different moods and faces of Margaret River over the last couple of weeks, right? And I feel like it's lent itself to experience. I mean, she's seen a lot of, how many events has she put in here, you know, to be getting up into the double digits. So, I mean, just to have that experience and listening to her talk in her post-heat interviews and sort of identify, you know, what was the winning formula in each heat. I think it just speaks to, yeah, just the maturity in her surfing and how well she's obviously working with Leandro at the moment too.
Totally, really consistent through that bracket. And when you looked at the quarterfinals, they were stacked. Carissa Moore, Gabriella Bryan, Molly Picklum, Katie Simmers, all the kind of high-pegged surfers to make the final and win the event were there, but Lakey just stuck to her guns. She got to work. You know, the heats weren't necessarily incredibly high scoring, but she always came out on top, and she worked her way to win all the way through. She even said it, I think, prior to the semis, you know, I feel like I haven't put my best surfing down yet, and it's still to come. But in the final, she made some really calculated decisions and just some really good foundational surfing, sticking to the rail game and doing what she did best.
There was some real size in the early stages of the window too. This is an event where Lakey found another gear in heavier water. And you have to have that if you're going to get a win here. She showed that in the earlier rounds, real commitment to those final sections, and a march up the ladder. Looking forward to seeing how high she goes on the leaderboard. But a huge day for Leandro Dora as well, who had Lakey and Luana in that final. And he was reassuring Luana that she has the talent. She's building towards a CT victory. A few finals now without the W.
Yeah, it's going to sting for sure. But, I mean, Lakey had some nice words to say to her. You know, your win is just around the corner. You've made a few finals now. It's only a matter of time. But, yeah, to me, it was just Lakey just had such a good read on the wave selection. Like you brought it up, Rich, maybe not exactly the gear she wanted to click into, but she did the best with the opportunity that she had in the heats, and sometimes that's all you can do. And, you know, it was the same opportunity for both Luana and herself, and really it came down to the last wave in the last few seconds of the heat and her, you know, getting that last score, and that was the decider. So she fought right up until the end, and it was a good final though, because that final did swing back and forth. Yeah, Lakey had the lead, and then it was Luana, and then it was Lakey. So, yeah, just the never say die attitude, and I think that win lended itself to experience for sure.
Most definitely. Great start to the year for Luana Silva. The crowds have been so committed throughout the event window once again. In those grey, stormy conditions, they were down here watching the world's best, and they've turned out in force on a beautiful Sunday to watch finals day go down. It's now time to hand out some trophies with Joe Tapel.
Thank you, Ronnie. Hi, everybody. How's it going out there? Great to have you all down here being a part of surfing history. How good is pro surfing? Put your hands together. Thank you so much for coming here day in and day out. And how about a weather change? West is best. We're feeling it. Putting on a show here on finals day. You guys are such a big part of it. So thanks for bringing the great energy and showing so much love to all the pro surfers, the very best in the entire world. As we continue with this, I'd like to say Kaya, meaning hello. The WSL acknowledges the Wadandi people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region, and thanks them for welcoming us to their Buja, their country, each and every year. We pay our respects to the Wadandi community and their elders past and present, and the WSL is committed to the ongoing learning about local history, culture, and language of the Wadandi Buja, the Saltwaters people country. They've asked us to walk together softly on country and respect the ocean and the waterways that are we on today. We also like to extend this acknowledgement and respect to other First Nations people who join us in person and on our broadcast around the world. Thank you so much. Welcome to the official awards presentation of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's the second stop of the season for the World Surf League Championship Tour, celebrating 50 years of professional surfing. Imagining what's next, we're seeing it happen in front of us, already 2 stops down of the GWM Aussie Treble as well. It's already been thrilling. The performances out here in the West are really important to deciding an undisputed world title at the end of the year. To be challenged by this rugged, raw ocean, the fierce winds, sometimes severely onshore and sometimes perfect and pretty like it was today. Really tests the best surfers to show what they've got in the powerful waves of main break, and we're so thrilled to be here in each and every year. Thanks to the local surfers that give us this lineup, man. It's a treat to be here on this region every single year on the CT. Second stop completed of the GWM Aussie Treble. So once again, the keys to the GWM Tank 300 will be given out on the Gold Coast of Australia. Want to thank our partners, especially Tourism Western Australia, our title partner of this event. They've been backing this event since the mid-'80s, and they roll out the red carpet for us and really help us enjoy this place, learning about this place as well. We can't thank you enough. We want to thank Red Bull, our event partners here, Yeti, Surfline, IC, True Surf, Bonsoy, GWM, Stone and Wood, Eero, Hydrolite, BioGlan, Boost Mobile, Bond University, Fatboy Bikes, Surfboard Empire, Florence Marine X, Shire of Augusta Margaret River, Spud Shed, and Relationships Australia. Thank you so much once again to Surfing Western Australia as well. You guys host such a beautiful event every year. You guys are incredible, and the fans, once again, we love you guys. Some great people up on here stage with me here, right in the middle. This guy, he's seen a lot of heats. A lot of pro surfing. Let's give it up for Renato Hickel, WSL Vice President of Tours and Competition. Great job on the call once again, Renato. On his left, we've got Scotty Hargraves. He is the Senior Vice President of WSL APAC. Thanks for all the hard work you do, Scotty. Love your work. And also, we've got Zach Wallich-Webb, a cultural custodian on behalf of the Buildup Association. Zach welcomes us with such a warm heart every year to the Wadandi country, leads us in the cultural engagement at Margaret River each year. Please welcome Zach to say a few words.
Thanks, Joey, and Kaya, everyone. Come on, we can do better than that. Kaya! Kaya! That's it, Kaya and Zach. So hello, my name is Zach. I'll just ask Scotty and Ronaldo to make their way up too. We've just got a few gifts here. So the gifts that we have here are for the women, which what we call a wangi burner. These are tapping sticks, and they're made from Wirramara wood, which comes from the northwest of Western Australia. We also have some kaili, so some boomerangs here. These are made by my Nyuni Sam, and these are made by local jarrah or jarrah tree, and these are boomerangs, also known as kaili in language. And over here we have some more kaili or some more boomerangs, and these ones are from Uncle Wayne Stevens, and he's a Gurama Injabari man from the northwest of Western Australia as well. So we would like to gift these to yourselves to carry on over to Aotearoa and to our whānau over on the island of the long white clouds. So we also have some feathers here, which are kayak feathers. So these are what's used for ceremony. So we ask that these could be gifted across the oceans, bringing us all together as one people across the world. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zach. We're always learning from him. that one ripple effect that connects us all to all of our nations, connected by surf, connected by the ocean, and that giving spirit. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We've got these traditional wine barrels that we get to pass out to our champions, made by Gary Bennett from Jirac, to create these beautiful trophies. It's iconic for this region, of course, being in Margaret River. So thanks so much for setting that stage for us really well. I think it's time to pass them out, though. Let's get behind our champions here in the final. This young surfer representing Brazil, raised on the island of Oahu, has come so close to winning her first major, showing up again in the big way, and maybe that heat was the closest she's been so far. Always getting better. Let's hear it for your runner-up for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, Luana Silva. You want to put that up above your head real quick? Congrats, Lulu. I saw your big, happy smile, which you always have, but back at Bell's when you got a 5th, remember when you first got on tour, 5th kind of felt good, you know? And then I could tell you were like, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. There's this good energy about it going, yeah, 5th's cool, but I want more. You certainly got more. Making the final here at Margaret River, it's got to feel amazing. All that hard work is paying off.
Yeah, it's been an incredible start to the year. I couldn't thank Leandro and Penguin that I have by my side this year. I wanted to go one more so bad, but you know, if it wasn't me, it had to be Lakey. She shares Leandro with me. We work together. She's my sparring partner. And it's a full circle moment. I used to watch Lakey's movie 0 to 100 on Netflix and Nike Leave a Message. Her and Carissa's parts were my favorite in the movie. Yeah, so I'm really happy for her. I'm really stoked with my performance, and I'm really excited for this next year. Yeah.
Congratulations, Lulu. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Obrigada a todos os brasileiros também que vieram, torceu. Obrigada.
Yeah, Lulu, runner-up, a 5th and a 2nd. Her best start to date on the CT. And Leandro Dora, parabéns. Bom trabalho, irmão. Monstro. Really good job. What a great coach. She had the whole women's final there today. Now this guy, we've just missed him severely last year. Coming back with a force, man. The original Brazilian world champion, runner-up in the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Put your hands together for 3-time world champ, Gabriel Medina. Gabriel's won this one before. His 17th victory was right here in the West, an event that you always are humble about, saying it's challenged you. But I don't know, you might have to change that around, because here we are again on the podium. You've got a great connection with this place, whether it's blazing onshore or really groomed today. How did you work on it, and now making multiple podiums out here? What's the difference been?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to thank God for the opportunity. It's been amazing. And I've been enjoying my ride, you know. Last year was a tough one to stay away from surf competition. And I'm finally back. I feel good to put a jersey and go out there and do my best. And yeah, here it's been so good. I've been going to the wineries, been surfing around. Just enjoy, you know, having a good time. I just want to thank my team as well, which makes more fun, you know, to have people around you. My girlfriend, Adriano, Lucas, and yeah, just trying to be happy, you know, like, and keep the vibe up and surfing around. And I feel like I'm in the rhythm with competition, you know. I was a little scared before Bells because I didn't know what I was gonna do, you know. And I was so worried. But now I feel good. And yeah, I just want to thank you guys for coming down to support us. It's been amazing. It's so special to have you guys here because we travel all around the world. We are away from our families, and you guys keep it real, you know. So thank you guys.
Well done, Gabe. Your jersey color is going to change. Back in yellow, #1 in the world.
Yeah. it's been a long time, but I miss it. I'm happy with the yellow jersey. It was with one of my best friends, Miguel, just before, so I'll take it. Thanks, Mig. And yeah, I mean, it's just a jersey, you know. I feel like I have to work more, and yeah, the year is just beginning, so let's do it.
Enjoy the moment, my friend. Gabriel Medina, runner-up in Margaret River, and now #1 in the world, heading back to the Gold Coast. One moment, please.
Obrigado a todos também, os brasileiros. Valeu pela torcida. Valeu mesmo. Obrigado, gente. Sem vocês ia ser diferente. Valeu mesmo. Obrigado.
There we go. Valeu. Now this warrior has been on tour for a long time. Yeah, she was in those classic old movies back in the day and just turned into a force of progression, then overall performance, and now a two-time champion of this event. Put your hands together for your Western Australia Margaret River Pro champion, Lakey Peterson.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Hold that trophy up. For the second time, winning this event. Lakey, I love how open you've been with your journey of coming to the West with fear. I think it was the 2015 season. It was like 100 foot. For sure, everyone got smoked. Remember that? It was frightening for fans to watch alone, but you looked at it head on. Amazing, taking that set on the head. Would you ever imagine you'd be a two-time champion in the future here at Margaret River?
Yeah, it's crazy. I've come a long way with this place, and I've grown to love it so much. And I don't know, I think I said it when I was out in the water, but if you would have told my 10-year-old self I would win here twice, I would not have believed you. So to all those kids out there, keep believing and pushing forward. But yeah, I've definitely just built an amazing connection with this place. And I remember 2015, I rode a 6.8. That was the biggest board I've ever rode in a contest, and I broke it. And Mike Parsons was so stoked, actually, because it was big and it was pumped. But yeah, it just feels incredible.
Also, coming in with all this experience, having the narratives of the younger guard coming in like Lulu, and all your good rivals that are world champs, from Steph to Riss to Tyler to Sal, and then for you to have such a blazing start to this season, you know, what do you attribute that to have this kind of success at this point of your career?
Just hard work, honestly, and self-belief. I think I've struggled a bit with self-belief in the past, and it's hard. You lose a lot more than you win, and I don't know. I guess I just have a great team around me. Shout out Leandro Dora. Thank you for everything. Also to my husband. He's my rock and my why, and I could not do this without you, so I just feel like the people around me are so great. And also, too, I want to acknowledge Lulu. I love you, Lulu. Give it up for Lulu, you guys. Surfing amazing. This is her third final in like a year, so I really can't wait for the next one that you're in, and I'm going to carry you up the beach. So, but yeah, I guess just to feel like I'm still amongst it with the new girls on tour, and then obviously I've been here for a long time, but yeah, it just feels good. I know I can still compete with everyone, and on my day, you know, I can still win and be doing it. So it feels just incredible and humbling, and I'm just, yeah, so lucky to really be here and get to do this still.
You absolutely deserve the moment. Congrats, Lakey. Enjoy every second.
Thank you. Thank you. Congrats, George. Congrats, Gabe. Great surfing. Thank you, guys. You're the best.
Lakey Peterson, your champion for the second time here at the Margaret River Pro, and her first win since Jeffreys Bay in 2023. Well, we got one man standing. This guy represents Australia from Manly Beach. Fell off the tour here last year in Margaret River, but he's a completely different human. His first championship tour win of his career. Let's hear it for your champion of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, George Pittar. Congratulations, congratulations. His first podium. Lifted up. You were looking for a spout on that thing, weren't you? George, just the road you've been through, before just even today, from like a year ago today, the ups and downs, the heartbreak, all the hard work and the belief in yourself to now be forever remembered for what you did here in Western Australia. Have you been able to put it into words now and kind of soak it all in this short period of time?
Not really. Yeah, it's pretty, I don't really have too many words for it, to be honest. I was saying out in the water to Kuiper, I was like, just before that final, I like went and sat just where I sat last year when I fell off tour. And I was like, wow, it's kind of crazy how like different the feelings are right now. And then to go out in the final against Medina, who's someone who I've like looked up to since I was a kid and such a crazy competitor, and I don't know, he's just a giant in my book. So yeah, to have him in the final and then to get a couple and win it, I don't know, I don't have too many words, but just doing it in front of everyone here, I feel like everyone in WA has been so great to me ever since I started coming here, and such a special place. And yeah, just seeing everyone, like they come down at like in dark every morning. Like I'm down here and there's like 20 people before me, and I'm like, it's not even starting for another 2 hours. But I don't know, the commitment of all you guys, like it really just makes it so special for us, like rocking up every morning and seeing everyone, and then to go out and like, even like on the jet ski rides when you're getting around, and I always look in and see the crowd on the hill, and it just means so much. And to take the win in a place that's so special to me is a really great feeling.
Unreal, George. Put your hands together for that. What a statement. I mean, the road to the final was the biggest mountain you could have. You know, the recent history of domination from the Brazilian Storm was just right ahead of you. You know, from Felipe Toledo to Italo to Iago to Gabriel, and you kept having to bring more. And there seemed like you were actually almost hyper this morning. You know, preparing for Italo, your energy was electric. You knew what you were up against, and you absolutely brought it. What did you do differently to prepare for your first win this morning?
Geez, I don't really know. I felt like I've been trying to keep it pretty similar every day, to be honest. I feel like in a contest you kind of start to get into a little bit of a routine when you get going. And yeah, I don't know, those guys, like, if I like put my surfing against theirs, it's pretty hard to like think that I'm going to beat them. But I don't know, I just like try to back myself and try to put myself on the right waves, and just believe that if I get the opportunity, like I can convert to. And like, I guess at the end of the day, it's competing, and like there's decisions that go your way and there's decisions that don't. And like a lot of times this comp, like I was super blessed. Like I had like 3 heats in a row where there was like a minute to go, and I got a score in the last minute. And obviously, like I was stoked to convert on that, but to get that wave, and I don't know, sometimes it just feels like you just got a good energy when you're in a place. And this week really felt super special for me.
Also seeing Wilcox and Timmy back, and to have your first win, it could happen anywhere. What does it mean to do it in Australia?
Yeah, super special to do it here, and then in front of like Timmy and Jacob and Jolie, and just, I don't know, like I was out in the water and I was feeling a little bit hectic. Like I was like, this is a lot for me to take in. And then when I came in and ran into all those guys, like they've been such pivotal parts of my career. You know, they're like been on this journey together, and we're all such close friends. And to come into those guys and like hug them and like, I don't know, get shared off. I was making a bit of a ruckus, but I was so frothing, and it felt so sick. It was an amazing feeling.
Congrats, man. Enjoy it all. Congratulations, George.
Thank you. Cheers.
George Pittar, your champion, his first ever on the championship tour here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. A 2-time champion, Lakey Peterson. Congrats to all of our finalists with Lulu and Gabe Medina and all these wonderful fans we have here in WA. We'll continue the party back on the Stone and Wood Post Show with Ronnie Blakey. Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, Joey, great job as always, and congratulations to our champions. Very deserving, and wow, special moments. George, you could tell he was starting to digest what he'd achieved here today. As he said, overcoming, in his eyes, a giant, one of his surfing heroes, and we knew how hard that was going to be. Just in his first final, coming up against Medina, that's a mountain to climb, and he got there.
It's incredible. He's the hardest, actually the hardest, and the biggest mountain to climb. And, you know, Medina's been in such good form. So, like, it all just kind of just locked into place, you know, and to do to get the win over Medina with 15 points plus heat total is just so gratifying, and it's validation for him now. And, you know, I think I still feel like there's a sense of like, oh, you know, if I get the waves, I can convert, man. You got to understand that your surfing is world class. He can beat anyone. He's proven that. And, you know, that confidence will keep coming through the year. And just have a look at the ratings and see your name right up the top there, or, you know, and then maybe just start thinking a world title, perhaps.
Absolutely, and you bring up a good point. Let's have a look at the GWM Aussie treble rankings. Medina didn't get the victory today, but he is back on top, and he will be wearing that yellow jersey. If it wasn't for George Pittar, Flick, and he got knocked out earlier today, we would have 5 Brazilians sitting at the top of the GWM ranking.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier this morning, that might have been a possibility. I mean, George is holding down the fort for Australia at the moment, which is pretty incredible, but you cannot deny the power behind, you know, Brazil at the moment. It's been incredible. The showing at Bells, to continue that over here to main break, it has been nothing short of amazing. And look, you know, I even look at those rankings there, but I see a couple of big names not in there. I don't see Ethan Ewing. I don't see Jack Robinson. So things are looking different. And, you know, we're coming to the last event on the Aussie treble, you know, coming up to the Gold Coast. You've got to be thinking that Ethan Ewing and Jack Robinson are probably going to want to put in a pretty good showing there.
Sure.
Yeah, as you said, the dominance of the Brazilians is one story. There is another huge story unfolding at the bottom end of the Men's Championship Tour rankings, which we'll get to in a moment. But on the women's side, let's have a look at the leaderboard. After stop number 2, Gabrielle O'Brien maintains at the top, although she is tied on points with Lakey Peterson, and the reason Gabby holds that number 1 position is her heat score average across these first 2 events, slightly higher than Lakey Peterson's. But Molly Picklum, right where she needs to be. She's been surfing pretty well. But Luana Silva, great to see her up in the top end. And, you know, I think just the consistency she's bringing now has elevated her place on this tour, and looking deadly for a win at some point this year.
Yeah, for sure. Another one who is just really starting to ooze confidence and realise her dream of being at the top of the tour, the top of the surfing world, and so close. I know that would have stung for Lulu today, but she should take some solace in the fact that her surfing has been just brilliant throughout the week, and even at Bells last year. So she's in striking distance, but a good-looking top 5 there. Gabrielle O'Brien, she's going to be hard to stop when we get up to the Gold Coast, or over to the Gold Coast, should I say. But a good mix of kind of veterans and new school floating around there. So far from over those ones.
And much like the men's tour, there is an incredible story unfolding toward the back end of the rankings on the women's side, because you've got Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore, 2 world champs that have made their return, Flick, and are still looking to get themselves up into that title conversation.
Oh, totally. And you know what, though? I don't have any shadow of a doubt in my mind, though, because you think to those events, and also those women have really experienced this. You know, we've obviously had a change in the format, which is the accumulative point system. You know, Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, yeah, okay, maybe not the starts to the year that they probably envisioned, but they're not going to be worrying about that. I think, like, they know this year's long, especially with the accumulative points. They're coming to the Gold Coast, where they both had success, obviously, in the past. That's Steph's home. I don't think they have anything to worry about.
Carissa's surfing is right where it needs to be. She's lost out in a couple of close heats. Steph, I think, is probably feeling a little bit more concerned, but this third stop couldn't have been coming at a better time. She's heading home, and she's just been a force there since she was a teenager, cutting school to win her first championship tour event. So that's going to be fun to watch. We're going to have a look at the Boost Mobile heat of the day, and this was one for the books. First heat in the men's semis, Gabriel Medina up against Sammy Pupo. You got Medina just showing his class and form rich, but Sammy Pupo has established himself as one of the form surfers this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Medina just got to work as he normally does, putting pressure on Sammy, picked up a couple of great inside waves and just surfed them brilliantly. But then the highest wave of the heat actually went to Samuel Pupo, and at this point was the highest wave of the entire event, and you can see why. That speed, the acceleration, Felipe-esque in the approach to his surfing, and all fired up. And, you know, Sammy at the end of this heat, he was devastated, and it just sort of goes to show you where his intentions are. He wants the wins. He's not satisfied with quarters and semis, but it was always going to be a hard task beating Medina.
Most definitely. Yeah, I had a chat to Sammy. He said, you make a mistake against Medina and he'll make you pay for it. He had priority Medina swooped on one insider, got a 7, and that really gave him the early momentum. And Sammy, despite dropping that big number, Fleck just never got his opportunity in the end.
Yeah, I think, you know, I think you can't get too tied up. I mean, you've got to take solace in the fact that he's surfing with incredible momentum at the moment. His rail game and the carves that he's laying down are some of the best I've seen, you know, throughout his whole career. And we've seen him take that momentum from Bells and Winky over to main break. And I think, yeah, I just think he's on the cusp of something big is just around the corner for him. So, yeah, tough one to swallow there. And obviously he's pretty devoed. But, yeah, I just think bigger things are coming.
Yeah, the first two events, you know, we've had some tricky conditions. We've had some slower heats, so we haven't seen the exchanges, the slugfest, maybe back and forward like we have expected. That was kind of one of the better heats, but really it was a heat with 3 quality waves, and Medina got 2 of them.
Yeah, it's true, and that's sort of the tail of that heat. And I think that's why Sammy was so devastated as well, because he just never really got that final opportunity to sort of punch back and to take the win. But, I mean, we're going to Snapper Rocks now, and Sammy is so accomplished there. He's had some incredible results, and his surfing is just so form-fitted for that wave.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. A big day for CI when you start thinking about the Surfboard Empire Shaper Rankings presented by Veya. They have made a massive climb to the top of the table here.
Holy, move over Lost. I mean, this is like, you know, this is pretty interesting because Lost absolutely dominates, you know, undefeated over the last few years. But, yeah, big wins from obviously Lakey, and then we've got George Pittar on the men's side. So this is really, really big news. But, look, things are still relatively close, you know, just under 1,000 points separating the two. But it's just cool to see some movement on the leaderboard because I haven't seen this for a while.
Yeah, a little bit of a change up to what we're normally seeing. Lost been incredibly dominant over the last couple of seasons, and of course we only take the sort of 2 top results now for the surfers on the men and women's side, but Channel Islands getting the double victory today.
Huge result for Channel Islands. Britt Merrick getting a lot of credit from George Pittar and Lakey as well. Well, we're 2 stops in to the GWM Aussie Travel. Next up, we do have the Gold Coast Pro. Can't wait for it.
Before the Gold Coast was a headline. It was a feeling. Hot sand, bright sun, a coastline quietly reshaping itself, grain by grain. Cue the crowd. And the day ignites. Whitewater detonates against the rock. Mick reads the rhythm, jumps in, and vanishes. He reappears, locked inside a sandy green chamber, his rail line singing with Russ's didgeridoo. PT lit the fuse, MP defined it, Rabbit drew the map, and Mick, Steph, Parko, and Dingo wrote it into legend. The Gold Coast is our arena. Surfing celebrated, elevated, alive.
Yeah, can't wait for it. And had a chat to Mick Fanning yesterday. He said the bank's as good as he's seen it. So fingers crossed that we get pounded by swell up there and we get the slugfest that we're hoping for.
Yeah, it's looking good. Charts are looking promising, and as you said, the sand is just picture perfect, roller edge. So in my day, it was the opening event of the tour, and it was the one that was just had so much excitement around it. It's a great mixture of kind of high performance, barrel riding, some power hacks, kind of got a bit of everything. Back to some warm water as well.
Yeah, it's a little less of a riddle too, Flick, for the competitors, especially some of those rookies. Everyone can rip at snapper.
I think it's just one of those things that you are absolutely busting to get the jersey on, because this is a wave that typically on its day, you know, has hundreds of people out in the lineup. So to be able to have that moment just with you and one other person out there is pretty incredible. I think when I think of the Gold Coast, I think of some of the biggest, craziest crowds I've ever seen in my life, you know, along that shoreline. And yeah, it's delivered some incredible moments. It's pretty idyllic, you know, the beautiful crystal clear water, those tubes that we see over the years. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing how Steph bounces back there, you know, on home court. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her at home on her home break.
Absolutely. Well, this event always gives us amazing highlights, and we're going to check out more now with the BioGland Daily Dose. Let's jump into it. Breaking a record on the opening day of competition. 28 heats we got through with that overlapping format.
It was an absolute monster day, wasn't it? And we knew what we were in for. We had the goal when dawn broke, and we were like, okay, biggest day of surf competition ever. And it was actually really exciting. It was action-packed. We did overlapping heats. We saw it all. It was an amazing day.
Sally Fitzgibbons there. Erin Brooks got the jump on one of her surfing heroes in Steph Gilmore, in a close one.
Yeah, this was such an incredible day. You know, I'm just going to say hats off to the whole broadcast team, to the whole of WSL, for people, the tours commissioners, everyone making these calls and everyone working behind the scenes to make massive days like this happen. It's not easy, you know, even just the whole commentary team in the booth, you know, we're talking for hours here, but the day provided, because there was so much swell and we knew we had to capitalise on this moment, and the surfers showed up too, so it was an incredible day. But yeah, really hats off to everyone behind the scenes making these moments happen.
Yeah, just some incredible performances. This was Kanoa Igarashi. A couple of stands out from opening day here. Beautiful carving turn from Kanoa. But again, you know, on reflection, Margaret River produced everything for us. We had solid conditions, we had windy conditions, bumpy onshore, offshore for finals day. We had it all, so it was incredible competition all round.
Jumping into number 4 now, and this was Semi Pupo achieving excellence earlier today, an 8.67 for this one.
Yeah, this was amazing, and it just speaks to how I think he's refined his surfing even more since last year. You know, there's a lot of conversation around, like, you know, the off season and how hard everyone's been working. I think it's really evident in Sammy's performances, obviously coming up short against Medina, but he needs to hold his head high because he's going to the Gold Coast where he's had success before.
Oh, we'd love to see this. Coming in at number 3, the Colapinto Clash. And little bro getting one back on big bro.
Yeah, this was a super fun one. We saw the bros go at it down at Bells Beach in, well, pretty lackluster conditions. But on this day, Margaret River produced some pretty interesting canvas for the two boys to go at it. And it was younger brother Cross with these big opening swoops, just attacking these end sections with a lot of intent and power. And he got it done. You can just see how stoked he was to get the win. 1-1. There'll be a tiebreaker soon enough.
Yeah, they're loving these opportunities to come up and push each other and get behind one another. At number 2 today, it was the breakthrough victory, a maiden CT title for George Pittar.
Oh, this was amazing, right? I mean, you couldn't have had a tougher draw coming into this. You know, you've taken down, you know, 7 world titles collectively throughout this whole event, and you could not have had a harder matchup in Medina, really. I mean, he said, I've always wanted a heat with Medina, I just never thought it would be a final, and here we are. But yeah, look, the whole of Manly and, you know, the east coast of Australia, the whole of Australia is going to be so stoked for George. I know you are, Reek, and then you said it was board riders today too, so they're going to be popping off.
Yeah, they were watching it all unfold down there at North Stain, and the party will continue there tonight. Gabriel Medina, he'll be back. He's at the top of the rankings now. But George, the best moment of his career. He said he hasn't had a victory since he was a grommet. So it's been a long time, and he hoisted that barrel, that traditional barrel, up above his head very high. Lakey Peterson overcame a tough opponent in the final to get her 7th CT win and her 2nd victory here in the West.
This was really cool. I just think that basically for me it comes down to so much experience. We saw so many different faces of Margie's, and you know, she just made the most of whatever opportunity, you know, was kind of thrown away in whatever situation and whatever heat. I think, like, she even said it, she's like, I just wanted to have a bigger section to rip into, but sometimes it's those kind of wins where you kind of just have to go to work a bit and just take what you can get and make very strategic and analytical, you know, approach a heat very analytically. And I just think, yeah, it lends itself to experience and knowledge here. And unfortunately for Lulu, you know, she's made a few finals now and come up short. But Lakey had some nice words saying, you know, look, I'll be there to cheer you up the beach when you finally get that win. And yeah, it's just around the corner. But yeah, so cool to see Lakey. You know, she's had a couple wins here now, and she's heading off to the Gold Coast where she's had success there in the past. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she shows up there as well.
Yeah, both our champions today elevating their position on the rankings into second spot, which is massive and big for Australia. George was talking about the significance of that for him. The Australians have had a really bad start to their home events, and George getting the victory here gets him right back up there in contention for that tank.
Yeah, well, it's we're going to unlock that. We're going to find some winners when we get to the Gold Coast. But, you know, George is that kind of, I guess, Aussie cyclone amongst the Brazilian storm. I called him the high-pressure system, trying to distinguish the low-pressure system of the Brazilians. They're so strong at the moment. And, yeah, on you, George, doing it for Aussie. The Aussie team.
And Flick, for you, returning back home, how's it been in 2026?
Oh, it's been good. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. We've been here for a long time, but the good thing is, you know, we had those amazing lay days. Well, for me anyway, it was great. Got to see a lot of family, a lot of friends, and look, a couple of surfs under the belt, which is always nice as well. And look, the West really did turn it on in the end. You know, we had a very, very tricky forecast, but yeah, there was this carrot dangling at the end, and I'm just, you know, happy that finals day provided. We had beautiful offshore conditions and, you know, plenty of opportunity throughout the whole event. So it was good to be back in the West.
Absolutely. We love our time here in WA. A big thank you to everyone in this beautiful state for hosting us so beautifully once again. We are going to see you on May 1st for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. But right now, we're going to leave you with some amazing highlights. Enjoy.
Wow, look at that. Bombing.
Yeah, I'm excited.
These one came to snap on my hand.
The easiest call ever. It's pumping out there.
We deserve that.
Classic Sally Fitzgibbons turn.
Eyes closed, literally blind.
Stoked to be home, stoked to be back in the thick of it. Yeah, rocking.
Huge backhand hit, and what a finish.
Liam O'Brien just sizzling off the top out the back.
And a big arc from Samuel Pupo.
That was a huge turn.
Wow, that was impressive.
Oh my goodness.
Here, Noah Igarashi.
Ooh, West is best. Just that picture alone.
It's great being back.
He compresses and he does.
For the one and only Gabriel Medina.
Leonardo Fioravanti holds on.
Even saw some words exchanged. Jacob Wilcox bangs it.
And Yago, he's filthy.
George Pittar having a good time. Lay back tail slide.
Just squishy potato.
Not yet.
Oh,
Italo, that turn.
Miggy, I love you in yellow. I really do. The sun's going down pretty quick here, guys.
What a day. A record-breaking day. Molly Picklum, right on the money. Airdrop. She is feeling good this morning.
Oh, she changed another score.
There's a whole bunch of scores going on.
Samuel Pupo. Boom. Helps himself to just a meaty turn.
There's nothing like having a heat with your siblings.
Building for the big finish here, and he attacks it with everything he's got.
Oh, wow. Little brother might have gone.
That was huge.
How do you like that stuff?
Final weekend of the waiting period. Calling on the men's quarters first.
Oh, he's not happy.
Both surfers up and riding. It's George that needs the big score. In the last 10 seconds. The crowd are getting behind him. Come on, George Pittar, land that thing. George Pittar is pumped up on Anzac Day, come on!
Italo just attacked it.
He always puts on a show.
It's a Mick Fanny style, you know.
Quick reaction to hit that one and a tough landing.
5.2, go into the lead.
Oh my God. Wow.
No!
Oh dear.
A big waterfall right on your head.
I mean, look, whoa, this thing is crazy. Oh.
Wow, lays into a massive first turn.
Caitlin Simmers.
It is a beautiful morning and fired up for finals day.
Good stuff there from Lakey.
Yeah, she's looking fired up. That was a well-surfed wave.
Luana, huge opening turn.
Dream final, Luana and Lakey.
Drives up into the section. Huge carve to get started. Medina is going to get himself into the final.
George Pittar, the lone remaining Australian. Wish him well.
First turn, electric. George Pittar has turned the heat under priority and is going to be chasing his first CT victory here today.
Oh, this is going to be a great fight.
Lakey Peterson, your champion for the second time.
Enjoy the moment, your champ, George Pittar.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.